An apartheid regime in 2021. Amnesty International declared Israel to be an apartheid regime.
Don't fucking stop me while I'm cooking, you baboon in a suit! The chef is in! About to give you a fucking Chelsea Green, you donkey! Donkey! Baboon in the donkey!
Listen to what I say, and you will understand, perhaps, what I'm trying to imply.
Patronizing.
Yeah, I am being patronizing. I don't know who the fuck you are, and you're over here chirping all the way from fucking London about you want to fucking free Palestine, but also simultaneously you're talking about both sides are fucking fine. Shut the fuck up. You don't know anything, okay?
Who the fuck is this pink-haired twink?
Dissolve the apartheid
So what would you like to
allow
see happen,
Palestinians.
Hassan?
Do you not understand the
What's
English
going on,
language?
everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, afternoon, pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hassan Piker, and this is the HasanAbi broadcast coming to you live from sunny California, Los Angeles. Folks, we're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. Today is Tuesday. That's right, ladies and gentlemen, boys, girls, and MBs. It is Newsday, Tuesday. You already know what it is. You already know what's going on. My hair is super wet still because I just got out of the shower. It is 11:25 a.m. and I am actually a little late, and I apologize. And there's a reason for why I'm late, and that is because, and you might have guessed it, I'm doing media hits. I'm doing 20K a pop. I'm doing PR, baby. Just you already know, $20,000. It's oh my God. I already just got started. My cat hates me dancing to that song. All right. So, ladies and gentlemen, boys, girls, MBs, you already know 4K subs per hit. That's right. That's exactly what it is. That's exactly what it is. 4,000 of your subscriptions go directly into all the positive PR hits that I get, including the Cuomo mailer that's happening right now. That's another 20 grand. I gave him 20 grand to put me on a mailer so that everyone could Google me and my opinions on 9/11. But ladies and gentlemen, boys, girls, MBs, we are live. We're alive. This is part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news about what's going on in the world of HasanAbi Piker in between the time period where I press the start streaming button and press the stop streaming button. So help me God. That's what I'ma do. Ladies and gentlemen, where was I? Oh. Bro single-handedly ruining his airline in real time. L, you mean hairline? I think it's fine. It's just, when you're 34, this just happens. Okay. It's just going to look like this. Okay. I'm not a child. And I'm very happy about the way I look at the age of 34. You worry about how you'll look at the age of 34 when you get there in like 30 years. All right. In any case, personal news-wise, ladies and gentlemen, what has happened to the world of HasanAbi Piker in between the time period where I press the stop streaming button and press the start streaming button? Not much has taken place. I ended the broadcast last night. Didn't really do too much. I'm thinking like, what did I do? Nothing really. I just kind of hung out for a little bit. Went to sleep early and woke up early in the morning and play some basketball. Cooked. Okay. Absolutely cooked. And that's it. There's not really much happening in my life. Other than that, I did a media hit earlier today. That's why I'm a little late, and I had to do a bunch of calls on top of that because we have an insane month coming up where I'm going to be in China. I'm not going to be like at my desktop pretty much until the end of the month of November. Like in the upcoming days, I'm flying to New York for the New Yorker Magazine Festival. That's this weekend. So I'm flying to New York. I'm going to be live from New York on Saturday. And then Sunday, I'm doing the New Yorker Festival. Then I'm coming back. Then I have the Crooked Con coming up. And on top of the Crooked Con, I have, what do you call it? I have some link ups and building sessions when I'm out in DC, and also going to make a quick route back to New York as well. For the Zoran Mamdani victory, inshallah. And so yeah, it's an interesting set of circumstances. Are you not going to the Zoran rally next Sunday? I am. If I'm there, I mean, I won't be streaming it because I'm doing the New Yorker Magazine Festival Sunday. But yeah. Are you closing on an apartment while you be there? No. Brother, please find time to rest. You finna be burnt the fuck out, man. Yeah. Take the new Acellas from New York City to DC. They're sick. What's the Acela? What is that, a helicopter or something? Or is that a private jet? I'm not taking a private jet. Don't be crazy now. What am I, Bernie Sanders? Oh, got him. Freaking got him, dude. Freaking got him. Anyway. We need you to talk to Platner. I don't know what the fuck's going on over there. Okay. I wanted to from the start. And we'll, I don't know if it's going to happen anytime soon now that we've found out some new stuff about. Oh, Acela is a train, like for people who are already predisposed with like, oh, this guy's a bad guy. He's fake. He's phony. for you, obviously it doesn't, this is just an I told you so moment. For me, it's like, holy fuck, bro, this doesn't get any worse. I mean, quite literally, it doesn't get any worse. It's not even a sort of Nazi tattoo. No, it's just like a straight up, it is a straight up Nazi tattoo. Like no questions about it. It's probably the third or fourth most common Nazi tattoo beyond like the double bolts and the swastika. You know what I mean? Like swastika is the most obvious one. Double thunderbolts, unless you're Taylor Swift selling a merchandise, is like pretty common. But I would say that like the Totenkopf one is just like the most insane one. This is more serious than a milkshake duck, but this is just a straightforward milkshake duck. Maybe he lost a bet. I don't even know. I don't even know what the fuck was going on. I haven't even looked into his explainer as to what this is. But it's crazy because like, how the fuck do you not cover that up, man? What are you, fucking nuts? Like, that is the most insane thing. Anyway, we'll do that in a little bit. We'll get into it a little bit. Like, a big part of the reason why I was like on board with him being a genuine person who has like changed and reflected on his like service and stuff like that is one, because I'm not one of those people that insta-locks bad behavior or cynicism. But most significantly, it was because like he's a Majority Report fan. He's a fucking Michael Brooks fan. So when you see stuff like that, my expectation is that, you know, this guy, it just doesn't make any sense. There's a lot of stuff that he is throwing around that makes no fucking sense, especially considering that, especially considering his background, right? Like nobody comes out and is like, hey, I'm going to be a Medicare for all championing, Israel is doing a genocide saying candidate. Because if that was the case, like if people, like when people go, oh, this is like an op, this is a psyop to divide the left. I'm like, brother, have you seen the left? Have you seen the left? We do not need any psyops to divide us. We hate the left. Okay. Everybody hates each other. There's no psyop necessary. People have already decided to psyop themselves for free fucking 99. So for me, I like to weigh out all of the different alternatives here. And for me, up until this incident, okay, up until this, which is major, because I think like I'm trying to understand like what is going on. I'm trying to understand what is going on in the mindset of a person that like that goes through this like lived experience. Like how the fuck do you arrive at like the positions you arrive at? But it's pretty crazy. And I think I need to hear his defense of it, but I assume that this is indefensible. Like, what are we doing? This is like how do you not cover that, my man? How the fuck do you not cover that? It just doesn't make sense with any of the other shit that he has presented himself as in his private moments, in his public moments. A guy like this could, if he wanted to, he could just as easily be like, I'm right wing. I'm a fucking combat veteran. I'm hoorah, baby. I'm right wing. You know, he could run in Maine as a right wing guy and probably get a lot of clout. You know what I mean? It was just, I didn't know what it was. I mean, okay, guys, not knowing what the tattoo is when you're initially getting it in Croatia, because some people were saying he was drunk in Croatia, he got the tattoo. That's one thing. Keeping it on your fucking chest without a single person being like, hey, dog, you got a Nazi tattoo on your titty. What the fuck is that about? For like 15 years is crazy. Okay? That, like, you don't have a single friend. You didn't have nobody out there who was like, what the fuck is on your chest, my boy? What the hell? That's crazy. Come on now. Come on, dude. Like, yeah, sure, you didn't know what a totem cough is. Okay, sure, fine. Okay, I guess you don't know. That's one thing. But nobody was like, brother, you need to take care of that ASAP, Rocky. Like, this is literally a jailable offense in many European countries. Like, what he has as a tattoo, I need you to understand. He don't got friends. He on Reddit. To be fair, all of this is stemming from him being a Redditor. I'm gonna be honest. Plattner's political director who resigned waited on the tattoo. Plattner's political director who resigned over his Reddit post weighs in on the tattoo. Okay, but I don't place a lot of emphasis on this person's attitude because, like, the Reddit posts are nothing in comparison to, like, even the black people don't tip thing was literally like one of those like Reddit posts that I thought he was being racist on, but he was just straight up asking on one of those like, what would you be able to ask if you felt like there was no like, it was one of, I forget what Reddit it was, but it was not even like as bad as I initially thought it was. Anyway, let's just get fucking started. How do you fucking lose every single dumbass wink and nod for Nazi? Is a skull and crossbones on a jar head? What the fuck's the problem? Dude, come on. Okay? Come on. It's not like he had the fucking tattoo for like a week. Okay? He had the tattoo since 2007. Are you fucking kidding me? Young Thug defends James Harden for wearing a pro police face mask. He don't have internet. Yeah, Bernie's about to come out and be like, I don't know what happened. A swastika is less meaning than this one, chat? No, that's not true. Everybody knows what a fucking swastika is. Come on. No. The swastika is the most recognizable. That's why I said the swastika is the most recognizable. The dual thunderbolts is the second most recognizable. And then, like, I would say the totem cough is the third most recognizable tattoo for neo-Nazis. Okay? But I just, like I said, how the fuck do you have that on your chest, brother? No, the black sun is not even as recognizable, brother. What are you talking about? This is the fucking totem cough. No, that is like one of the, you don't have to be a nerd, dude. You don't have to be a nerd to know. I'm saying in the most insane circumstance where this guy simultaneously is the most woke and open-minded guy, but also is the dumbest person on the planet, where he was like, oh, what is this, a pirate thing? How the fuck did nobody tell him? I mean, come on, man. Are we serious? Are we actually being for real right now? This is crazy. Like, if you want to vote for Graham Plattner in spite of all this, fine. Like, you make that assessment on your own. But like, but come on. That's a crazy fucking take, dude. Ugh. Bernie Sanders just told us he's still standing behind Graham Plattner. His campaign is dogged by controversy in the Senate race. I personally think he's an excellent candidate. I'm going to support him and look forward to him becoming the next senator in the state of Maine, he said. It is pretty wild for Bernie to do that. I'm going to be honest. Motherfucker, how are you this? I don't understand how he is this person. I don't understand it. On the one hand, he literally has slammed himself into the liberal Zionist position. On the other hand, he will prop up a swagged up, quirked up white boy with a Nazi tattoo who says Israel's committing a genocide and will be firmly committed to him. None of this makes sense to me. I mean, respect. But it's just like, like Bernie, as I've told you guys before, as I've told you guys time and time again, Bernie's the type of dude who will just be like, I don't care about anything. As long as this guy is like pro Medicare for all, I'm on board, right? He's that type of dude. He's very stubborn. And as I told you time and time again, it is very interesting to see like how much Bernie will commit to people who are openly anti-Zionist, for example, that that are like Bernie will defend open anti-Zionists all the way to the end, even if he himself is not one. It just doesn't make any sense. It's very interesting. It's very confusing. Anyway, weren't you asking for this yesterday in response to leaked text? But this time there's actually actual shit on the Dem side. Yeah, I mean, on the one hand, I kind of like that there are people who are still firmly committed to this guy. On the other hand, my own personal assessment is like been all over the place. Okay? My own personal assessment has been all over the place, I will admit. And if you're wondering why, like, if you're wondering why Majority Report is defending him and why all these other people are defending him who have talked to him, it's because people think he's legit. Like, people think he is legit a guy who just went through these experiences and is and isn't who a lot of people present him as. Like, he's not like a fucking jarhead op federal agent. That he is just like, this is who he is. He is just I can't get over it, man. This is so dumb. I cannot fucking get over it. That is crazy. How the fuck? Like, his format is so perfect, okay? Guy who served, guy who was a fucking jarhead, and then like obviously experiences like discontent, realizes he's like disillusioned by it all. If he hadn't gone the Blackwater route, I would not have any issues whatsoever defending him, right? Like, if he did 4 fucking tours and he came out of that being like, dude, what the fuck was I doing? I had no other options, but this shit sucks, and became like an open anti-war veteran type of guy. Perfect guy for the left, okay? Perfect. But then he has fucking Blackwater on the stain as a major stain on his reputation. And then the Reddit stuff I didn't give a shit about. I don't care about that even remotely. A lot of people tried to like make that a big deal. I don't care. Suck my dick. Yeah, he said he said anti-woke, like somewhat anti-woke shit as a fucking jarhead in 2012, as opposed to like how woke he became in 2020. And I don't give a shit about that at all. Right? But 15 years of a Nazi tattoo. What are we doing, man? What the fuck are we doing, man? How do you just have that on your chest for fucking 15 goddamn years and you don't know what the fuck that is? Like, it does. Ugh. What? What is that? What is that? Now, it sucks because like all of my ops are his ops as well. And it's like, it's this weird predicament where like, this is indefensible shit, but also at the same time, I can't help but feel as though, Josh Kraushaar of Jewish Insider is obviously fucking doing this, not because like he thinks Graham Plattner is a Fed. Don't be stupid now. This is Matthew Castle and Josh Kraushaar are my ops at Jewish Insider. They are Zoran's major ops as well. They're my major ops as well. They constantly fucking write articles about my ass too. It's because he's anti-Israel that they're like really farming this shit. Because if you had a situation where a Republican was outed for something like this, they would never even cover it. They would be like, oh, who cares? Right? If he was a Fed, and if people actually saw him as like no threat whatsoever, but like a psyop or some shit like that, then they wouldn't be doing this. I'm really scared for him to win and Fetty out because of the period testing for future candidates will be insurmountable. He knows, man. If you have a tattoo, you know the symbolism. That's the whole point of tattoos. If he didn't know when he first got it, he would have looked it up after. No, I know. 0% chance that this dude for 15 fucking years never encountered another human being that went, hey, oddly specific Nazi tattoo you have on your chest there. What is more shocking to me, about all of this is that he doesn't have a single blemish on his fucking private internet correspondence that even remotely leans into Nazi shit. Like, not even a little bit. How is that possible? Like, this motherfucker was on Reddit, chat. In 2020, if you have in 2020, he was 13 years in to having a totenkopf tattoo on his titty. Okay? How the fuck did he not even a little bit say stuff like, Black Lives Matter is really fucked up, don't you think? Like, not even like a All Lives Matter post. Nothing. How is that possible? Is this the American median voter? Is this where we're at? Because like Tyson Brody also points to this. One thing we do have on Plattner is roughly 15 years of pretty unrestrained posting without any sign of actual flirtation with right-wing politics. Maybe more comes out, but as of now, inclined to believe drunk Grunt got cool skull tattoo, kind of like Harden with a Punisher mask. I mean, there's not even one anti-immigrant post I've seen floated around. Pretty revealing on that alone, given the past decade and a half. Like, that is insane to me. That is insane to me. I don't understand how people, like, for me, I like to think I kind of understand the normie mindset, right? I kind of understand the normie mindset a little bit. How the fuck do you get like this seems like a meme. Oh, dude, what the fuck? The swastika tattoo? I thought it was like cool. I thought that shit went hard, bro. Like, that's why I got it. I didn't fucking realize this was bad. Like, how? The PSA video will lock you into your initial reaction. Like, I don't get it. I don't get how you just do that. I don't get how you do that. It is mind-boggling to me. In some ways, I like that in a weird way. I like the Democrats are like experiencing some kind of like discipline on this, where they're like, we don't give a fuck. Like on a purely amoral political grounds, on a purely amoral, like we're playing politics, who gives a fuck style attitude. It's not bad, but I don't. Fuck you mean we don't give a fuck? That's bad. No, Nazis in office is not good. He hit his power level, or he's just that stupid, brother. No one hides their power level like that, because getting a tattoo like that is the opposite of hiding your power level. A guy that has this tattoo, that has this background, should have at some point been like, yeah, I think them migrants are bad. Yeah, all lives matter. This motherfucker was like, Trump supporters are racist. We need an armed revolution. What the fuck? There is no way a dude that was getting a fucking totenkopf tattoo is gonna be that quiet about their fucking perspective. I don't understand it. It makes no sense. Okay. It makes no sense, because I look at situations like this and I weigh all the options. On the super left, you have the people who are like, this is a Fed, this is a John Fetterman situation, this is a psyop, right? This guy is obviously a mercenary. He was designed in a lab to make leftist brains break completely, and he's there to like divide the left, right? And I don't put a lot of emphasis on this stuff because personally, I think that's kind of dumb, because like the left has no motion, right? Like, we can't even do entryism into the fucking Democratic Party at a time when the Democrats are just like unimaginably weak, right? So I like to personally weigh. I like to personally lean into what I think is the most likely reality here. Like, what is the most likely outcome? Okay. But I have never in my life seen someone who has thrown so many different fucking haymakers. Like, he is impossible to fucking decipher. Straight up. And I know that sounds like a cop-out for a lot of people who have already made up their minds, because, like, obviously, dude, he's fucking Blackwater mercenary, literally has a fucking Nazi tattoo. And you've already been like, oh yeah, the left is experiencing like COINTELPRO again or some shit, right? Because you think that there is that much motion. But I truly don't understand when I like weigh all of his output, his own personal like ideological journey, and where he is, like what he is launched his campaign as. It doesn't make any fucking sense. You know? It doesn't make sense. It's just so... Oh, Order of Nine Angles makes more sense here. Shout out to the real truthers in the chat. Yeah, okay, you're crazy. Plattner is the ultimate centrist. For every woke position, he must engage in an equally right-wing action, a full metal centrist. Yeah, he is the most insane. Like, either he is literally a federal agent that was built in a laboratory to specifically like infiltrate the left or some shit, or he is perhaps one of the dumbest people I have ever encountered that has engaged in the realm of politics. Like unquestionably, like it makes no sense. Like guy who's like, yeah, I love psychedelics, and I became like woke because I self-medicated with psychedelics, but also I have a Nazi tattoo. It is fucking crazy. I don't know. Maine Democratic Senate candidate Graham Plattner says, I am not a secret Nazi after photos of his tattoos emerge. Yeah, because I think that's not a secret. That's like, you get that tattoo when you're an open Nazi. Maybe he wanted to pull some Republicans in. No, guys, this is not John Fetterman. Shut the fuck up. This is something even dumber than that. God damn it. Guy who's only been alive for like one fucking election cycle goes, everything is John Fetterman. Is this John Fetterman? No, not everyone is John Fetterman. Stop pointing to John Fetterman, okay? Jesus Christ. Oh my God. Shut the fuck up. Okay. Let's you know what? Fuck it. Let's start with the Graham Plattner shit, because what a crazy story. Okay. I don't even know what the fuck to say. Okay. He did a piss poor, like, he was cheering on the demise of Golden Dawn, giving kudos to people fighting for YPG, blasting the U.S. for not bending over backwards to naturalize Afghan interpreters as a moral issue. There's not one scrap of racial animus or xenophobia in a decade and a half of posting. He did a piss poor job of hiding his posts and recycled his username on a handful of message boards for liberal gun clubs and scuba gear. There's no secret liability here. When he says he got sauced on leave in 2007 and got a tattoo, he didn't recognize anything. It's truth. Like, if you look through all of his social media posting, there is, first of all, there is 0% chance that the CIA was like, let's get this fucking jarhead to post on social media like an unhinged former unhinged veteran turned like hyper woke. Okay, that's not like, no one is investing that much time into our little utterly irrelevant circle in American politics. We have no motion, we have no clout, we have no socialism. Okay? There is, like, we're not even talking about the federal government's incompetence here. Okay? Which also probably is something to consider in terms of like building like a Manchurian candidate, okay? So get your head out of your fucking ass. I don't think the CIA is capable of delivering a 15-year plan, specifically a 15-year plan that requires infiltration of leftist movements by getting a Bernie nod in a fucking Maine senatorial run against like a fucking purplish Republican candidate, okay? That's not real. Wake up. Wake up. That's not real at all. But it also literally doesn't make sense if you are the type of dude who on the one hand who went as far as to get a fucking totem cough on your chest, but also on the fucking other hand, you're like talking about how, you know, immigrants are great and Republicans are racist. Schumer on if Plattner's unearthed comments are disqualifying. I'll let the people of Maine decide. We think that Janet Mills is the best candidate to retire Susan Collins. She's a tested 2-term governor, and the people of Maine have an enormous amount of affection. Okay, well, when I hear stuff like this, it makes me go crazy. You know what I mean? Why people are not consistent, Hassan. No one gets that because you are all American. I do not understand, bro. This goes beyond the median American. This goes beyond the median American, okay? The median American voter. Yeah, if I'm Plattner, Ian Higgins says, really hard to see how Plattner survives this. Crazier things have happened, but the tattoo really seemed like it's on a different level than the Reddit post. Also incongruous with most of the posts we've seen. You gotta get that cover up on camera. Like, that's number one. Like, you have to get that shit covered up on camera immediately. Like, make haste. If you want to salvage this in any way, shape, or form. He's not a median American. He's a veteran. The United States military is one of the largest jobs programs in the fucking country. So technically, an American U.S. military veteran is unironically closer to the fucking median voter than you and I ever will be. Okay. U.S. veterans, no matter how insane they are still median voters. This was funny. The only way to beat a bad guy with a Nazi tattoo, you guessed it, good guy with a Nazi tattoo, Graham Plattner for some reason. I'm with Harris. Protect trans kids. 1-6, never forgive, never forget. There's just a fat fucking black son in the back. How is this possible? What I don't understand is why the Podjons are embracing him in the YouTube comments too. Because the Podjons understand the severity of the crisis in hand and they trust him. That's what it is. They like him. They want people who are anti-Israel. 100%. I know it sounds fucking crazy and I know you won't believe me, but I talk to them all the fucking time and they literally are also on this like, we got to get the Democrats to move away from Israel to the best of our ability movement. Okay? So they recognize Plattner as a likable candidate. They recognize Plattner as a likable candidate. The worst part about the tattoo gate is that as much as I have yelled at Pete Hegseth's Jerusalem cross tattoos and shit, this is worse. That's worse. It's a fucking totem cough. It's literally worse. At least like Pete Kegsbreath has like tattoos like Deus Vult and it's like eccentric, like weirdo, you know, we got to restart the Crusades style tattoos and shit. That's a straight up Nazi one. Like, it's not, there is no plausible deniability at all. It's just like straightforward. A totem cough. What the fuck? Which way Western voter? I think it's, when was the tattoo discovered? I think today, like this morning. Maybe it's just a Ukrainian freedom fighter. I feel like 99% of Americans would just think it's a skull. I don't know. Maybe I'm too invested in knowing Nazi dog whistles. I mean, this is not even a dog whistle. This is just like a fucking bull. This is not a dog whistle. A dog whistle implies plausible deniability. This is not a dog whistle. It's basically a couple steps removed from a swastika, chat. Like, that's Am I crazy? Do I know too much about Nazi symbolism to assume this? Does the average American not know? I need to ask people. Like, I don't understand it. The Plattner Oppo is hitting hard solely because his enemies know exactly the type of things that freak out the terminally online people who drive discourse in the Democratic Party, but absolutely no one else. No real life person who wasn't a history major knows what that tattoo is. I mean, really? I don't know, man. I don't know if this is just like nonsensical wokeness. Like, I would say the attitude that some people have about like veterans are all baby killers, like that's crazy, right? That's a crazy attitude that we have in this community, unfortunately, and I try to fucking stamp it out all the goddamn time, and people yell at me all over and over again. Okay? I think it's poisonous, it's horrible, but you know, as much as I also think like you shouldn't lean into oppositional framing when it's sinister and cynical, I do think it's like what are we doing? What are we doing? It just doesn't make sense. If he had any posts that corresponded to like, if he had posts that literally were like even remotely against migrants, I'd be like, oh, he's like hiding his true ambitions here. And weirdly enough, chose to run as like a DSA-backed socialist for some fucking reason. That doesn't make sense either. But like it doesn't. You called him a base commie. Killing Iraqis and Afghans is also bad. Yeah, I don't. Yeah, that part is. This is what I mean. Like you're out of your fucking mind. You're out of your fucking mind if you think that like guys who have toured are irredeemable. Like it's just you and I are never going to be in agreement on that. Especially considering that I do have a sizable amount of people who are either currently serving or have served in the military in this community, and that's never been a position that I've maintained. I will never actually hold it. Blackwater is different, obviously, than like Blackwater is different than that. And even like when people say like, would you have an IDF person on? Like, yeah, I would. If an IDF veteran turns into an anti-Zionist and you think I'm not going to fucking talk to that person, you're out of your mind. I literally have. I have an IDF. One of the first people I talked to was Ofer Kasif. He served and then also became a conscientious objector and is an anti-Zionist in the Israeli Knesset. Like, that shit does not fucking matter to me. It doesn't matter. I cannot stress this enough. Also, none of you motherfuckers know how to hold a gun. Shut the fuck up. Yeah, there is breaking the silence. Like there are like this discourse goes all over the place because like there are irredeemable things, okay? And there are things that are worthy of scrutiny, especially Blackwater. That is like a dramatic escalation beyond just like serving. Okay? But it blows my mind. Like, he doesn't have anything, dude. He has decades of unrestrained Reddit posting. And when you look at that on its face, it literally looks like a dude who encountered Majority Report and Socialist Rifle Association and Michael Brooks and was like, oh my God, like there is an alternative out there. You know what I mean? Like that's what it reads like to me. But then you got the Nazi tattoo and it's fucking crazy.
Is a veteran oyster farmer and Maine Senate candidate.
I don't want to watch the whole thing, actually. I just realized it's so fucking long. It's like 50 minutes. But let's see what he had to say about the 5-minute, 6-minute part of this interview on the tattoo.
First Reddit post I wanted to ask you about is from 2013. So Someone wrote on Reddit, what is one question you've always wanted to ask someone of another race? You responded, why don't black people tip? I work as a bartender, and it always amazes me how solid the stereotype is. Every now and again, a black patron will leave a 15 to 20% tip, but usually it is between 0 and 5%. There's got to be a reason behind it. What is it? End of quote. How did you feel rereading that post? And what's your response to people who hear that and think that is like textbook racism and it's offensive?
I mean, one, I was legitimately asking the question. I mean, that was the point of the thread.
Yeah, the black people don't tip thing, I thought was just like a straight up statement. It's in no, chat. No, calm down. Listen. No. It is it's one of those things that, especially with a Nazi tattoo, no one is going to fucking believe him regardless. But it quite literally is the absolute only fucking, it's still racist, but it's the only, like, it is the least racist of all of the racist options. I'm not defending it at all. It's still racist. It is I know someone has the actual fucking context, please. I know someone has the actual context. Please, someone give me the full. It's a Reddit thread where, God damn it, I need to just show it. No, I need to show the actual now deleted Reddit post. No, this is not. First of all, I don't give a shit. It was in 2013, and he has all of these other. He has all of these other posts like since then that obviously show that he is changed. But that's not even what I'm talking about here. I need you to see, dude, stop apologizing. I need you to see the actual. It was like one of those. Yeah, it was like one of those subreddits that was like r/too afraid to ask or r/not stupid questions. So it literally was like the only acceptable. Still racist, but the only acceptable context that it would come out in. He wasn't like randomly being like, blacks never actually tip. This is fucked up. Oh my God, stop fucking doing the James Gunn's reference link. Okay, I don't care. I just stop. I want to hear a black person tell me this is a racist question for an ignorant service worker to ask. I need to find the actual. There was a. Oh, here's the context here. Okay. It's not spin. It really just was an honest question. Check the subheader. This was posted and deleted. The one reply his post got from a black girl who must be in her mid-30s now. Ask Reddit. r/ask Reddit. What is one question you have always wanted to ask someone of another race? Anything you want to ask or have clarified without wanting to sound racist. It's still racist. But it is like, do you see what I'm saying? Do you see what I mean? It is still a racist thing, but it is objectively, in the grand scheme of like Reddit posting, it is perhaps the least racist option out of all of the racist options out there on Reddit. He goes, what is the one question you have always wanted to ask someone of another race? Anything you want to ask or have clarified without wanting to sound racist. He goes, why don't black people tip? I work as a bartender, and it always amazes me how solid this stereotype is. Every now and again, a black patron will leave a 15 to 20% tip, but usually it's between 0 to 5%. There's got to be a reason behind it. What is it? Cinnabar Firefly says, I'll throw poverty out there in general. But honestly, I don't know. I was raised to always slap down a 5 for good service in a setting like, I don't know, Red Lobster, where I'm probably not going to spend more than $30 on just myself, and go up from there for extra degrees of awesome. There have been times I've made this mistake of not having enough to tip as well as I'd like, though. I do feel kind of slimy about it as I leave. Sad face. So, do you see what I mean? If you hear the statement without additional context, you're like, oh, wow, this guy this guy's a real fucking asshole. Which, again, it is a racist question. But in terms of, one, it's in 2013. I can't begin to tell you how little I give a shit about this. I care way more about the fucking totem cough tattoo, just so you understand. Because, once again, as a white supremacist myself, clearly, I have a lot more of a position of understanding that people are gonna have some racialized racist tendencies. We live in a fucking white supremacist country. Okay? You can't joke like that right now? Yeah, I don't really give a shit. Come on. But in my experience as a server, the biggest perpetuator of the stereotype was a black woman I work with. Okay, you don't have to literally fucking give us your own personal racist experiences, okay? Please stop. Jesus Christ, chatters. What would a non-racist question be in this thread? I'm curious. I don't fucking know. I can't really think of anything right now. But again, without the totem cough tattoo, you see this sort of thing, and then you see his other posts in like 2020 when he's like, fuck the racist police, ACAB, all this shit. It comes across like a dude who was a dumbass jarhead who said perhaps one of the least racist things that any given dumbass jarhead would have said in 2013. Okay? Like, in the grand scheme of things, we're talking about 2013 on a fucking subreddit where the guy's like, I don't really understand what's up with black people as a server. Like, that's racist for sure, but it's 2013. And he has nothing else before the totem cough tattoo that makes any fucking, that makes any sense whatsoever with his, like, posting. It just doesn't make sense. In any case, yeah, this is the wokest jarhead in America for 2013. New Bernie Sanders defense Grant Plattner calls him an excellent candidate. There's a young man who served his country in Afghanistan and Iraq, and he went through some really difficult experiences seeing his friends killed or whatever. He said, or whatever. And in spite of all that, he had the courage to run. I personally think he's an excellent candidate. I'm going to support him, and I look forward to him becoming the next senator in the state of Maine. Bernie Sanders really putting to the test my fundamental value, which is Medicare for all means for all, which means including Nazis. Okay? That is literally, that is my fundamental principle. I stand on that when I say Medicare for all means for all, which, yes, includes Nazis as well. And Bernie is saying that is what he believes. Okay? He does not give a fuck. He meant for all, bitch. It is pretty funny that he said he served in Iraq, Afghanistan. A couple of his homies died or whatever. Or whatever is a crazy fucking thing to slap onto. He went through some really difficult experiences, seeing his friends killed. Bro, you are not the normie whisperer you imagine yourself to be if you find this hard to not be common knowledge. Yeah, I mean, I guess as far as like as far as what I think is like, even if normies themselves are not fully aware of like the totem cough, he was in the military, man. Like I'm pretty sure people know, and you'll probably find out whether he actually knew it or not. Okay? Good thing for all of us if there are still Mainers in here that are Graham Plattner advocates who are looking at the situation and they're like, well, still better than Janet Mills. I don't give a shit. Don't worry. leftist chirping on the internet are so utterly irrelevant in the grand scheme of things that my community not backing Graham Plattner is not actually going to do anything. Having said that, though, I don't think you need to be a major history enjoyer to know that this is a totem cough and it's a huge Nazi symbol. And I do think that, especially coming from a military background, it kind of feels like you have extra awareness on certain things like that. It's like when the fucking Marine Sniper Division was getting the double Thunderbolts and being like, oh, we just thought it meant Scout Sniper. It was just the SS for Scout Sniper. It's like, no, you fucking knew what you were getting a tattoo of. Shut the fuck up. Like, get out of here. Oh, I just like the numbers 1, 4, and also 8 a lot.
Campaign move. Your team actually shared some opposition research on you with me. It's a video from, I believe, a decade ago. Let's just watch an excerpt, and then we should talk about it.
What other tattoos does this motherfucker have, man? Are we going to find out that he has a swastika on his ass cheek tomorrow? What the fuck? I can't get over this, dude. I cannot. Dude, come on, brother. Come the fuck on. A lot of tattoo shops are fully aware what the symbolism is for all these Nazi symbols. Oh, no. The tattoo shop where he got this at, because he said he got it in Croatia. Those motherfuckers knew what they were tattooing on his body. It is very, like, what he got is literally illegal in many European states, okay? If he showed that tattoo in Germany, he would go to jail. Do you understand? Now, of course, it might not be illegal in Croatia. Do with that information what you will. I didn't know that, but it's not shocking to me. Let's just say. In Croatia, was he visiting a Ustazi memorial? Yeah. Yeah, there was a... the guy was an Ustazi enjoyer, I think, that tattooed him. Wait. I was right. He is indeed an ACP party member. Wait, hold on. Like, especially if he got this tattoo and then got other tattoos afterwards, there is zero, and I mean 0% chance that he went to another tattoo artist after he got that totem cough in the United States of America, and the tattoo artist didn't go, hey, man, I'm going to cover that shit up for you. Okay? Not to do more opposition research on Graham Plattner here, but if he got another fucking tattoo after that tattoo and he went to a tattoo artist, every single tattoo artist knows prominent neo-Nazi symbols. Every single one. Whether because they like offering said tattoos or whether it is because they know what tattoos they will not actually ever tattoo on someone's body. Okay? Most tattoo artists know one way or another exactly what this is. Okay? And if he actually got another tattoo after that and the tattoo artist saw it, he would absolutely be like, hey, man, I'm just going to let you know, I don't want to be weird, but you have a Nazi tattoo on your chest. Would you like me to cover that up? Brother, it's a skull and bones. Get the fuck out. No. The tattoo shops would absolutely, I don't know what that tattoo means, and I've always been very online. No, that's why I'm saying a tattoo artist would know exactly what that is. And they would say, I'll cover it up for you. There's no shot. I'm telling you right now, there is no shot. Guys, you can't get a tattoo like this at normal tattoo shops. Okay? Do you understand? You cannot get that. If you walk into the average regular ass American tattoo shop right now and you say, I want this totem cough on my chest, they would say no. Most of the Nazi tattoos that people get, they get in prison, okay? Or very specific neo-Nazi tattoo shops. As someone with zero tattoos, even I know this about tattoo culture. He got this in Croatia for that reason. There is 0% chance that he would be able to get that tattoo unless he went to, in America, there's 0% chance he could go to a regular ass tattoo shop and be like, oh, can I get this? Yeah, it's one of the most prominent symbols. Dude, it's up there. I told you. It's literally illegal. Like symbols that are most commonly associated with Nazism, the swastika, the SS Thunderbolts, and the SS Totenkopf. It's the third most prominent Nazi symbol. I didn't even see this on the Wikipedia page beforehand. It's just top dome. I told you this. As soon as I saw it, I was like, there's no fucking way. I have a PhD in racism, chat. Come on. Don't question me on this shit.
First of all, what we were watching there was Graham wearing just his boxer briefs, singing.
The Marine Corps Silkies. Those are Marine Corps running shorts.
Pardon me, Silkies. First of all, great song choice. Tell us what's happening there, where you are. There's probably some listeners who are very confused. And the reason we are showing this video is because at the very end, you can see a tattoo on your chest. And I've been told that some of your political opponents are telling reporters that that tattoo has a Nazi affiliation. And I would like to know, is that accurate? Are you a secret Nazi?
I am not a secret Nazi. Actually, if you read through my Reddit comments, I think you can pretty much figure out where I stand on Nazism,
right,
and anti-Semitism and racism in general. I would say a lifelong opponent.
This is the craziest part about this is that it's not like that's not a lie, man. Well, the I am not a secret Nazi is also a little bit of a lie because when you get a totem cloth on your chest, it's not a secret. But if you look at his Reddit comments, Reddit is a hotbed for liberals who have the most Nazi adjacent values when it comes to American imperialism, when it comes to wars, when it comes to opinions on racial dynamics. And this motherfucker's Reddit posts are the opposite. That's why it makes no sense. Do you understand? Like you look through, as we did, if you comb through his like 2020 and onward Reddit posts, there is literally like all of the blemishes on his track record are because he was going too hard on the socialism, communism front. Damn, the CIA is cooking with this one. Guys, I don't think the CIA designed a 20-year psyop to infiltrate the left. This is no longer the 60s and 70s. No, he's just a machine gunner. They are that stupid, I promise. I cannot understand it. I cannot comprehend it because I have never seen something so transparently fucking signaling in one direction and then simultaneously have his like social media footprint be the exact opposite. It's like someone else was posting on that account. Like you see a guy 3 tours in fucking Iraq and Afghanistan, Marine machine gunner, goes into fucking Blackwater in 2018, drops out 6 months in, drops out early, okay? Says, oh, this shit sucks. I don't like it, okay? And then becomes like extra fucking woke. HasanAbi vindicated? Yeah, me and Janet. Reddit changed a lot after Bernie dominated in 2016. It was swarmed with ops to craft a new neoliberal Reddit age. Yeah, dude, guys, you already know I'm Janet Mills. I'm a Janet Mills militia member. Let's keep going.
The video is from my brother's marriage to his wife, to my sister-in-law, who I was serenading. I told them that my wedding gift to them would be my embarrassment. And so I performed a lip sync version of Miley Cyrus's Wrecking Ball to my sister-in-law on the day of her wedding.
This might be your most out of touch moment. In which direction? Oh, geez, almost like you don't understand military indoctrination. This might be your most out of touch moment I can remember. Because there are so many different opinions flying around in this chat, and people that are saying, like, some people are saying, oh, it's totally valid that he didn't know what it was, which I think is a bit crazy. But then there's also a lot of people, I'm getting attacked by everyone on this issue. Thank God I knew if I insulted you, you'd read it. No, I want to hear the perspectives that people have. You're autistically hyper-informed, Nazi slogan and symbols. Dude, come on, dude. Guys, it's the third most prominent neo-Nazi symbol. What? Am I crazy? I feel like if he had a swastika, dudes in the chat would be like, oh, dude, you're just like autistically hyper-fixated on neo-Nazi symbolism. Like, do Americans not know about the fucking Nazis? What the fuck's happening? Like, the black sun or some sort of like Nordic rune still has a semblance of plausible deniability, even though I find that to be unconscionable as well. Like, as opposed to the totem cough. Like, have you guys not met? Like, have you not watched like any World War II movies? Like, I don't understand. This is the environment you created. This is what you have done for the past 2 days, not listening to people telling you he's bad news. Now you have Nazi sympathizers in the chat. Okay, chatter. Yes, that's what's going on.
To my brother. And now, of course, that embarrassment, which was mostly just held internally in the family, as we always watch that video at family events and laughed, is now shared with the world. So I feel like I'm just going to give them a wedding gift for the rest of my life, which is great. I love them deeply. The reason, by the way, the reason of this video, Saturday was their 10th wedding anniversary.
Oh, congrats.
And my sister-in-law was showing everybody the video. And
oh my God. So people around him literally didn't even realize that he had a fucking like his sister-in-law posted the video? Are you fucking kidding me? What are white people on, bro? What level are white people on? Do people in Maine just don't understand? Does the family have CTE as well? How is this possible? Like, they were like, haha, look at how embarrassing this is. Meanwhile, people looked at the video and were like, dog, that is a prominent neo-Nazi tattoo on the chest of a dude running for Senate. As a woke guy, by the way, as a leftist. Mainers mind their own business regardless of how racist some are. What the fuck? You're just Nazi obsessed for real? For real? No. Am I crazy? Do people only know about like do people only know about the swastika? Do they think that like everything else is just like not? Growing up, I knew about the swastika. I barely knew the double lightning bolts. I didn't know about the skull shit. You don't get taught that much in school. What the fuck is going on in America? What is happening? How the fuck? Okay, we need to run a poll. Did you know the totem cough before this incident? Like, we need to run a poll. Let's do it. Let's do a poll in this chat. This is a autistically hyperfixated anti-fascist chat, so obviously it's probably one of the it's probably one of the worst places to fucking run this poll on. Okay. Did you know the skull tat was fash? Yes. No. Okay, we're going to run it for 3 minutes. We're starting the poll right now. Okay, get in there. Get in there and let your opinion be known. I need to poll this shit. Whether we knew about it or does not matter, we didn't put it on our fucking chest for 2 decades and still have it. No, I know. This is not about that, man. This is not... Just calm down, okay? I'm German and I wasn't taught about this in school either. What? Dog, that is literally illegal in your country. Okay? What the fuck? That is straight up an illegal thing in your country. Like if Graham Plattner was walking around Germany with that straight up on his chest, he would go to jail. He would be deported. It is on every fucking Nazi uniform in all of the movies. What the fuck? The specific skull tat, not all skull and bones are necessarily Nazi, but that skull, yes. Like that version. Because like, yeah, you can be like, I love piracy, okay? But that's not a pirate tattoo, my man. That is a straight up Nazi skull. Like, you know, cancel culture, whatever. I'm not even talking about that shit. I've moved past that. Your inability to put yourself in other people's shoes and go on to mock their intelligence says way more about you than average people. Dude, I'm not. Oh my God. You're misunderstanding my point. I'm not saying like this isn't even about Graham Plattner. I'm just testing to see if I am out of touch as far as like my level of knowledge on neo-Nazi and Nazi tattoos. Is it normal for people to not know? And it does feel like a lot of people, I mean, it's 60-40. Chat is so cringe and libbed up today. It's weird. Do you think it would have been more recognizable with the shield? No. Straight up. The skull itself is absolutely a prominent, third most prominent neo-Nazi figure. Yeah, it's literally the joke in the Are We the Baddies sketch, man.
We should be able to hold them at this point here, at least for a few hours.
Like, that is the joke. The Are We the Baddies joke comes from the totem cough. Okay? Like, if he got the fucking skull with the knife in the mouth, like, even that is like a lesser known fascist symbol, right? If he got the fascies on his chest, that is a lesser known fascist symbol. The totem cough is, I thought, not a less known fascist symbol, but it seems a lot of Americans didn't fucking know what it was. They taught you this in Turkey or what? No, man. Yeah, also, obviously, my big ops at Jewish Insider are going hard after Plattner. Scoop, Jewish Insider via Matthew Cassell. Graham Plattner says, I'm not a secret Nazi after photos of his tattoo emerge. A former acquaintance of the D Senate candidate said he called the tattoo my totem cough, referring to a symbol adopted by the Nazi SS unit. Now, of course, these guys, they're not going to be the most credible when it comes to this kind of stuff, but this is opposition research is opposition research. According to a person who socialized with Plattner when he was living in Washington, D.C. more than a decade ago, Plattner had specifically acknowledged that the tattoo was a totenkopf, the death's head symbol adopted by infamous Nazi SS unit that guarded concentration camps in World War II. He said, "Oh, this is my totenkopf," the former acquaintance told Jewish Insider recently, speaking on the condition of anonymity to address a sensitive issue. He said it in a cutesy little way. The exchange occurred in 2012 at Tune In, popular dive on Capitol Hill where Plattner worked as a bartender and was a frequent patron while he attended the George Washington University on the GI Bill, according to the former acquaintance. He would often take his shirt off, drinking with friends late at night on the bar, and on at least one occasion had stated he knew what the tattoo represented, the former acquaintance recalled. Plattner gave varying accounts of the image during this time, saying at one point he was aware it was a totenkopf when he had first gotten the tattoo several years prior, and at another time claiming he had not known, according to the former acquaintance. The mixed accounts indicate that Plattner was at least long been aware of the symbol's connection to Nazism. Even as he said in the podcast interview, he was not familiar with any such association when he chose to get the tattoo. Plattner, who is running to unseat Senator Susan Collins, said he had gotten the tattoo in Split, Croatia in 2007 when he had a group of very inebriated fellow Marines had time on deployment and decided to step into a parlor. Plattner on Pod Save America. Now, this is the... If you're hammered in Croatia and you walk into a tattoo shop and you point to any number of different skull and bones tattoos, it's probably, you're gonna get a Nazi tattoo. You're gonna, especially in Croatia, okay? It's most likely gonna be a Nazi tattoo. The problem is, past that point of getting the Nazi tattoo, where, you probably should have covered it up. You know what I mean? Yeah, you're rolling a 90% shot that it's not going to be a pirate one, okay? All of us right now, sometimes this is just how life feels. Like, my point is, how the fuck do you keep that on your chest for like 20 years almost without getting it taken care of? Plattner on Pod Save America. We chose a terrifying looking skull and crossbones off the wall because we were Marines and the skulls and crossbones are a pretty standard military thing. We got those tattoos and then we all moved on with our lives. I can honestly say that if I was trying to hide it, I've not been doing a very good job for the past 18 years. Oppo layup. Drunk Marine went into a Croatian tattoo shop and picked the scary skull as a believable story in absence of any other evidence. He holds these views, but them Canada has a Nazi tattoo is a pretty easy to message against them and objectively true. Exactly. Just seems like the sort of thing you can't get really get past unless Janet Mills also has some shocking, unexpected tattoos we don't yet know about. Americans, by and large, don't like Nazis. Even fucking Americans who have identical opinions to Nazis don't like Nazis. I can't stress this enough. Okay? This is precisely the reason why Nazis will, quote unquote, hide their power level, right? And oftentimes they can't stop themselves from hiding their power levels unless seemingly you're fucking Graham Plattner, who seemingly has, under the guise of anonymity, said the exact opposite things that a Nazi would say, while simultaneously having, this tattoo on his chest for 20 fucking years almost. What the fuck? If anyone on the right had that tattoo and claimed he didn't know at the time, we wouldn't be having this conversation. Be for real? Yes, of course we wouldn't be having this conversation. Because if you're on the right, you already are embodying the fucking values that are very closely associated with neo-Nazi politics anyway. The fuck? Yes, context is important here. I knew it was a Nazi symbol, but if I saw it in the wild, I would have probably just seen a skull and crossbones to be real. Yeah, I guess it's one of those things where it's like, I guess it's one of those things where people just kind of assume there's no way that this dude is just like running around with a Nazi tattoo on his chest, right? Because it's so extreme. It is so fucking extreme that you're just like, yeah, there's no shot. Because, like, look, I've done a lot of coverage on Pete Hegseth, right? It's not a if, it's a when situation as far as like neo-Nazi adjacent tattoos. Pete Hegseth does not have a totem cough on himself. He has the Jerusalem cross. He has the Deus Vult tattoo. He even got Kafir tattooed on his arm. These are all tattoos that are multiple layers removed from a direct indication of neo-Nazi sentiment. We know all of that stuff because we're autistically hyperfixated on neo-Nazi dog whistles. Okay? Pete Hegseth also embodies those qualities in both his commentary and the way he carries himself. The reason why this is a unique predicament where people are like, what the fuck is going on here, is because he has not said those sorts of things. And a person who has that sort of tattoo would have at some point revealed their actual ambition. And a person like that would not be running as a fucking, not even a liberal candidate, but as a left flank candidate in the Democratic primaries. I just don't fucking get it, man. I used to work in a Trauma 1 operating room, and the amount of Nazi tattoos I saw was appalling. I also noticed nearly 100% of swastika tattoo owners have a peen tattoo. Peen? I feel like it's one of those things that's so, like a penis tattoo? What did the poll end up at? 60% of chat said they didn't know, and 40% of chat said they knew, which is kind of surprising. I thought it would be higher. Like, I thought the people would, a higher percentage of people would say they know what it is. How can a CIA PSYOP for 20 years make the most sense right now? I mean, that will never make sense. That will never make sense. Okay? For that to happen, you would have to assume that the CIA is, one, incredibly competent. They can initiate like 20-year PSYOPs. And two, they would even feel the need to initiate a PSYOP of this sort. They do not. The American left is in tatters. We have nothing. Okay? We have nothing. We have no motion. We are barely able to run fucking candidates to forcibly take over the Democratic Party and move them in a more radical direction without having those candidates come out with that fucking totem cuffs on their chest. What the fuck? What are we doing? What are we doing? What the hell is going on? Yeah, he needs to get a Calvin peeing tattoo, but he's peeing on the totem cuff, so it's fine. That's what he needs to do. Yeah, if the number of those who are knowledgeable is at 40% in this fucking chat, then I suspect it's much lower by average American standards. But even then, how the fuck do you not get it taken off for 20 goddamn years? Okay, that is crazy. Anyway, let's finish this fucking video.
Oh yeah, there it is. There's me being embarrassed. But what we also, so in 2007, I was a machine gun section leader with Kilo Company, 3rd Battalion, 8th Marines. We were on the 2-2 Mu, and it was my 3rd deployment. My previous 2 had been to Fallujah and then Ramadi, 2006. And we went ashore in Split, Croatia, myself and a few of the other machine gun squad leaders. And we got very inebriated, and we did what Marines on liberty do, and we decided to go get a tattoo. And we went to a tattoo parlor in Split, Croatia, and we chose a terrifying looking skull and crossbones off the wall because we were Marines, and skulls and crossbones are a pretty standard military thing, and we got those tattoos. And then we all moved on with our lives, and I actually joined the Army after that, where I got, I had to go to MEPS, I got screened. Later on, I got a security clearance and a full screen.
Yeah, that's an indictment on the military, man. This tracks, but these online chatters think this is something new. No, I mean, the military screened him and literally were like, oh, it's just another one of those guys. Like, that's crazy. God damn it, the American military is so fucking insane. No wonder they have like Atomwaffen all up and down the military's dick, okay? Holy shit, dude. They were like, oh, welcome. You're among fellow travelers, sir. Classic. Oh, you got the totem cough. I personally chose the SS variety, but very cool. God damn. I don't know. I feel like we're making a big deal about this, but maybe I'm wrong. I mean, this is... I think under normal circumstances, this would be somewhat of a big deal. Come on. You got a Democrat. You have a fucking Democrat running for a Senate seat with a literal Nazi tattoo on his chest. Like, what the fuck? But I guess, like, American politics is so busted and so out of whack that it just kind of doesn't matter. I don't know. What is this? Fuck it. I'm spinning the block. What? I was told aligning myself with Nazis from the same motherfucker. Okay, guys, this is commentary on Michael from Pennsylvania's commentary. Like, what are we doing? We're 11 levels deep into meta commentary. Calm down. Wouldn't this help him in the US? No, I don't think so. I mean, I think if you're looking at his chances, at best, this doesn't like entirely tank him. Entirely tank him because like most Americans, I guess, didn't fucking know. And he could just like get away with like, I didn't fucking know. Right. But like from my perspective, this calls into, this ties everything else up in a very weird way. It's just, if they had a totem cough on the wall, that Croatian shop 100% had a swastika too. Oh, absolutely. 100%. 100%. So we got to choose between a potential Nazi or a corpse. Love that for Maine. I mean, potential former Nazi. I don't know anymore, man. What the fuck is happening? Oh my Lord. Yeah, he's gotta come out and be like, this is completely fucking unacceptable and cover that shit
I went
up.
to work for the State Department as a contractor doing security for the ambassador to Afghanistan in 2018. And I've also just lived my entire life like a regular person with a skull and crossbones on their chest, which by that I mean taking my shirt off, performing Miley Cyrus songs in front of my extended family. And to my sister-in-law, and just taking my shirt off at the beach.
The American House of Representatives has fascies on the wall, in case y'all didn't know. Yeah, that's because our founding fathers were omega fucking Rome weebs. That's the reason. Come on, this is basic knowledge. Like, that's not the same. It's the same reason why Mussolini and like Hitler, who were also Rome weebs, Rome aboos, were hyper focused on the fascies, but it's the same exact fucking reason why our founding fathers also fucking use that symbolism. I thought everybody knew that at least. For those of you who don't know, this is fasces, the symbol for fascism. Okay? And I would say that most political figures throughout history have at some point been unimaginably invested in ancient Rome. Please talk to normal people. Oh my God, this chat is too online, not this chat. So we got a Nazi tattoo, but isn't being a Nazi online? No, I know. That doesn't make any sense. That doesn't... yeah, Americans don't even know what that symbol is, for the record. They have no fucking idea. But a lot of people use the fascies as a symbol because they're all Roma-boos and not because they're fucking fascist. Yeah, the founding fathers adopted that symbolism before fascism existed as a political movement. So what the fuck are you guys talking about? Like, wow, I can't believe these guys saw ahead of time, like hundreds of years after they had passed, that some Italian freak would decide to also utilize the same symbolism. Like, that's not... They were pre-fash. I think our generation and niche on the internet has a lot more awareness of coded signals. I tried explaining 1488 to my family members and they didn't even know what it was. Mind you, these are the same people constantly telling me about anti-Semitism. Yeah. Anyway, YouTube comments seemingly are on board with him, regardless. I can't imagine listening to this guy speak and hearing him articulate his evolution, then thinking, nah, let's go with a 79-year-old woman who would only serve one term, assuming she isn't annihilated by Susan Collins. Oh, Lord, if someone went through my shit post-history, I'd die. If we excommunicate people forever, if they ever say something bad, no one will ever have the motivation to get better. The voters need to attract the creative working-class majority, all had or still have unideal views on many things. The video might be the most infantry thing he's ever done. I'm 75 years old, and I think about blah, blah, blah. I mean, look, are we really going to worry about this? His or any other Democrats' comments when we have a president, vice president, cabinet spouting the worst stuff you could ever hear on a daily basis. It's one of those situations. These comments are what HasanAbi sounds like, Lamau. It's one of those situations where I think it's like relatively healthy for liberals to have this kind of attitude, in the direction of someone who is at the very least like saying that they're, at the very least, someone who is saying that they're like pro Medicare for all and shit, rather than someone like Janet Mills, right? Because in the past, liberals used to take this attitude towards people like Janet Mills. And now they're taking this attitude towards people who are significantly to the left of people like Janet Mills. If you are not accepting of imperfect allies, you get perfect enemies. Let's let people learn from their mistakes. I appreciate him saying, I just didn't know what I was talking about. And having worked in food service for years, I'm so glad you had Graham on the show. Great guy and leader. I'm not a Mainer, but if I were, I'd be platinum or door knocker. Don't let them tear you down. I'm very pro-Graham, but apparently the skull tattoo is legit SS imagery. He should do something about that. Yeah, but Janet Mills is now likely the Dem nominee, and I bet losing the Collins. If you take the tattoo in his policy positions, the dude is a centrist. Wait, what? Okay, this is what I mean. We need to compartmentalize certain things, okay? In the absence of the tattoo, if you just straightforwardly look at his policy positions and you think he's a centrist, you are out of your mind. I'm sorry, okay? No liberal, no. I guess that's the joke though, right? Like the joke is that, yeah, he's just canceling each other out. Where he's like pro-immigration, pro-Medicare for all. The tattoo brings him back. He just snaps him back here. This is what we needed. This is what we needed, the true center. Guy who says he's a commie socialist when no one is looking, okay? Who also has a prominent Nazi tattoo on his chest. Fuck yeah. Someone made a TikTok that you were perma banned. Yeah, I have been. Yeah, I'm permanently banned. I've been permanently banned from YouTube, from I've been permanently banned from YouTube. I've been permanently banned from TikTok. I've been permanently banned everywhere. Where comes the fetishism of Roman imagery? Because the founding fathers was before fascist Italy and Germany. What do you mean? Like the Roman Empire was formative in people's in politics enjoyers, in the minds of politics enjoyers for many. Like many historic political figures have literally seen Rome as like a successful method of building an empire that lasted for a very long time. Yeah, formative in the notion of Western civilization. On the Balkan element, when I was in Slovenia this summer, I went to Ljubljana's weekly open air antiques market, and this guy sold both of these at the same booth. Yeah, this is extreme ideological diversity that you can only find in the Balkans. Extreme Balkan moment right here is true. Ljubljana, sorry. This is peak Balkan centrism, okay?
Right, presumably going to the beach, yeah.
I mean, I went to college. I went to the gym. I did all the things. And at no point in this entire experience of my life did anybody ever once say, hey, you're a Nazi. It never came up until we got wind that in the opposition research, somebody was shopping the idea that I was a secret Nazi with a hidden Nazi tattoo. And I can honestly say that if I was trying to hide it, I've not been doing a very good job for the past 18 years.
Yeah.
So
you're a self-described communist, but also a Nazi.
I will say the fact that I've managed to go from communist to Nazi in the space of 4 days, according to the people who are trying to do this to me, I find to be quite a spectacular turn of events. But
because the person that seen it in the gym didn't know it was a Nazi tattoo or didn't care to comment. No, I just I don't understand, man. I don't fucking get it. I genuinely don't understand it. Like if he had anything in his comments, if he had anything in his comments that was even remotely close to being like, man, we got to do something about these immigrants or whatever, I'd be like, okay, this makes sense. Like, how can these two extremes be captured on the same person? Like, on the one hand, if you just section out the Nazi tattoo, not even a neo-Nazi tattoo, and you don't think about the Nazi tattoo, and you just look at his Reddit posts, you see a guy who was woke by 2013 standards even as a fucking jarhead, okay, who then became omega woke by 2020. Can't stress this enough that if you believe he's a secret fascist, you have not read anything he's written over the past 15 years, which should all tell you how cynical this is. Yeah, like Why to the Post has been actively going through and combing through all of his subreddit posts, right? And if you look at it, if you look at his profile, and if you're confused as to why, like, Majority Report is defending him, for example, even after this, the reason for why a lot of people who have met him, a lot of people who have talked to him, or a lot of people who have like read through his most like private moments that were never intended to be publicized, you see a guy who is a Marine machine gunner go through the process of being like, yeah, a lot of this stuff that I did was really fucked up. Okay, dude, you are defending him. I'm not. I'm explaining to you why other people are. Okay, I'm explaining to you why other people are. I haven't been able to even correspond with him personally. Why should I believe anything he's written on Reddit if he isn't willing to show growth and change by covering up his Nazi tattoo? This is a thing he's saying versus things he's done situation. Oh, no, for sure. I think it is without question. It is without fucking question. If he doesn't get that shit covered up in the next week or so, it's a non-starter. Like, what are you doing? Now that you know it's a Nazi tattoo, the first thing you should be doing is making a big show of getting it covered up instantly. Okay? And even then, plenty of people will go, I don't believe it. I still don't believe it. But obviously, the appropriate thing should have been to get it covered up decades ago. The best thing would have been to not get the tattoo, obviously. He'll have that shit covered up in a video in the next 30 days. Let's be real. It won't change anything, to be honest. I don't believe, nor 98% of the American populace knows what that shit means. If he was on Reddit in 2012, he probably was on 4chan too. It was extremely small back then, but there were people on poll that were lefties. They were mostly on the filming boards, though. No. He's not. You're fantasizing about things that don't matter. But my liberal parents don't believe it's a Nazi symbol. They'll just think it's a skull and crossbones lol. I think it's wild that so many people just don't fucking know. There's literally the quote of him saying, yes, this is my totem cough. I don't give a fuck what people defending him think he meant by it. Yeah, no, first of all, that's from Jewish Insider. Okay? Those are the same people that have been talking about how Zohran Mamdani is a radical Islamist fundamentalist who is trying to do another 9/11 for the past week. So just look at your sources a little bit, okay? And remember, totem cough tattoo or not, this is a guy who came on the scene and one of his first moves was to say Israel's doing a genocide and it must stop, and we must stop giving Israel weapons. So they have a very different approach to the situation. So that's, kind of seems like he was caught in a lie about not knowing what the skull was instead of admitting he was a fucked up racist in 2007. I bet he was just too confident that the lie would work instead of getting it covered up. Yeah, if he was pro-Israel, if he was a pro-Israel Democrat, they'd be like, "Oh, he's a veteran. Calm down. He's a veteran, dude." Dan Caldwell says, "Don't care for Plattner, but it was fairly common during the height of the GWOT for boot Marines to get stupid tattoos like this because they look cool. I know several Hispanic Marines who got the Nazi SS lightning bolts tattooed on their arms because they were in Scout Snipers. I don't think Plattner is a Nazi, but one, the ads about a Dem having a Nazi tattoo play for themselves. B, working for Blackwater and having a totem cloth are at minimum suspicious. C, it shows poverty and judgment and knowledge that I don't want in a senator." Z Jelani says, Republicans are going to run ads claiming he's both a communist and a Nazi. And rural manners are going to be like, sounds legit. I think I think you haven't thought this through. First of all, they absolutely will do that. What the fuck? That's unironically what Trump said about Kamala Harris. Trump literally said Kamala Harris is a communist, Marxist, fascist over and over again. So yeah, they were going to do that regardless. And now they actually have proof. Maybe he's an anti-Semitic, anti-Israel guy. No, I don't think I don't even think that. Calling people Nazis lost political power during the awakening, and it basically has no power against Democrats, a little against Republicans because of public stereotypes. You also endorse Janet Mills, notably. So why the fuck are chatters so mad about you? Yeah, I don't know why chatters are yelling at me. I'm a Janet Mills militia member, so... A White House, speaking of Nazis, a White House official tells me it is highly likely Ingratia's nomination will be pulled. It was discussed on an internal White House call this morning. Genuinely curious why you would think the CIA would not try to run their own candidates as LARPers. Great question from Revolutionary Liberal. Because there is no motion. The left is not a significant, formative threat. And it certainly wasn't in fucking 2007 or even in 2016, okay? It has never been. In the United States of America, all prominent left mobilizing was destroyed, stamped out, absolutely gutted, eviscerated. Also, the CIA runs their own candidates, like literal CIA agents. Whether it be Tulsi Gabbard, who also ran on anti-imperialist slant, if you recall. And I had a very different opinion about Tulsi Gabbard back then, if you remember. Or Abigail Spanberger, or Elisa Slotkin. The CIA literally runs their own candidates openly. They actually run around talking about how awesome it is that they are CIA. What are we talking about? Like, this is the one aspect that I truly do not agree with. Like the notion that this is a fucking CIA operation or something. And the reason why I don't agree with this being a CIA operation potentially is because, one, I don't think the CIA is competent enough any longer to establish, or the FBI even for that matter, is competent enough to establish 15-year projects, 20-year projects. And two, I don't think they see any need to infiltrate leftist movements in general because we do enough to ourselves. We are already segmented. We don't have any motion whatsoever. And therefore, I do not think this is a CIA plot. Because in order for this to be a CIA plot, you would have to have a guy all the way back in 2013 being a Redditor that then very deliberately crafts 20 fucking years, very deliberately crafts almost 20 years worth of anonymous posting on Reddit. It just doesn't make any sense. Especially because most Americans don't even think being a leftist or being a communist is a good thing. A lot of you are running with your own personal biases here where you think that socialism on the national scale has a lot of movement and has a lot of clout. And it's like objectively a good thing. Not realizing that the reason why he initially came out and was like, I'm not a communist, I'm a small business owner, is precisely because a lot of people are terrified of that shit. Okay? Are you CIA? Yes, totally. The one and only. Thank you for the 10 gifted. He has more smoke for being called a commie than a Nazi. Yeah, while it's totally possible he did know and has been lying, if you cannot accept that 98% of the American population, including your parents' chatters, don't know that you're out of touch and clueless, all I'm saying is, I used to say it's more inclined to, I'm more inclined to assume it's stupidity rather than malicious, a malicious reason to hide, to shelter his true opinion. But god damn, dude, it's being built up in a way that is impossible to look the other way on. Like, it's just like Blackwater mercenary with a fucking Nazi tattoo. Like, come on. At least from my perspective, okay? At least from my perspective, which is utterly irrelevant in the grand scheme of things. This and the Blackwater thing, it's like, if up to age 34 you were either outrageously evil or overwhelmingly stupid, how are you trustworthy as a political figure? Why am I expected to portray you not just as an alternative, but as the next best thing in democratic socialism? Is pretty fucking nutty. I mean, you and Mike almost looked the other way on the Blackwater and vet stuff. The vet stuff I don't give a shit about, and I cannot stress this enough. I don't. 100%. Like, the Blackwater one is beyond being an active duty Marine jarhead. Yeah. For people that say, nope, it doesn't matter. This person was a veteran. He's a baby killer automatically. You're completely out of touch with and out of step with how normal people view this stuff. Folks online spending a lot of time talking about Grant Plattner's tattoo today while Axios is going off on him for having an Antifa Super Soldier sticker and being a member of the Socialist Rifle Association. What a race to cover here in Maine. Yeah. Dude is not just a veteran. He did it was 4 tours. He willingly did it. Yeah. Yeah. I don't know why leftists in here are acting like this is a win in an argument. Now we're just going to get another pro-Israel Dem and the pro-Israel lobbyist who wanted to destroy him one, replaced by a geriatric genocidal shitty Dem who will give you a demented smile. I think he is so unimaginably inexperienced and as a political operative in perhaps one of the most dangerous political positions you can have, even as an experienced political operative, being unconditionally anti-Israel is literally the most treacherous waters that you could wade through. And to add to that, like you already have unimaginable ops when you do that. Okay, you already have dove into the deep end of the most treacherous, the most vicious political opposition research-backed waters that you possibly could have. That, to me, gives, that, for me at least, means a lot. That means a lot to me. That has a lot of mileage from my perspective. Because a lot of people rely on the idea that they have currently that, like, oh, being anti-Israel is actually good. It is, but there is a reason why no politician is even broaching that, even at this moment. Okay? And that is because you get ass fucked if you come out like that. Look at me. I'm not a political operative. I'm a political commentary person. Look at how aggressively people are up my asshole all the fucking time. Like, Zoran Mamdani is a unique figure because not only does he have the anti-Zionist like background, but he was able to just like overcome all of those odds by presenting putting a very charismatic spin on a lot of these like policies that people wanted. Bro, 2 washed up kick streamers literally went to TwitchCon dressed up you as Zakaya. What are we talking about here? Wait, what? What does that have to do with anything? Yeah, who gives a shit about that stuff? People are up your ass about everything you do. Yeah, I'm not talking about that shit. I'm talking about like people who fucking lose their minds and try to like I'm talking about the ADL. I'm talking about like the politics right now. I'm not talking about like silly fucking drama shit. Silly drama shit. Maybe I should see how bad they'd lose their shit over my patch. Just wanted to say I love your shop. Defend equality sticker on the truck and Antifa Super Soldier on my armor as well. Keep up the good fight. And that thread over at r/tactical gear has me rolling. This is from r/SRA weekend. Socialist Rifle Association weekend. Graham Plattner wrote in 2020 that he had an Antifa Super Soldier label on his armor and discussed being active in his local Socialist Rifle Association chapter. Plattner, this was a dumb joke, like most of my old Reddit posts. On the one hand, he is trying to moderate. I think the worst aspect of all of this is that he's going to come across as insincere inevitably. Okay? Because I think you should just be honest. I think you should be honest about who you are and what you have become. Okay? Because it's very obvious that, like, on the one hand, in his private moments, in his private correspondence, like, it's very clear that this is a dude who went through transformational change in his own personal politics, right? It's clear. But he is so scared of coming across as, like, too heavy-handed on the socialist side and too much of a radical that he's like, oh, I'm not like that. I'm not like that at all. But then on the other side, people are saying he's a fucking neo-Nazi. Read my chats. He changed. Can't be proven by saying, look at his own words. We know this. You have taught chat to demand more than just words. In Plattner's own biography, there are 5 paragraphs about his service and 1 paragraph about his current job. And then some Reddit posts. Where's the real proof? No, I think if you're looking at his own, like, if you're trying to sift through his own personal opinion, his, like, actual opinion, I think his unearthed Reddit posts are probably a lot better than whatever he's writing because he wants to fucking, in his mind, win a goddamn election. That's what I'm saying. Like, it makes no sense. He's not doing this to win an election. He's doing this because he's posting on the internet. What do you think shows the true nature of someone? Whatever the fuck they were writing anonymously before they had any ambitions of running for office, or what their PR-backed statements are. He has. What do you want him to say to your chat is not the same he needs to say to people in Maine. He has continued to talk about how he's changed. Yeah, no, I agree. But the Nazi tattoo is fucking ridiculous. And once again, like I said, you should, like, if I was running his campaign at this point, number one, here's a couple things I would have done. First of all, I would have said, once again, over and over again, that there are some things I don't agree with from all the way back in 2013 that I stated. And, the stuff about how he was an angry jarhead, all that stuff works, right? I'm wearing my apolitical Democrat consultant, my Democrat consultant hat. One, drop out now? Fuck no. If I'm running his campaign, I'm quitting Lamau. No, you guys don't understand the amoral nature of Democrat Party consultants, okay? Calm down and listen to, I'm giving free money, free ball. Okay, first of all, he doesn't have to win any of you over. Let's just make that very clear. He's running for a purple seat in fucking Maine, okay, in the Maine Senate. So none of you are relevant in this conversation, except for maybe like the 12 Mainers in here who are going to vote for him anyway. So shut the fuck up. That's number one. Okay? Here's what I would do. One, I would come out and be like, look, I felt very disillusioned. I felt very disillusioned by my service, as millions of Americans do. And I went through this transformation. And, you know, some of the stuff I'm just like joking around on the internet. It's embarrassing. It is what it is. But having said that, as far as my own personal politics goes, it's very obvious it's very obvious when you look at my most private moments that I never thought would be blasted on the timeline. No one would want to be judged by their private anonymous moments on the internet. He did say a lot of this stuff, but as far as, yeah, he's leading in the polls, drop out. Why does Hasan take anything in this chat seriously? I don't. Yeah, he has he has all the labor unions backing him. He has Bernie Sanders backing him. He has even liberals backing him in the Pod John universe. And of course, all the left flank is not backing him. But that is yet another moment of the irrelevance of people in this chat when it comes to electoralism. It's understandable. Okay? As far as the Nazi tattoo goes, one of the things he has to immediately do is like, look, I got this when I was a fucking idiot. I never realized that it was like, I never realized that it was a Nazi tattoo, and that's my bad. I am instantly covering it up. That's completely unacceptable and inappropriate for anyone of any background or of any party affiliation to have a fucking Nazi tattoo. And I don't know, like fucking donate something to like Life After Hate or something. Okay? It is pretty wild to me, though, that like leftists will literally run with a Jewish insider scoop from Matthew Castle. Like, you're a 28-month subscriber, man. What the fuck's going on? Are we for real? Yeah, here's the NRSC communications director. By the way, the Republicans have been going extra hard on Graham Plattner because they also are fearful of his candidacy. They think that he is the man to beat Susan Collins. That should give you an indication. Accidentally got a Nazi tattoo. Regularly spreads anti-Semitic propaganda. Has a lot in common with openly pro-Hitler Maine Democrat. But don't call him a Nazi because he hasn't been hiding it and is actually just a racist communist. Ironically enough, before the Totenkopf tattoo, all the stuff that I learned about him, personally from his Reddit posting and whatnot, made me feel like he was earnest. The Nazi tattoo, on the other hand, is fucking insane. The fact that not even the fact that he got the tattoo, that's already insane in and of itself, but the fact that he never like removed it, like he has a Totenkopf on his chest, like that's crazy. What the fuck are we doing? If all of his other private posts were not so not getting your SS Totenkopf tattoo removed for your primary campaign because you might still need it for the general. That's funny. The last point of the Democrat is not real. He immediately told the guy to fuck himself. What do you mean? Maybe I'm too charitable, but could he be keeping it as a reminder of how far he's come? No. At worst, he knew exactly what it was and thought it was cool, okay? And was at least like not overtly anti-Nazi. at best, he is a complete fucking moron. And like, didn't realize what it was for as long as he did. And I think it's virtually impossible for no one to have warned him throughout the past 20 years. Like, what are we talking about? Like, the most charitable interpretation here is that he is genuinely fucking not very bright. Wait, what? Maybe he wanted a cool tattoo and his tattoo artist was a neo-Nazi? Wait, no, that is literally what happened. That is, whether he knew it was a neo-Nazi, whether he knew it was a Nazi tattoo or not, doesn't change exactly what took place. His tattoo artist was 100% a fucking Nazi. Okay? That's not in question here. No one is questioning that, I hope. No one gives you a Totenkopf tattoo if they're a tattoo artist and they're not a Nazi. That's not how that works. Okay? Hello? What the fuck? His political director quit? Yeah, but the political director quit before all this shit. It is pretty funny, though, how much... like Axios and all these other places are actually hammering him on the communist stuff and the Antifa super soldier stuff, as opposed to the Nazi tattoo, which is crazy. Goddamn Americans, man. Yeah, the director has something to say about the tattoo. Plattner's political director, who resigned over his Reddit post, weighs in on the tattoo. He's not an idiot. He's a military history buff. Maybe he didn't know when he got it, but he got it years ago, and he should have had it covered up because he knows damn well what it means. I think, if anything, this is an op. The political director that came in and then out when she saw the fucking Reddit post of him saying he's a commie. Okay? Excuse me, but that political director literally fucking resigned publicly, mind you, because he said he was a commie in Reddit posts. I'm sorry. I don't give a fuck what this political director has to say. Like, that's crazy. They didn't actually... Would you forgive him if he had tattoos, a hammer and sickle on top of the skull? Wait, what? I would love that if he had a fucking hammer and sickle tattoo. Are you kidding me? I've run out of self-restraint. Worse than when the guys on the train to Boston were fanboying over Reds Eats. The DC consultant class is fucked up our U.S. Senate race again, and all you need to stop snipping at each other. This is seriously the dumbest timeline. Graham has an anti-Semitic tattoo on his chest. He's not an idiot. He's a military history buff. Maybe he didn't know it when he got it, but he got it years ago, and he should have had it covered up because he knows damn well what it means. His campaign released it themselves to some podcast bros, along with a video of him shirtless and drunk at a wedding to try and get ahead of it. The vault is open for the GOP to fucking crush any dreams we had in the general, and literally everyone I know is fighting with each other on social media. We cannot be this painfully stupid. Yeah, also, if he had a hammer and sickle tattoo, he would be in worse shape than the Nazi tattoo. Let's be real. Americans are fucking insane. I don't care about the political director who literally resigned over the fucking... I don't care about the political director who resigned over Reddit posts. All of the stuff that like Axios is hammering him on makes me like him more, and all the stuff that is like the fucking Nazi tattoo is just completely unacceptable. Anyway, an angry Bernie Sanders won't drop his support for Graham Plattner despite a Nazi tattoo on his chest. Sanders said Plattner, as a young man, went through some difficult experiences in Iraq and Afghanistan. Sanders, I personally think he's an excellent candidate, and I will support him, and I look forward to him becoming the next senator from Maine. When pressed on Plattner's Nazi tattoo, Sanders lashed out at the corrupt campaign finance system, adding, "We don't have enough candidates in this country that will take on the powers that be and fight for the working class." Like I said, though, one of the craziest parts about the Nazi tattoo that hasn't been discussed, at least from what I've seen, is the fact that if he got any other tattoos since then, and he was not shy about showing the totem cough, any other American tattoo artist would instantly go, that's a Nazi tattoo, brother. I'm going to cover that up for you for free. Just understand that. Okay? There are very few tattoo artists that would see that. There are very few tattoo artists that would see that and go, that's fine. That's just skull and bones. No tattoo artist, no fucking tattoo artist in the United States of America is going to be oblivious to that. You might be, and that's fine. Okay. But you're not a tattoo artist. Tattoo artists, unless they are Nazis themselves, straight up know what the common fucking Nazi tattoos are. They refuse to tattoo Nazi tattoos. That's the reason why they know all the symbolism. Okay. No, I know he got it in Croatia. I'm saying if he's gotten tattoos after the totem cough in the United States of America, then someone, if they had seen it, would have informed him that either they were not going to tattoo him or they would cover it up for free. There are very few tattoo artists. Listen to what you're saying. A Croatian tattoo parlor in 2006. What are we doing? Oh my God. No, you listen to my words. I'm not talking about the fucking very obviously neo-Nazi tattoo artist that tattooed the totem cough on his chest in Croatia. I'm talking about after the fact. Please tell us where these free tattoo artists that do cover-ups are. Not only are there entire groups, like entire 501c3 philanthropic organizations that specifically do cover-ups, because there are a lot of Nazi tattoo artists in prison that give people Nazi tattoos specifically for protection, even if they're not fucking personally Nazis, but they're white. And if they're spending an extended period of time in prison, they join the Aryan Brotherhood, not because they agree with the Aryan Brotherhood, but they have to slot into one of the fucking only groups that they can. And in that regard, there are plenty of tattoo parlors that will literally fucking tattoo over Nazi tattoos. Erasing the hate. The tattoo shop offering former white supremacists a fresh start. A 6-side tattoo studio in Mississippi. Reformed gang members and white supremacists such as T.M. Garrett seek free cover-ups for ink from their past. It's okay. A lot of you don't know how this stuff works. It's understandable. As the PhD, as the resident PhD in racism, I'm telling you. Yeah, it's very, very common for tattoo parlors to do free cover-ups for former Nazis and former gang members and shit. There are also, it's not even just Nazi tattoos. There are also gang tattoos as well that tattoo parlors will refuse to obviously tattoo unless you go to a specific parlor that is gang affiliated. And the ones that are not will actually offer you a free cover-up. These guys have to be knowledgeable on this stuff. This is their fucking job. Dude, you don't know what you're talking about? I've worked in shops my entire life. Dude, you're wrong. That's one tattoo shop. The majority don't. Hasan, you have no idea what you're talking about with tattoo artists. There's only a handful of artists who do free tattoos. So do you know how many tattoo artists there are? If you worked in tattoo shops, I think you know better than anyone else. If you actually worked in tattoo shops, you know better than anyone else that tattoo parlors know what the common gang signs are and know what the common Nazi tattoos are, right? And they will at the very least warn you. No, they don't. Okay, well, I've never met a fucking tattoo artist that doesn't. That chatter is a clown. Shops all over Southwestern Ohio do free cover-ups for prison tats. More do than don't. Bro, you live in LA though? Like a random shop in rural America doesn't operate like that? I think you guys are wrong. Tattoo parlors often will have an entire book dedicated to tattoos that they won't do. Like common gang symbols and common white supremacists.
That's a swastika. There's a swastika over there. He's got a swastika. Okay, so all three of you are 5'4" balding men in their 30s. And you all have tattoos of black and white lions with blue eyes.
It's so funny because you live in LA, dude. Go to Minnesota, they have no fucking idea. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Bro, what the fuck are you talking about? I've never been to a tattoo studio that would willingly put Nazi shit on anyone. Thank you, chatter. That's what I'm saying. The chatters are not saying that. They think this is a LA thing. It's not just a LA thing, please. Tattoo artists actually have to know the no-no tats because they can get in trouble with the wrong people if they're tattooing gang members with the wrong tats. Unless it's a parlor that is gang affiliated, or unless it's a white supremacist parlor, unless you're going to like a biker gang parlor or a Nazi parlor that is known for tattooing people with Nazi tattoos, you walk into a shop in the United States of America in most places and you say, hey, I want this Nazi tattoo. They're going to say, no, we're not allowed to do that. I know for a fact. And it's not a LA thing at all. Okay? Yeah, speaking from a friend who's a tattoo artist, most tattoo shops have photo albums of many examples of tattoos they won't do and train apprentices to watch out for these tattoos just so they won't be considered affiliated. I can't believe that people don't know this. This is like somewhat common.
And you're not in a cult. Cool runes, man. Yeah, no, I know they have a really long history. Is there any reason why you just got the Zig rune? Thin blue line, Punisher skull. Classic. I get it. Right next to the swastika. No, I see what you're doing. Oh, I see you got the iron cross. You listen to Motorhead? You don't. You said you're from India? Okay. Yeah, I ask because it's fine. Don't worry. You must have been born in 1988. You weren't. Oh.
This knife shop in Texas refusing to put Nazi symbols on a knife the old lady put in.
Yeah, Nazi symbol. What are we wanting to put in?
Okay, zipper use knife. I need the emblem out of that to go into this knife. You won't do it?
No.
Oh, really?
Yeah, Nazi symbol.
Yeah. Chatters. Go to your local tattoo shop if you got the balls to do it and ask them for a fucking iron cross or ask them for a swastika or a totem cough and test it out for yourselves. You might get your ass beat, but go ahead. Go test it out. Live stream it, if you will, and see how they react. Okay? Obviously, don't do that. You will get your ass beat. Unless you go to a tattoo parlor that specifically does Nazi tattoos, most tattoo parlors, even in bumfuck America, are not going to do that. The overwhelming majority of Nazi tattoos come from prison. Okay? They come from prison. They get tatted. A lot of the people who have Nazi tattoos get it in prison. Or they get it in Nazi affiliated and gang affiliated tattoo parlors. The point would hit harder if this vid was of a tattoo parlor. I'm sure there's fucking videos of tattoo parlors. There's probably a million fucking TikToks of tattoo artists talking about how they refuse to do tattoos. Public warning: most Nazis don't wear swastikas. Familiarize yourself with these symbols to keep your eye open. Yeah, they have like a book. They have a book of tattoos that they won't do. A lot of chatters, I feel like, have not fucking entered a tattoo parlor. I have. And not just in Los Angeles either. My dad had a shoulder tattoo for an Indiana biker gang he was a member of in the 70s and 80s. He got it covered in early 2000s for free at a local shop in rural Georgia. People do cover-ups everywhere. Anyway, I can't believe how much time we spent on this shit. That's crazy. I think a lot of people are just like trying to they're trying to actively debate me for no reason.
Has been in the tattoo business for nearly 2 decades, so it's safe to say he's seen all kinds of ink, the good, the bad, and tattoos that can be downright offensive.
You're laying on the
dumb stuff and
hardwood floor.
further than others.
Now the St. Petersburg tattoo parlor is offering to cover up any racist and hateful images for free, with no questions asked.
Just trying to grab and use our trade, our skill, to actually do something to help out and make people who are trying to make a change for themselves not walk around with something that's from their past.
Fredo, a Columbia native, posted the shop's latest offer on social media and tells WFLA.com the response has been overwhelming, with people from all over the country wanting to book a free session.
Yeah, there's a million stories like this, like feel-good stories about...
Stephen got these white supremacist tattoos as a teenager, and today he's finally removing them.
This is putting the final nail in the coffin of a life that I no longer ever want to have a part of in my life again.
A life where he joined white nationalist gangs. That's why he asked us to conceal his identity.
Getting tattoos of this nature, it's sort of like taking a blood oath, and it can be something that you can never betray.
A nonprofit called...
For the record, I can't believe I'm saying this, but Pete Heggs's tattoos don't even broach the no-no territory, by the way. Graham Plattner's tattoo does. Totem Koff is very, very well known amongst tattoo artists as a Nazi symbol. It's the third most popular Nazi symbol, but like Deus Vult or the Jerusalem cross, stuff like that, you could probably get those tattoos in most parlors, for the record, even though they also imply eradicating Muslims, stuff like that. But the Totem Koff is 100% like 88, 1488, the double thunderbolts. I have no inside info, but my best guess is we're not yet at the end of whatever Oppo dump is currently unfolding on Graham Plattner. So those still defending him, and I say this with love, consider that when you're deciding if you want to keep going. He was clearly poorly vetted, and it might be time to move on. I think in spite of all this stuff, unless there is like something even more insane than this, which is like, this is the most maximum insanity. I don't know what the fuck else could there be. Like the only liability beyond having a fucking Totem Koff on your chest is literally just like being arrested for sexual assault or something. So, but as far as like people's reception of him so far, it does seem to me like the Democrats are weirdly enough defending him. Like liberals are unironically defending him. What is this? Regarding people know the skull or not, 42% of consumers didn't know their chips were made out of potatoes per Fortune. What the fuck? Also, it's not like Plattner couldn't afford to pay for a cover-up either. He had a decade to do something about it. I know. I can't understand what the fuck that is about in good conscience. Like, I think it's so insane. But in a weird way, while I think it's personally indefensible, while I think it's fucking indefensible, in a fucked up, twisted way, I kind of like that liberals are riding for it regardless. Because under normal circumstances, if this dude had... Here, I'll explain why. Okay? I'm going to explain to you why. I think it's like... I'll explain to you exactly why. The fuck is wrong with you? I'm going to explain. The reason why I think it's like interesting that they're defending Graham Plattner is because Janet Mills is right there. And Janet Mills is a pro-Israel Democrat specifically designed by the establishment Democratic Party to be the guy or the lady to go after Susan Collins. So there's two different flanks in the Democratic Party right now. You have the left flank with the Bernie contingency, okay? And you have the establishment centrists who have obviously put forth their best possible candidate. And Janet Mills is everything that is, brother, he is pro-Israel as well. Yeah, I'm not going to entertain this stuff. I'm sorry. If you think a guy whose first statement on the map, putting him up as like a, as a upstart candidate was Israel's doing a genocide and we should stop giving weapons to them, and you think that he is pro-Israel, you will never find... You think Zoran is pro-Israel as well, I think. Right? Like, that's crazy. There is a reason why they're going so hard after him. If he was straight up pro-Israel, you trust politicians now? So fucking disingenuous. You're so lost in the sauce. Man, please stop. I'm not even defending him. I'm just giving you what the different forces are right now. The different forces at play internally within the Democratic Party and also the outside forces from the pro-Israel lobby and the Republican Party. Okay? Graham Plattner, due to his own stupidity or his own secret Nazi past, is eating it from every end. But the things that we do know about him, that has drawn tremendous ire from both the establishment Democrats and also the Republicans and also the Israel lobby, are some of his key positions, being pro-Medicare for all and being anti-Israel. Okay? But you are spending so much time talking about him when you could be talking about anything else. Yeah, because I choose to. Okay, this is my stream. Oh, fuck you. Oh, Jesus Christ. Oh my God. I can't even get through a goddamn statement without people fucking shoving it down my throat. Please shut the fuck up and just listen for once, okay? Anyway. On the one hand, you have the establishment pick, Janet Mills, AIPAC stooge, pro-Israel, 77 years old. I believe she will be, by the time she runs, her candidacy is done in the Senate, she will be like 80 something. Okay. Classic institutional establishment Democrat pick. Okay. Classic. She will be 79 on Inauguration Day and 84, I think, by the time her Senate seat is up for re-election. Perfect gilf age. Yeah. So while there is a candidate like that, the left flank of the party has decided we're staking our reputation and we are pushing for Graham Plattner. Graham Plattner's first major statement running for office is fuck Israel. Israel's doing a genocide. We need to stop weapons transfers to Israel. Okay? This draws a lot of scrutiny from the establishment Democrats. It draws a lot of scrutiny from AIPAC and the pro-Israel lobby. And it draws a lot of ire from the Republicans as well. A lot of them are aligned on the Israel stuff, but I think they're also frustrated with a left populist, at least like seemingly left populist candidate coming in and overthrowing Susan Collins. Because if the Republicans actually did not worry about Graham Plattner running, they wouldn't be attacking him. They would be talking about how awesome he is. They would do the Pied Piper strategy, famously adopted by Hillary Clinton against Donald Trump. It was a major failure, but the Republicans would quite literally say, oh, it's awesome. Plattner's great. They wouldn't say a single damn thing about Plattner if they thought that he was a weak candidate that could lose to Susan Collins a lot better than Janet Mills. The Democrats, on the other hand, the establishment Democrats, on the other hand, are also going after him because they don't want an anti-Israel candidate to win. Because especially in a purple seat, if an anti-Israel candidate wins in a purple seat, a left flank candidate wins in a purple seat, that establishes something that the Democrats have held on to in perpetuity. The notion that you can only win red seats and purple areas by running establishment-backed centrists. Because Graham Plattner would be the most firm counter to the Marie Gluesenkamp-Perez's of the world. For those of you who don't know, Marie Gluesenkamp-Perez famously ran with the optics of a progressive and then very quickly became one of these Congressional Problem Solvers Caucus candidates, as in a blue dog Democrat, as in a dog shit centrist who unironically stood in opposition against student loan debt relief when the Biden administration was trying to do that. Okay? But because she actually maintains control over a red area as a blue Republican, the Democrats constantly fucking promote her as the method. This destroys one of the most successful arguments that centrist Democrats have deployed forever. Oh, Zoran's politics only work in New York City because New York City is woke, but it would never work. It would never work in a red area. Okay? It would never work in a purple district. It would never work in a red area. So, if Graham Plattner being like, I'm a leftist, blah, 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 all this shit, I'm anti-Israel, blah, 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 all this shit, is able to fucking unseat a Republican, this destroys that argument. It destroys that argument in its entirety. We already know it holds no weight. This is part of the reason why Bernie Sanders has actively pressed for Graham Plattner in spite of the overwhelming amount of opposition that has come his way. But what I like about the way liberals are responding to this shows me that by and large, Pod Save America watching liberals, New York Times reading liberals are also fed up with establishment centrist candidates because under different circumstances, they would be running Graham Plattner's chances look really bad, so we should do vote blue no matter who and go with the establishment pick, Janet Mills. But they're not doing that. Janet Mills is right there. Chuck Schumer loves Janet Mills. Chuck Schumer is pushing for Janet Mills, and yet all of these liberals are unironically championing a dude who literally got a fucking Nazi tattoo on his chest. So they're saying, I don't give a fuck about that. I'm willing to turn a blind eye to that because we need this kind of rugged, real American guy with really fucking stupid, indecipherable politics that ultimately says, first and foremost, Israel's doing a genocide, which clearly is giving him a lot of fucking institutional credibility, or not institutional credibility, but like credibility in the eyes of the voter base. Okay? And they're looking at his track record, or they're looking at his statements on Reddit And they're saying there's nothing wrong here. I think that's a good thing. Okay, the Nazi stuff, not so good. But I do think it's a good thing that you have a bunch of libtards that are saying, 10 toes down, I would rather go with this fucking dude with a horrifying track record who, in his most private moments, at most, has said he's a commie. He's a radical commie. He's Antifa. So, yes. It's a bit like the New York Times liberals defending you in the comments after that guy called you a terrorist who wants 9/11. Yes. Yes. Liberals are changing. I think by and large, liberals are changing. I think liberals, by and large, are far more comfortable with a person that in his private moments, the bar is so low for you, that is really sad. Can we just abandon electoralism and start a revolution instead? Sometimes I can't tell if like these guys are the agents in my chat. Okay? Let me ask you something, chatter. Whose technical proficiency are you going to utilize when you are doing a violent revolution? If you think every single veteran is a baby murderer that needs to be imprisoned instantly. Can you point to a single instance where there has been a vanguard that has not been comprised almost entirely of disillusioned veterans, for example? You're being dishonest? No, it just doesn't even make sense in his own, I am trying to steel man his position here. We're not even talking about the fucking Nazi tattoo, which I think is irredeemable for the record. Okay? It's utterly ridiculous. I'm just asking people, when people go, dude, time to abandon, well, they have to face some accountability. Come on, dude. Time to abandon the electoralism route. Revolution now, guys. Weirdly enough, don't even think about how that shit works. I care more about the fact that liberals hear a guy who says, yeah, I did fucking tours. I felt very disillusioned. I was very angry. Okay? And I want Medicare for all. You shouldn't have to be a fucking veteran and get busted up to get government-funded health care. Shit like that is playing a major role in the ways that liberals approach the conversation, and that is a good thing. Okay? I don't think that's a bad thing at all. Can you point to a single moment in history where a successful revolution occurred by working within the existing ruling party apparatus? Virtually every single instance until there's an opportunity for there to be a vanguard party to be formed. Like literally every single one. Every single revolution has had tireless work and countless work leading up to the moment of revolution. Every single one. Every single one. It is obvious to me that many chatters have learned about communist history and socialist revolution from internet memes rather than actually reading. And I suspect it's my fault. It's my failure. Because when I say, oh, I shouldn't be the only person you learn this stuff from, and you should actually actively seek it out on your own, say one, go ahead, not a single party said, oh, we'll work with a liberal bourgeois party and get the money bourgeois elements out of it. What are you talking about? That's not what I'm talking about at all. Every single successful revolution has taken years and years of formative work working within the existing political constructs before that moment happens. Every single one. The difference between you and I is either you are being oblivious deliberately or are not acknowledging the history. There has never been formative, spontaneous organizing without exhausting the available tools within the working party infrastructure. I mean, this is the classic. Left-wing communism and infantile disorder. Should we participate in bourgeois parliaments? It is with the utmost contempt and the utmost levity that the German left communists reply to this question in the negative. Their arguments, in the passage quoted above, we read, all reversion to parliamentary forms of struggle, which have become historically and politically obsolete, must be empathetically rejected. This is said with ridiculous pretentiousness and is patently wrong. Reversion to parliamentarism, forsooth. Perhaps there is already a Soviet Republic in Germany. It does not look like it. How, then, can one speak of reversion? It is not an empty phrase. Parliamentarianism has become historically obsolete. That is true in the propaganda sense. However, everybody knows that this is still a far cry from overcoming it in practice. Capitalism could have been declared, and with full justice, to be historically obsolete many decades ago. But that does not all remove the need for a very long and very persistent struggle on the basis of capitalism. Parliamentarism is historically obsolete from the standpoint of world history, i.e. the era of bourgeois parliamentarism is over and the era of proletarian dictatorship has begun. That is incontestable, but world history is counted in decades. 10 or 20 years earlier or later, 10 or 20 years earlier or later makes no difference when measured with the yardstick of world history. From the standpoint of world history, it is a trifle that cannot be considered even approximately. But for that very reason, it is a glaring theoretical error to apply the yardstick of world history to practical politics. Is parliamentarianism politically obsolete? That is quite a different matter. If that were true, the position of the lefts would be a strong one. But it is proved by a most searching analysis, and the lefts do not even know how to approach the matter. In the thesis on parliamentarism published in the Bulletin of the Provisional Bureau of the Amsterdam of the Communist International, number 1, February 1920, and obviously expressing the Dutch left or left Dutch strivings, the analysis, as we shall see, is hopelessly poor. In the first place, contrary to the opinion of such outstanding political leaders as Rosa Luxemburg and Karl Liebknecht, the German lefts, as we know, considered parliamentarism politically obsolete even in January 1919. We know that the lefts were mistaken. This fact alone utterly destroys, at a single stroke, the proposition that parliamentarism is politically obsolete. It is for the lefts to prove why their error, indisputable at times, is no longer an error. They do not and cannot produce even a shred of proof. A political party's attitude towards its own mistakes is one of the most important and surest ways of judging how earnest the party is and how it fulfills in practice the obligations towards its class and the working people. Frankly, acknowledging a mistake, ascertaining the reasons for it, analyzing the conditions that have led up to it, and thrashing out the means of its rectification, that is the hallmark of a serious party. That is how it should perform its duties and how it should educate and train its class and then the masses. By failing to fulfill this duty and give the utmost attention and consideration to the study of their patent error, the lefts in Germany and in Holland have proved that they are not a party of a class, but a circle, not a party of the masses, but a group of intellectualists and of a few workers who ape the worst features of intellectualism. Second, in the same pamphlet of the Frankfurt group of lefts, which we have already cited in detail, we read, the millions of workers who still follow the policy of the center, the Catholic Center Party, are counter-revolutionary. The rural proletarians provide the legions of counter-revolutionary troops. Everything goes to show that this statement is far too sweeping and exaggerated. There was another guy, for the record, that also had an intellectual slant that decided that the peasant class would never play a formative role in any sort of revolution and would unironically be counter-revolutionary. He spent the rest of his fucking days in Mexico. Okay? The notion that you cannot win over the masses is antithetical to a mass line developing. The notion that you would assume that you cannot win people over, enough people over to your side because of whatever fucking background that they have or whatever worldview that they hold, okay, is antithetical to building any sort of serious movement. It's antithetical to building any sort of solidarity, okay? This, ironically, we've moved beyond talking about fucking Graham Plattner here, okay? Like, I'm just specifically talking about the idea that you cannot exhaust all readily available options and that you think a revolution will organize spontaneously. It is the most idiotic, childlike, infantile, disordered way of thinking of all time. And it's not a new style of thinking at all. It is one that Lev Kamzev presented against a successful revolutionary such as Vladimir Lenin. You have to exhaust all options, especially while specifically analyzing the material conditions that currently exist in your day and age and looking at how much class consciousness already exists. The exhausted masses are dispossessed. They are oblivious to their class position in the heart of empire. Okay? This is where America was always a capitalist nation. It was a proto-capitalist nation before people were like, we're capitalists. Okay? With its endless territorial domination, its indigenous genocide, there's a reason why America was so perfectly positioned to be the heart of capitalism around the globe. Okay? And they seized on that opportunity post-World War II. You look at a situation like this, a country like this, and you go, why is there so much anger and resentment towards the left position? And then you fantasize about a revolution spontaneously happening. You're fucking stupid. Okay? That's not what it takes. And it's never going to happen like that. The only thing that could spontaneously erupt is most likely a fascist counter-revolution, which is what we're in the fucking midst of anyway. Wake the fuck up. Everything goes to show that this statement is far too sweeping and exaggerated, but the basic fact set forth here is incontrovertible, and its acknowledgement by the left is particularly clear evidence of their mistake. How can one say parliamentarianism is politically obsolete when millions and legions of proletarians are not only still in favor of parliamentarism in general, but downright counter-revolutionary? It is obvious that parliamentarism in Germany is not yet politically obsolete. This is what I tried to stress yesterday when talking about liberals. Whether you like it or not, liberals in the United States of America are a more formative political bloc than whatever fucking pamphlet reading left group that you have with your fucking dumbass friends. That's just the reality. So you have to work within the existing reality instead of sitting around and fantasizing about a spontaneous revolution. Shut the fuck up. You are unserious. Oh, I have the utmost best possible alternative. It's called moral infallibility. We must never participate in bourgeois elections. That's not how these things work. Okay, dude, you and your reading group are going to really fucking spark the revolution. You're going to go up to a trucker for the first time ever, and he's going to be like, what the fuck are you saying? Shut up. And he's going to say a slur to you, and you're going to be bricked in that moment. You'll be like, oh my God, the counter-revolutionary tendencies amongst the real working class members. Oh, what's happening? You're going to get one-shotted. It is obvious that parliamentarianism in Germany is not yet politically obsolete. It is obvious that the lefts in Germany have mistaken their desire, their political ideological attitude for objective reality. That is a most dangerous mistake for revolutionaries to make. In Russia, where over a particularly long period and in particularly varied forms, the most brutal and savage yoke of Tsarism produced revolutionaries of diverse shades, revolutionaries who displayed amazing devotion, enthusiasm, heroism, and willpower. In Russia, we have observed this mistake of the revolutionaries at very close quarters. We have studied it very attentively and have a first-hand knowledge of it. That is why we can also see it especially clearly in others. Parliamentarism is, of course, politically obsolete to the communists in Germany, but that is the whole point. We must not regard what is obsolete to us as something obsolete to a class, to the masses. Okay? You understand the situation in bourgeois democracy. I don't normally fucking dive into any sort of work of Lenin, but this is what is like when I'm talking to you about how like the broader confines of the American public and how they analyze liberalism, you need to get, when I say get your fucking head out of your asshole, this is what I mean. Okay? You have no movement. You have no organizing principle, and you can't even talk to regular fucking people. That's just the reality. We must not regard what is obsolete to us as something obsolete to a class, to the masses. Remember that. Here again, we find that the lefts do not know how to reason, do not know how to act as the party of a class, as a party of the masses. You must not sink to the level of the masses, to the level of the backward strata of the class. That is incontestable. You must tell them the bitter truth. You are in duty bound to call their bourgeois democratic and parliamentary prejudices what they are, prejudices. But at the same time, you must soberly follow the actual state of the class consciousness and preparedness for the entire class, not only of its communist vanguard and of all the working people, not only of their advanced elements. You know who actually didn't fuck around with this and actually played their cards very right? Fascists did, both in Italy and in Nazi Germany. They never said, oh, dude, we must not abide by bourgeois electoralism. Are you kidding me? What the fuck? Why would we care about this? It's obvious that the lumpenproles are ready to go. They're ready to do violence on a fucking whim. It turns out they were more successful, partially because it was a bourgeois democracy, and partially because the liberals and the petite bourgeoisie, the small business owners, the small business tyrants, and also on top of that, the fucking large industrialists had obviously realized that the hierarchy of capitalism was in the margins of abolition, and they wanted to put an end to it, so they used fascism as a way to stop it, partially because the left were too fucking too busy, too predisposed with fighting amongst themselves. If you can't explain your ideology to a coworker in a 5-minute conversation without using buzzwords, your opinion doesn't matter. I mean, I don't use buzzwords, even though people say I do. There is no place on the planet in the United States of America where I have to talk to the overwhelming majority of this fucking chat about the importance of exhausting all options, including electoralism. In the real world, people would look at you like you are a fucking insane person. If you were to be like, well, excuse me, but, you know, I'm not going to participate in this process because I am morally above it all, because this is an immoral system. If you were to explain it to that, if you were to explain to the average person like your position, they would look at you like you got fucking 3 eyes, okay? This is why I also get frustrated with a lot of fucking hyper radical hammer and sickle accounts on Twitter, because I do try to position myself as like speaking like a layman, using normal, using common sense. Okay, I try to dilute my commentary in this way, And a lot of dumbasses will go, oh, Hasan is fucking fake. He's a Democrat mouthpiece. He's a sheepdog for the Democratic Party. At this point, you're just arguing with Shawman. I never claimed any of those things. You're also wildly misreading Lenin's position on this topic. He argued for the continued use of the parliaments, but that didn't include making it the core struggle of the working. Wait, what? That's not my argument either. What the fuck are you talking about? We're not there. We're not there. That's not at all my argument. I never said that. Nobody's arguing against parliamentarianism. You know what the difference is? The Bolsheviks were their own party, and they often use the Duma to denigrate the liberals and set themselves apart. You're not arguing for any of that. Yes, because we don't have a parliamentary structure. We don't have a viable working third party. So I'm using the tools that are readily available. That's why I stress the importance of analyzing the existing material conditions as opposed to fantasizing about an alternative one. Jesus Christ. We don't have anything. This is partially the reason why I always say, like, look around, okay? Experience the fucking real world. Try to understand the anger and resentment that the average working class American has. Get outside of your bubble. Go outside. Be a part of some sort of organizing. Go to a fucking protest. Talk to regular people and get a better assessment of like how fucking distorted and out of whack the average American's personal beliefs are. Okay? In the absence of an established, viable, working class alternative third party, you have to work within the confines. You have to work within the existing platform that is afforded to you. And it's very obvious that in this moment of weakness within the Democratic Party, which is a bourgeois party, it is a center-right party, that is a liberal party, clearly there is an opportunity there, an opportunity to seize. But it's too fucking difficult for people to even like soft pedal any sort of socialist tendency to the broader collective consciousness with the likes of even fucking Zoran Mamdani. Because everybody goes, oh, he's not perfect. I don't like what he's saying. He's a Zionist. You're a fucking idiot. That's it. It sucks. But in any case, regardless of what people in this community say, I think it is positive that while there is an establishment Democrat, pro-AIPAC, liberal alternative out there that Chuck Schumer and the establishment Democrats love, liberals by and large are still standing by a dude with a horrifying background. Okay, especially as it pertains to the fucking Totenkopf tattoo. Do you understand? One must ask the question, why? Two things come to mind. Number one, liberals don't want to play the game of like, oh, this person is imperfect and they said something fucked up, no matter how fucked up that might be from my assessment. Because I think having a fucking Totenkopf tattoo on your chest is completely insane. It is irredeemable, especially if you did not cover it up for 20 fucking years, okay? Having said that, I do think it's good that by and large, liberals are defending him instead of immediately leaning into the alternative. Liberals did not immediately look at someone like Graham Plattner and go, I fucking hate this guy. This guy is saying he wants Medicare for all. We can't have Medicare for all in this country. What are you talking about? We need to keep having privatized healthcare in this country. That's the best possible way to go. Like that, but killing Iraqis isn't. Dude, wake up! Shut the fuck up. We are talking about the average fucking person, the average American. They do not think of this in the way that you do. Oh my God. This is what I was saying before. Oh, terminally online chirpers that run around. Dude, go to a local coffee shop or go to, I don't know, a restaurant and try to hear what the average person's opinion is on someone who has done 4 tours in Iraq and Afghanistan, a Marine Corps guy. They do not think that he is a baby killer, okay? What the fuck? You do. We're not talking about you. We're not talking about your own personal the perspective here. In terms of broader consciousness, you have to look at where people are at, where the mean is, where the average person is, and what their political opinions look like. Yeah, go to a restaurant where there's a veterans discount. Go to a restaurant where they're offering a veterans discount and be like, why are you giving baby killers, genocidaires of Iraq, a discount? How dare you? You will be beaten to death with hammers. They will beat you with hammers. They will kill you, okay? Fuck. Go to Nazi Germany and ask them if the Jews gets rights, ass take. You are a fucking moron, okay? Oh my God. I'm losing my mind. This unironically is the text that I'm reading is quite literally about parliamentarianism and building a mass movement in fucking Germany during a time when the Nazis were also trying to build a movement and successfully did. Even if only a fairly large minority of the industrial workers and not millions and legions follow the lead of the Catholic clergy and a similar minority of rural workers follow the landowners and the kulaks, it undoubtedly signifies that parliamentarianism in Germany has not yet politically outlived itself. That participation in parliamentary elections and in the struggle on the parliamentary rostrum is obligatory on the party of the revolutionary proletariat, specifically for the purpose of educating the backward strata of its own class. What do I always tell you as far as exhausting all readily available options in a country where there's no class consciousness, in a proto-capitalist nation that was literally abiding by the principled libertarian stances while it was conducting an indigenous genocide with its manifest destiny ass nonstop westward expansion? A country like that maintains slavery, okay, is going to, of course, reflect it's of course going to have a bourgeois electoral system where there's only 2 fucking parties and both of them are right wing. One is center right, one is far right, and actually turning into a fascist one. Okay? If the center right party in that situation is weak enough, you should run candidates in that weak center right party, the Democratic Party, to show the dispossessed masses that there is an alternative. There is an alternative out there that they might be on board with, especially because for years and years, Americans have thought socialism is the greatest evil of all time. Brother, that is not remotely what Lenin is saying, because the constructs in which Lenin existed obviously was very different. Politics was very different, okay? Politics was very different in his day and age as opposed to what the electoral system looks like in the United States of America in 2025. Lenin says something chat spam's based, and Hasan translates it to American context. Their brains break and they need to get woke points. Yeah, Son, your type of electoral politics is exactly what Rosa and Lenin would want. Lamau fucking moron. Oh, maybe the problem is with your translation. No, you're right, dude. You're right. We have the fucking Bolshevik movement. We literally have a party. We have a party out there right now that is active, that is participating in this robust movement. We have commodity production that is damn near identical to the assembly line structure that existed, that was actually perfect for radicalizing the workers on the assembly line. We have all of that, and yet for some weird reason, it doesn't exist. It only exists in your fucking fantasy, okay? Adjusting it to the current present-day American material conditions is something that obviously people have endlessly pontificated on. You might have a disagreement with me on this issue, but this is what I believe, okay? I'm not running around being like, Lenin would want you to vote for the Democratic Party. I'm not saying that at all. That is a bastardization of my fucking approach. That is a bastardization of what I'm saying. I'm saying that if you want to unlock class consciousness amongst the American working class, okay, you have to at least put socialism on the fucking board. And socialism is not on the board right now. I'm not saying there's no updating to be done in theory, in saying you're doing a fucking bad job. HasanAbi, they got held by AutoMod. Also, all this endless intellectual back and forth that we're having is just complete masturbation and nothing else, because the average American does not consider any of these things, okay? So shut the fuck up. I will take all of the fucking wins as they come along, whether it be Zohran Mamdani or Omar Fateh or anyone else. In a country that has no class consciousness whatsoever, in a country that abhors even the mere mention of socialism, that has been for decades radicalized against what they think is socialism, a true danger for American liberty, okay? In a country like that, where there is an existing duopoly, you have to work within the readily available alternatives. And in the absence of an effective third party that has mobilized and exists and Americans are aware of, why not take advantage of the weakness of the left flank, supposedly, quote unquote, left flank party in this bourgeois electoralist system? It's awesome that all of the people who yell at me over what I believe is the best way to, best direction to move forward in, have never presented an alternative, not even for a second. It's always just, you're wrong. That's it. You're wrong. You're dumb. I'm going to bastardize your position, and I'm not even going to give you an alternative. Or the alternative is revolution now. With whose guns? With whose army? You're agoraphobic. You can't even talk to your fucking Uber treats delivery driver, and you're over here talking about revolution now. Jesus Christ. The pink wave works so well in Europe that all the right-wing parties are done for, right, Hasan? I am not saying that electoralism is the only outlet and is the most viable outlet and is the end-all be-all solution. Oh, read between the fucking lines, man. Some of you guys are too stupid to understand what I am saying, and it's fine. Anyway. That participation in parliamentary elections and in the struggle on the parliamentary rostrum isn't obligatory on the party of the revolutionary proletariat, specifically for the purpose of educating the backward strata of its own class and for the purpose of awakening and enlightening the undeveloped, downtrodden, and ignorant rural masses. I wonder if there's anything that we could see. I wonder if there's anything that we could learn from this lesson. Whilst you lack the strength to do away with bourgeois parliaments and every other type of reactionary institution, you must work within them, because it is there that you will still find workers who are duped by the priests and stultified by the conditions of rural life. Otherwise, you risk turning into nothing but windbags. Third, the left communists have a great deal to say in praise of us Bolsheviks. One sometimes feels like telling them to praise us less and try to get a better knowledge of the Bolsheviks' tactics. We took part in the elections of the Constituent Assembly and the Russian bourgeois parliament in September and November 1917. Were our tactics correct or not? If not, then this should be clearly stated and proven, for it is necessary in evolving the correct tactics for international communism. If they were correct, then certain conclusions must be drawn. Of course, there can be no question of placing conditions in Russia on a par with conditions in Western Europe. But as regards the particular question of the meaning of the concept that parliamentarianism has become politically obsolete, due account should be taken of our experience. For unless concrete experience is taken into account, such concepts very easily turn into empty phrases. Maybe even saying stuff like revolution now in the United States of America in 2025. In September, November 1917, did we, the Russian Bolsheviks, not have more right than any Western communist to consider that parliamentarianism was politically obsolete in Russia? Of course we did. For the point is not whether bourgeois parliaments have existed for a long time or a short time, but how far the masses of the working people are prepared, ideologically, politically, and practically. Much to consider there. To accept the Soviet system and to dissolve the bourgeois democratic parliament or allow it to be dissolved. It is an absolutely incontestable and fully established historical fact that in September to November 1917, the urban working class and the soldiers and the peasants of Russia were, because of a number of special conditions, exceptionally well prepared to accept the Soviet system and to disband the most democratic of bourgeois parliaments. Nevertheless, the Bolsheviks did not boycott the Constituent Assembly, but took part in the elections both before and after the proletariat conquered political power. That these elections yielded exceedingly valuable and to the proletariat highly useful political results has, I make bold to hope, been proven by me in the above-mentioned article, which analyzes in detail the returns of the elections to the Constituent Assembly in Russia. Now, the reason why this is important and ties back to what I was saying is that, I'm going to repeat it, Americans broadly do not know what socialism is, and those who have been taught what socialism is has been taught wrong and are terrified of it. They have been negatively polarized against it. Don't you think that if one of the major two parties has viable socialist alternatives at a time of their utmost weakness and their weakest point of all time would actually get a lot more people on board to not be afraid of this terminology? Don't you think that that would be viable in maybe even later down the line building a fucking alternative third party? Because a lot of people, Michael from Pennsylvania included, have talked about Bernie Sanders building a third party. This is the best possible time to do it. Bernie Sanders clearly doesn't seem to think so. He thinks that we still need to utilize the existing confines of the Democratic Party. Maybe that's because he is old and an institutionalist and I guess for some reason a defender of Joe Biden, and he's done a lot of things that I don't agree with in general. But ultimately, the very fact that Bernie Sanders is a known entity in American politics and has since 2016, by running for the Democratic primary and having an incredibly successful run within the Democratic primary structure within 2016, that created for the first time ever, a vision of a socialist America, should possibly allow you to understand that working within the existing duopoly is not the worst idea, at least in the interim. Okay? For years and years, Palestinians wanted awareness. They wanted a recognition for their humanity. The game has changed now because they finally got it. Okay? Back then, I'm sure there were plenty of people 20 years ago that also simply wanted a one-party state. Okay? But these conversations were not being had in the Western world at all because these things take time, because it requires, at first, broad awareness initiatives. And then you move into mobilizing. Then you move into organizing. Then you make demands. Then, when your demands are not met, you actually show your power. And the way you show your power is through work stoppages. All of this stuff takes time. It takes a tremendous amount of effort to organize around. Okay? Labor militancy did not happen in this country overnight. And it was squashed after decades and decades of propaganda and violence from the state, and also legislation. I would agree with you if any of the left in the Democratic Party was like Trump. That's okay. There you go. That great. You understand what I'm saying here. What Trump has done in the fascist direction for the Republican Party must be done in the socialist direction within the Democratic Party. It's a lot harder of a bargain, but we're not even moving in that direction at all. It is crazy that this is the closest, at least in my lifetime, that I have ever gotten to seeing the Democrats come to terms with left populism as a messaging tool. And there are still leftists in this chat, so-called leftists in this chat, that are unironically turning around and be like, nah, dude, it's fucking fake. No reason. No reason to be the change we want to see. Fuck you. This is defeatism. This is nihilism. You must exhaust all options. Okay? That's it. That's it. We have like 10 social democrats in Congress, and chatters are trying to compare the conditions in Russia that led to the revolution to modern day America. I know. In summary, ironically, libs are finally listening and paying attention to policies over aesthetics. It's at least a good sign that people actually appreciate good policies. Even in this case, the representative is potentially too flawed. Hasan is not defending Graham himself, but rather he is applauding the general public's focus on critical policies for once. Exactly. Yeah, man, supporting Plattner's Nazi ass is defeatism. How can you fucking reduce what I am talking about here that is infinitely broader than Graham Plattner to simply Graham Plattner? Once again, I will stand by my initial assessment that I am a Janet Militia Mills advocate. Okay? Much like many of you, I am already an advocate for Janet Mills. I'm in the tank for Janet Mills. Okay? Janet Mills is my GOAT. She will be 79 by the time she actually gets into office, if she even defeats Susan Collins at all. But even if she doesn't defeat Susan Collins, both Janet Mills and Susan Collins are not only women and therefore better than Graham Plattner, but they also don't have any Nazi tattoos and therefore also better than Graham Plattner. They neither of them have served in the American military, also better and more moral than Graham Plattner. And on top of that, they never went and worked for Blackwater. Again, better than Graham Plattner. Now, of course, they love Israel and they're pro-Israel, but they're just pro-Israel in name only, right? Yeah, which is why I'm a fucking girl boss who is hashtag riding with Janet, Janet Mills, all Mills, no frills. I'm a Janet head. What more do you want from me? My bro hates you and he says it's because you do not read leftist literature and more so do not encourage your viewers to do so. He even says he likes HasanAbi more for that reason alone, which is insane in my opinion. I only say this because I think you were correct about learning leftist history through memes and this being a big problem. I agree that you could do more to encourage your viewers to learn more about this than memes. Yeah, okay. Well, this shit is fucking boring for the most part. This is the most entertaining version of allowing this conversation to take place. Okay? Within the confines of a fucking debate. So, it's just not, you know. Yeah. 3,000 people left while I was doing this, okay? Burgess Everett says, Graham Plattner's life of posting and his tattoos are stress testing the party's interest in younger, fresher candidates. How do you expect to win back, man, when you go back through somebody's Reddit history and just pull it all out and say, oh my God, this person has no right to ever be in politics, he told Dave Weigel. Do I like any of it? Of course not. Do I like what he's campaigning on and the way he's connecting the working class voters? That's the piece that's been missing from our party, said Senator Heinrich of his post. He's still backing Plattner, but says future candidates should stay off Reddit. I mean, I do agree with this. I can't believe I'm saying this, but yes, future candidates should stay off Reddit. Anyway, we are now moving on from this utterly unproductive conversation. But even though actually I don't think it's unproductive, I hope people actually took away some lessons about at least what I think is a viable method for change.
Yes. You mentioned Maine at the top there.
You only care about views. Why does it matter if people left? I don't know. Maybe because my job, first and foremost, is about broad awareness initiatives. Perhaps that is the best possible way to quantify exactly how much reach I have.
There's obviously an important Senate race happening there. Are you supporting Governor Janet Mills in the primary, and do you consider Graham Plattner's recently unearthed comments disqualifying?
Look, I'll let the people of Maine decide the second. We think that Janet Mills is the best candidate to retire Susan Collins. She's a tested two-term governor, and the people of Maine have an enormous amount of affection and respect for her. Yes.
Me too. Me too, Chuck. Me too. I'm glad that we're on board, okay? That's why I'm riding with Mills. I'm a Mills head. I'm a Mills head, baby. Okay. Ruben Gallego, Marine, who also had PTSD on Graham Plattner. But you know, everyone has a right to grow and grow out of their stupidity, essentially. And I think voters should take the opportunity to evaluate that. I've never seen so much backing for a candidate that is unironically, oh yeah, the other side of the Janet Mills story is that Janet Mills pardoned a man she defended in a sexual assault case. A young man at, but she's still better than Graham Plattner, of course. Obviously. A young man at a Maine school was a rising basketball star with interest from Division I programs and NBA aspirations, according to one of his lawyers. Aaron Nichols, who was 20 years old then, was also charged with sexually assaulting a 15-year-old girl and having unlawful sexual contact with another teen in the fall of 2001 when he attended prep school at Maine Central Institute in Pittsfield, which had one of the nation's best basketball programs. After entering a not guilty plea, the lawyers told reporters her 20-year-old client had no criminal record and things happen between teenagers that may be blown out of proportion. As a Janitsary, I think this is, I'm still riding with her because she didn't tour in Iraq and Afghanistan. We certainly hope that the incident does not result in a devastating blow to his academic and professional career, Janet Mills, who was then a state lawmaker, said in January 2002. As a governor more than 2 decades later, Mills pardoned Nichols, who pleaded guilty in 2003 to a misdemeanor assault charge that drew a suspended 1-year sentence with probation. Mills, a Democrat, has used their constitutional power to issue dozens of pardons since taking office in 2019. But the June 2023 pardon for Nichols is a rarer case of a governor granting clemency to someone they once represented. While governors across the country have been accused of favoritism and unethical conduct for certain pardons, legal experts say nothing bars Mills from issuing such a pardon or makes it a clear conflict of interest. How is she pro-Israel in name only? Just curious. I was being sarcastic, man. Come on. Please, pick up. Pick up on the sarcasm. Bro, you have not confirmed you are being sarcastic about Mills and you got more viewers this week. Lemafayal, let him know. Yeah, it's fine. You've been doing this for a long time, yet you don't seem to understand our frustration. He felt the need to go 3 times to Iraq to kill brown people and join Blackwater. Yes. It's not that I don't understand your frustration. It's that I don't care about your frustration. I don't think you understand. Okay? If we're talking about electoralism, what's the difference between Graham Plattner, in the absence of the Nazi tattoo for sure, versus Amy McGrath? One is electable, the other is not. One is electable because they are promoting a left populist platform. Amy McGrath, on the other hand, also lasered babies in the fucking Air Force and is not electable and will never be electable. Democrats run veterans all around the country. Democrats run veterans all around the country. They run literal fucking CIA operatives all around the country, whether it be Elisa Slotkin or whether it be Abigail Spanberger, people who literally say, I loved being in the CIA. I played a formative role in torturing prisoners. It was awesome. And Democrats go, that's fucking sick. But the one time there's a motherfucker who's like, yeah, I want Medicare for all. I think this, the illegal war stuff was really fucked up. It fucked me up. I have great shame, and I carry this weight with me everywhere I go. I was really fucked up. And every leftist goes, nah, kill this person. That's it. Speaking of which, I obviously, given my background, will of course push for Amy McGrath again. Our democracy is under siege. Cowards in Washington are bowing to Donald Trump, and the Kentuckians are paying the price. Kentuckians deserve someone battle-tested and ready to fight for them day one. I've spent my life stepping up when the mission was tough and the stakes were high. First as a Marine, and now for Kentucky. I'm ready to complete the mission. Will you join me?
I'm Amy McGrath. This isn't just a chair. It's an open seat.
Hell yeah.
And this video, no slogans, no gimmicks, no BS. What we're seeing in this country from this president, not normal, dangerous for Kentuckians and for all Americans. You might know me. I'm Amy McGrath. When I joined the Marines, I swore an oath to the
For me, it's like, if we're gonna have fucking vets running, I would much rather have left flank vets running in positions on an objectively leftist platform than fucking whatever this nonsensical centrist bullshit is. Okay? You were bastardizing Lenin's name. Yes, Lenin said to work with the bourgeois parliament, though only within a class independent party. How can you say we're not ripe for class politics? Look at your party in UK. You have no trust in the working class. I used to really respect you, but now you're just holding the workers' movement back like so many reformers before you. Yes, I'm holding the workers' movement back. You, on the other hand, are going to successfully foment revolutionary sentiment amongst the working class tomorrow. Okay? I'm saying we're not there in the United States of America, especially. I'm the bad guy. I am the hurdle. I am the hurdle. You're right. Posting all day, Lenin is what Lenin would do. Unironically, they did post a lot, to be fair. Socialist, revolutionary, they loved writing, and they loved writing about other socialists, other ideological tendencies. They did unironically post non-fucking stop, perhaps too much. Everybody wrote back then, though. Your former debate opponent just posted this. Nice. Your party is filled with landlords and social conservatives, and meanwhile, everyone's joining Greens.
Constitution to defend this country against all enemies, foreign and domestic. I flew F-18 fighter jets, 89 combat missions. I know what courage looks like. Right now, way too many politicians don't. And Americans are being thrown under the bus by cowards in Washington without the moral backbone to serve our nation with honor. You deserve a senator who acts with decency and patriotism, who believes in the goodness and the promise of America. This open Kentucky seat will decide the balance of power.
It's not that you are the enemy. It's just the foxes and the wolves dynamic is taking place in the people. This is what Malcolm X repeatedly talked about. Yeah, I'm in a wolf in sheep's clothing.
Power in the Senate. The stakes are high. We all need to step up and act with courage to meet this moment.
Dude, we got to give her $17 quintillion. Okay, this time it's going to happen. Yeah. Even though last time she fundraised an unimaginable amount and lost by 30 points to a turtle-shaped dipshit who can't even stand up straight, but this time is different. Okay, it's going to happen, dude. It's going to happen. I swear. Anyway, Trump is to meet with GOP Senate leaders as nuclear stockpile workers are furloughed. Let's get back to the fucking real world now. No more theory.
Weeks into the government shutdown and overnight air travel.
You are not taking criticism well today and yesterday and this week in general. Maybe take a break for your sake and for the sake of the movement. Brother, if you think I am representative of anything but my own values, but I'm broadly representative of like this socialist movement, you are already far too invested in Twitch to be a serious person. Okay? Like, there is no movement. What movement? Where is your movement? Okay? I'm a fucking Twitch streamer, dog. I'm a Twitch streamer who can't even get his 30,000 chat to be a little bit more reflective on the existing state of American politics, who hyper focus on all of the minutia. If I didn't take, he's taking criticism well, just because he responds against it doesn't mean he isn't. Yeah, like also if I didn't like listen to your criticisms, okay, I would just ban you and fucking move on to the news. Instead, I spent 3 hours and 41 minutes this morning going all the way back to left communism and infantile disorder to explain why you have to exhaust all readily available options while taking a good, cold, hard look at the existing material conditions in the imperial core in a bourgeois democracy that has two capitalist, one center-right and one far-right political party.
Traffic control centers across the country facing crippling staffing shortages. Flights bound for Austin, Texas temporarily halted, the FAA issuing a ground stop. Airports from Dallas to Atlanta to Newark recently facing similar delays as some air traffic...
Dude, I hate when you say there's no motion bullshit. There's just nearly enough yet. No, we are in the beginning stages of having any sort of motion, but I think people... You did indeed go bastardize Lenin, get immediately refuted by evidence, and then act like the person who refuted you was advocating for hyper-accelerationism. Wait, what? Like that person was absolutely right about a workers' party? Okay, but we don't have one, is what I'm saying. You should be fucking embarrassed, dude. I can't be wrong. And if I am wrong, it doesn't matter. Dude, where? Who? How? Who's done it? Look at the state of fucking labor unions in this country. Where is it? Explain to me what your counter is instead of talking about what you think Lenin implied or something, okay? Explain to me, where is the Workers' Party? How do you build a Workers' Party in this country in the absence of class consciousness? Have you gone out and spoken to the average worker, Surely if we just keep running in the bourgeois parties, our unions will get stronger. Brother, stop. Take a deep breath and tell me what the alternative is, what your vision is. Because instead of trying to tear down and bastardize my vision for change, explain to me what your vision for change is and the viability of it. Okay? You're still doing the thing where you're just critiquing what I'm saying without describing to me a viable alternative. Okay? This is the problem. How is this any different than your criticism of Ezra Klein? Because, wait, what? Ezra Klein wants to run right-wing candidates. I want the Democratic Party to, by force, through the process of electoralism, at least in the interim, in the absence of a viable working party, a viable workers' party, to, at the very least, show a lot of liberals who have been fearful for no reason of the term socialism to no longer exhibit the same reactionary tendencies towards socialism by recognizing that there is electoral viability. What have I always told you? The vote blue no matter who guys. If Bernie Sanders were to win in the primaries in the Democratic Party, do you think the vote blue no matter who guys would have been like, I'm not voting for Bernie? Okay. Oh my God, this guy's still talking about Plattner. Jesus Christ. What do you want me to do? Give you a rundown of the entire program of developing a workers' party in a bourgeois state? Like, bro, first of all, I do not presume to know the best strategy. That's why I look at the goddamn historical evidence. PSL, someone just pointed out too. Sure. You need more anarchists in here? No, we need less anarchists in here. Why not build a viable workers' party now? Why aren't the leftists in office pushing for it or criticizing the Dems in a structural way to take advantage of their unpopularity instead of rehabbing their image? Great question. Why not build a viable workers' party now? Because I don't think Americans identify as workers. I don't think Americans realize that they have more socialist tendencies than they actually think they do. Okay? Americans, by and large, abhor what they think socialism is. You have to look at what people's what the broad public's consciousness is. Liberalism, whether we recognize it as a positive or not, doesn't matter, and I certainly don't recognize it as a positive, has broad popularity, a lot more broad popularity as it stands currently, and the Democratic Party, maybe not Democratic Party in general now, but like liberalism has more popularity and more representative of mass politics than socialism at this stage. It is upon us to actually explain to people what socialism is. It is upon us to be normal and good and cool and to show liberals who are fearful that their fears are unnecessary. And while there is a viable outlet to do so within a weak center-right party that actually presents itself under the false auspices of being a left flank party, it is pertinent upon liberals, or not liberals, sorry, leftists, to try and use the existing platform in this moment of weakness to show the broad masses that self-identify as liberals that they are probably a lot closer to a socialist opinion than a liberal one. entryism doesn't work if the end goal of entryism is to simply make the liberal Democratic Party into the workers' party in and of itself. If that's not going to happen, you can at least take advantage of the platform that is given to you.
Controllers forced to work without pay during the shutdown start to call out.
I think what you might see is more disruptions in travel as more of them look to say, how do I bridge the gap between the check that's not coming and putting food on my table?
And growing concern this morning after 1,400 federal workers tasked with safeguarding the country's nuclear stockpile were abruptly furloughed by the Trump administration. Only 400 now left.
Every day that the government is shut down, it is a danger to the American people.
On Capitol Hill, Democrats digging in, saying they're fighting to extend expiring Obamacare tax credits and prevent insurance premiums from spiking for millions. But time is running out. Obamacare open enrollment starts November 1st, less than 2 weeks away. House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries telling me,
by that point, tens of millions of people across the country will realize that their health insurance premiums, copays, and deductibles have skyrocketed.
Republicans refusing to negotiate on health care while the government is shut down.
The motion is not agreed to.
For the 11th time overnight, the Senate failing to advance a funding bill to end the shutdown, while federal workers like Imelda Avila Thomas worry how long they can go without pay. She's a local union leader furloughed from the Department of Labor whose husband works at the VA.
We are regular people. We're not millionaires. You know, we're regular people.
Their daughter's 12th birthday is just days away.
We said, look, your birthday's going to look a little different this year, you know, and she is very well aware of it.
And officials are warning time is running out for critical programs. SNAP, often called food assistance, which serves more than 40 million Americans, is set to dry up in most states by the end of this month. Meantime, in the House of Representatives, Speaker Johnson has kept his chamber out for the third straight week now, the fourth straight time he's canceled votes. House members have not voted now for over a month, but they still, by law, are paid during a shutdown, even when most federal workers are not. Robin.
That doesn't sit well with a lot of folks. All right, Jay, thank you.
The government shutdown now the second longest in U.S. history, but that does not mean that Washington is at a standstill. In fact, part of the historic East Wing of the White House was torn down yesterday to prepare for construction of President Trump's massive new ballroom. Nancy Cordes is at the White House, as she often is. Nancy, good morning.
Good morning, Tony. Yeah, as we head into week 4 of this shutdown, President Trump is set.
Not my big, beautiful White House, bro. This is the exact experience I had coming into your chat. I identified as liberal here in Brazil, but I slowly realized I'm much closer to a socialist than a liberal, and I was able to educate myself, and I was not even a liberal. I was downright neo-Nazi past and had opinions, and I had to confront and realize they were purely wrong. There are many people like you in this chatter. Do not feel discouraged by a lot of fucking annoying moral purists, okay? That's why I don't listen to any of the dumb fucks that are constantly chirping. And that is perhaps one of the major reasons as to why I've been able to build such a fucking large community. Because I don't listen to the fucking annoying moronic chirpers in the chat. These moronic chirpers, the cringe LARPers, they have been around when I had 35 viewers. Many of them have still stuck around and still chirp into the fucking wind. But at every step of the way, they have said, why are you allowing people the opportunity to understand your positions without immediately admonishing them? Okay? Chirpers who themselves probably do not even recognize that they did not have the same perfect opinions. Okay? That they also went through their own personal evolution, but now are too embarrassed to recognize it. And perhaps that is the reason why they attack so aggressively. Okay? People who behave as though they were born with a fucking copy of Das Kapital in one hand, with a firm commitment to creating the Marxist-Leninist vanguard from the early ages of 5. And I'm sure there are people like that. But what do I always say? Those people are privileged. They are. Those people are infinitely more susceptible to an attitude shift, a radical attitude shift in the negative direction than one who has gone through the process of having right-wing sentiment in their mind, believing all this nonsensical bullshit, and then working through it. Okay? Working through it through self-criticism, working through it by engaging in personal, engaging in some kind of like a personal discovery.
To meet with Republican senators today, but there's still no sign of serious bipartisan talks. Though there is one development, a potential vote this week on a bill to pay essential workers and service members. Troops have
How did you have the most outrage against the left from that story? Dude, you have got to let the anti-left resentments go. It's okay to be wrong. Stop getting one guy is not one guy. Is not. I'm not getting one guide. This is a million guys. This is all the guys. There are a lot of guys like this. Every now and then it's important to do a little bit of housekeeping and just like push back a little bit so they don't get too comfortable. Just an opinion on this, not a statement on everything you do.
Job, many of them only getting a paycheck by pulling from other military funds. The shutdown, however, is not getting in the way of construction here at the White House for a 90,000 square foot ballroom that is being built with private funds. That partially demolished building you're looking at is actually the east wing of the White House, which started to come down yesterday. And that took a lot of people by surprise because back in July, President Trump said the ballroom, quote, won't interfere with the current building. He said it was going to be an entirely separate building. But then a couple days ago, he reversed that, saying that the east wing would be demolished. He said everything out there is coming down. Mr. Trump says the East Wing, where the First Lady's office is located, is being fully modernized and will be more beautiful than ever when it is complete. But still no explanation from the White House, Tony, about why the plans changed.
So, Nancy, let's switch gears to another text message controversy for Republicans, this one involving the president's nominees, one of them anyway. What can you tell us about it?
Sure. So this one involves Paul Ingrassia, President Trump's pick to run the Office of Special Counsel, which is the operation that investigates whistleblower and discrimination complaints. Ingrassia is now facing a storm of criticism over alleged controversial text messages. Politico reported yesterday that he sent racist messages to a group chat saying, among other things, that the Martin Luther King Jr. holiday should be, quote, tossed into the seventh circle of hell, and that he has a, quote, Nazi streak. Ingrassia does have a Senate confirmation hearing scheduled for Thursday, but several Republican senators have already signaled they are going to vote against him if that happens. And last night, the majority leader, John Thune, says that he hopes the White House will just pull Ingrassia's nomination because he says he is not going to get confirmed. Tony?
Nancy, thank you very much.
Mr. President, the meeting with Vladimir Putin is canceled or put on hold. Do you know what happened there, and does that affect your decision whether or not to send tomahawks?
No, I don't want to have a wasted meeting. I don't want to have a waste of time, so I'll see what happens. But
he's so mad. Vladipoo, I don't want to waste time. I do love seeing him, but I don't want to waste time with him.
we did all of these great deals, great peace deals. They're all peace deals, agreements, solid agreements, every one of them. But this one, and I said, go to the line of battle, the battlefield lines, and you pull back and you go home, and everybody take some time off because you got two countries that are killing each other. You got two countries that are losing 5,000 to 7,000 soldiers a week. So we'll see what happens. It's we haven't made a determination.
Are you asking the Justice Department to look into the federal investigations into you and look for compensation? And how much are you asking for?
Who's asking for what?
Are you asking the Justice Department to pay you compensation
Whose
for
compensation?
your federal investigations into you? Are you asking them to pay compensation, and how much?
Into me? I don't get any compensation. I do it for nothing. I gave up my salary. Into me?
No, it's going to be the Justice Department. Are you asking them to pay you compensation for the federal investigations that happened to you? And how much are you asking
well,
for?
I guess they probably owe me a lot of money for that. Probably, yeah, that's true. That's very interesting. No, I get no salary. I gave up my salary. It's a good salary. Not as much as these guys make, but that's okay. It's a lot of money. And I don't, as you know, I didn't take it in the first 4 years. I'm not taking
So what's up with the compensation of the DOJ then?
it in these 4 years either. But as far as all of the litigation and everything that's been involved, yeah, they probably owe me a lot of money. But if I get money from our country, I'll do something nice with it, like give it to charity or give it to the White House while we restore the White House. And we're doing a great job in the White House. As you know, the ballroom is under construction. It's going to be, they've been trying to get it for 150 years. And it's really, I think it's going to be fantastic. But we'll see what happens. I mean, we have numerous cases having to do with the fraud of the election, the 2020 election. And because of everything that we found out, I guess they owe me a lot of money, but I'm not looking for money. I'm looking for really, I think it's got to be handled in a proper way. If it's not handled in a proper way, we don't want it to happen again. We can never let what happened in the 2020 election happen again. We just can't let that happen. And so the way we go, I know Cash is working on it, everybody's working on it, and certainly Tulsi's working on it. We can't let that happen again to our country. Look at what's happened where you have millions of people being allowed to come into our country, all because of a crooked election, where they come from prisons, they come from jails, they come from mental institutions and insane asylums. They're drug
He
dealers.
loves this line.
The people that they've allowed to come into our country. We cleaned them out in Washington, D.C. We have a very safe capital right now. We have a capital that's as safe as it can be. But I don't know. I mean, you'd have to ask the lawyers about that.
Mr. President, what did you hear from Mr. President? A comment and a question, please, for you. First of all, you have just 1 billion plus hearts around the globe, including India, by celebrating the Diwali in the White House.
Oh my God.
And my other comment is, Mr. President.
I like his question.
Oh my God. Anyone else, Trump would immediately hit he'd be like, what are you saying? I can't understand you. But it's because it's like a fucking glaze. It's a glaze fest. It's a glaze festival over here. He's like, very nice. What a kind statement. Some might say the best statement of all time.
In February, you and the White House staff gave a warm welcome to the Prime Minister of India, Mr. Narendra Modi. And after that, I decided to make a short trip to India for you, how popular you are in India. And I went there in a holiest also festival there. Millions of people were there. And also Prime Minister Narendra Modi was addressing a media event, 5,000 people. I was one of them there listening to him. And when I went to several states in India, what I found out, Mr. President, 3 people are most popular there. Prime Minister Narendra Modi, President Donald Trump, Mr. Kash Patel, and also with the surprise, our White House Press Secretary, Caroline Levitt.
She's doing good, right? She is doing good. Superstar.
And Mr. President, my question is, you had a great relationship with the people of India when you visited India, and with the Prime Minister of India, Narendra Modi, and also with the Indian American community. where do we stand today, all those generations from 45 to 47 in the future, Mr. President? Please, thank
Well,
you.
we stand great, and the people of India, I love the people of India, and we're working on some great deals between our countries. I spoke to Prime Minister Modi today, as I mentioned before, and we just have a very good relationship. And he's not going to buy much oil from Russia. He wants to see that war end as much as I do. He wants to see the war end with Russia, Ukraine. And as you know, they're not going to be buying too much oil. So they've cut it way back, and they're continuing to cut it way back.
Mr. President, Mr. President,
Yeah, please.
an appeals court recently ruled that you can send the National Guard in
Yeah.
Portland, Oregon. Do you feel unfettered to send the National Guard into whatever city you want now?
Well, I guess so. That was the decision. That I can send the National Guard if I see problems. I looked at Portland over the weekend. The place is burning down, just burning down. We weren't there. We didn't spend much time there because we were waiting for that decision. But the court, probably maybe that influenced the court. But you look at a place like Portland, it's ridiculous when they say that there's no problem. The place was on fire over the weekend.
Oh, totally.
But we won the case in Court of Appeals. I think it was the Ninth Circuit, so that's pretty good.
So, the Court of Appeals decision, I read it. It literally stated that, yes, Donald Trump is greatly exaggerating the conditions on the ground in Portland. Having said that, he still has the right to deploy the National Guard if he chooses to do so. They literally, even in the decision that overturned it, they said, yeah, he's making shit up. Not that it fucking matters.
And a very strong opinion that we have the right to use the National Guard. You would think that would be common sense. We have the right to use the National Guard to put out trouble. Well, that's, how I got elected. One of the reasons I got elected. Yes.
Mr. President, what changed your mind after talking to Vladimir Putin between then and now? Why did you think that a Budapest summit might be wasted time?
Well, I didn't say anything. I didn't say it would, and you never know what's going to happen. But a lot of things are happening on that front, on the war front with Ukraine and Russia. And we'll be notifying you over the next 2 days as to what we're doing.
Did you hear
a lot of things are happening.
Did you hear something from the
I think we're going to
President?
get it solved. Yeah, please.
Mr. President, on Ukraine, do you still see a chance for a ceasefire? And what is
Say it
Putin
again,
asking for?
what?
Do you still see a chance for a ceasefire? And what is
I do,
Putin
yeah,
asking
yeah.
for?
I do. It's a vicious war. It doesn't really affect us. We sell equipment to them. We sell equipment to NATO, and NATO gives it to Ukraine, but we don't pay anything anymore. Biden spent $350 billion. The war would have never happened if I were president.
By the way, the reason why he keeps saying, like, we don't lose anything, we just sell equipment to NATO, is because this is probably one of the worst indications that this is going to continue. Because I think he's trying to stress test that position to his own audience. He is basically trying to tell the Republicans that are like, bro, enough with this Ukraine shit, that the war is going to continue. We have no motion. We have no power. We have no leverage here. But I can't admit that to you, which is why I'm going to say this isn't foreign aid. This is actually very helpful for the American industry, which is military Keynesianism that Joe Biden actually tried to advocate for as well. I'd go so far as to say, given the confines, given the conditions on the battlefront, Biden had more leverage to end it than Trump does currently. But understand where he's coming from and what he is signaling he's going to continue to do.
Would have never, not even a million years, and Putin knows that too, would have never happened. But it did happen, and I came in, and I have to see if I can put it out. But it doesn't affect us because we're not losing soldiers there. Although, when I first came in, that could have ended up, it's not going to happen, but it could have ended up in World War III. That was really out of control. So now it's they're shooting and they're killing people, and I think Putin wants it to end, and I think Zelensky wants it to end, and I think it's going to end.
Is that rumors that he reached out to you about meeting on the government shutdown? Will you meet with him before you leave for Asia on Friday?
Well, I will actually. I'd love to meet with them. I just want them to open up the country first. You know, the country is so hot right now, and they've never voted against, you know, continuation. They've never voted against. They've never done that. They're doing this because they have Trump derangement syndrome. But I would love to meet. I would like to meet with both of them. But I set one little caveat. I will only meet if they let the country open. They have to let the country open. The people want to go back to work.
They want to negotiate. He wants to negotiate with the leaders of the party to open the country, but the only way he will do so is if they concede ahead of time. Like, what the fuck? Okay.
They want to be served. They want to. They need the services of some people, and a lot of people need the money, the payroll. So I'll do it as soon as they open up the country. I'd like to meet.
So you won't meet with them until the government. Just to be clear, you won't meet with them until the government.
Heart of the deal, baby. Art of the fucking deal, baby. Respect. He's fucking running around being like, yep, no deal until you give me everything that I want. And then maybe I'll talk to you.
It's open.
The government has to be open, yeah. The government has to be-
Mr. President.
You know how long it would take for them to do that? Just say, okay, government's open, that's it. There is nothing.
How long
They're
do you
not
think this could
negotiating.
go?
What they're doing is saying they lost the negotiation, and when we got the great big beautiful deal done, they lost that negotiation. Now they're saying, well, we want to get some of the things we lost. But the problem is the things they lost are very bad for our country. We don't want to have people come over from all over the world, from prisons and all, and have them have their health care paid for. We want to take care of people that are here, that are American citizens and all. So they want $1.5 trillion.
For the people who are saying Graham Plattner tattoo thoughts, because I saw some comments. If you are a subscriber to the Piker Broadcasting Service, and these are totally voluntary, you have the opportunity to rewind as long as you are watching on a desktop. I have spent the first 3.5 hours talking about it and then even diving into Lenin by the end of the conversation. So it's a wonderful 3-hour and 40-minute conversation that took place. And I think it was somewhat productive in helping people come to terms with where I'm at and what I'm committed to. I don't think anyone thinks Plattner is a Nazi because of the tattoo. I think he's a dumbass, which definitely doesn't really clash with his brand that much, but it does suggest the question, why run a smart person for office? Why not run a smart person for office instead? I think people need to think this through a bit, especially if Gaza is important to you. A loud advocate for Palestine in the Senate with a Nazi tattoo would be the ADL and AIPAC's greatest gift. It's not a knock on his lane or what he's trying to do, but surely there's someone else. There isn't. That's the problem. A lot of people, including people who I greatly respect and admire, like Adam Johnson, I think sometimes don't understand what it takes to launch a campaign and a candidacy. Especially when literally this dude went in and got all of the fucking, all the endorsements of every single labor union, Bernie Sanders, all these other people. Sometimes you're just locked in. If you can't see yourself voting for him, then that's fine. That's understandable. Okay? Yeah, Plattner says he'll remove tattoo that resembles Nazi symbol. His former political director said he knows damn well what the tattoo signifies. It was not until I started hearing from the reporters and DC insiders that I realized the tattoo resembled a Nazi symbol. Plattner said in a statement to Politico on Tuesday, I absolutely would not have gone through life having this tattoo on my chest if I knew that. And to insinuate that I did is disgusting. I'm already planning to get this removed. Plattner reiterated that he got the tattoo while out drinking with fellow Marines in Croatia, choosing the skull and crossbones off a wall in the tattoo parlor. He has said the similarity to Nazi iconography never came up, including when he underwent physical exams mandated by the U.S. Army, which prohibits tattoos of identified hate symbols. In the nearly 20 years since this hasn't come up, Plattner said, I cannot believe it. But after talking to a bunch of people in this chat who are very neurodivergent and I thought were locked in on, you know, identifying symbols of hate, I guess a lot of Americans literally don't fucking know. I cannot believe it. I feel like a failure as far as my advocacy against Nazi symbols. Only 40% of this chat said they knew that the totem cloth was a Nazi symbol, a prominent Nazi symbol. 60% of this chat said, and this community is way more tuned into that kind of stuff than the average American is. That is fucking crazy. How was that possible? Yeah, I only knew it because you taught us when you were covering the Azov Battalion. I only knew because I found out from you when I first started watching 7 years ago. Jesus Christ. What? If he picked it off a wall, the story's bullshit. No tattoo studio that has that on their wall. Flash sheets will only have that and nothing else sketchy. No, it's definitely, he definitely went into a fucking Nazi tattoo parlor in Croatia. That part of the story is the most believable part of the story. The unbelievable part of the story is the fact that nobody told him for 20 years almost, and he never took it off. A fucking Ustazi supporting Croatian tattoo parlor being like, hell yeah, brother, this is the best tattoo to give you. That makes sense. I thought Plattner's tattoo was a pirate symbol from a pirate flag. Law. Oh my God. Plattner's statement that he would get the tattoo removed came after questions were raised, including from a former top campaign staffer, about how he could have been unaware of the tattoo's connotations. Maybe he didn't know when he got it, but he got it years ago and he should have had it covered up because he knows damn well what it means. Plattner's former political director, Genevieve McDonald, wrote on Facebook. McDonald, once again, resigned from the campaign even before this shit. And this is an understandable point for someone to like say, all right, I'm out. But the fact that she resigned because she saw Reddit posts of him being like, I'm a commie, I'm Antifa, and was like, okay, I'm out, implies I don't care about her perspective at all. I think she's a fucking dumbass. The tattoo revelation came after Plattner apologized last week for a series of offensive Reddit posts. There's a Plattner political compass. I got older and became a communist. Deleted post show main senators hopeful raw views and politics. Oh, dude, head in the office is goated. I didn't even know they were on Twitter. That's so funny. This is hilarious. Welcome back, LBJ. Created Medicare and Medicaid, said the N-word, whipped out his dick in public, signed the Civil Rights Act into law. I think on the top, the top left quadrant, you could also say, sent the fucking National Guard to forcefully abide by desegregation in red states. Whipped out his dick in public. Oh, that's true. It's literally fucking true. That is hilarious. Top right, Vietnam War, obviously. I mean, that too.
Money to be wasted and jeopardize the health care of other people. We're not going to do that. So I would love to meet with them. We want the country open for us.
Mr. President, a new poll shows that if Curtis Sliwa dropped out of the New York mayoral race, then Andrew Cuomo would only trail Mamdani by 4 points. Would you call Curtis Sliwa to drop out of the race so that can happen?
Well, I looked at the polls, and looks like we're going to have a communist as the mayor.
Oh, he gave up. Let's go. Oh, can you believe it? I got a mailer the other day from Andrew Cuomo. He said, Google HasanAbi 9/11. I Googled it. I said to myself, unbelievable. Can you believe it? Can you believe it? They're going to do 9/11s. They're going to do so many 9/11s in New York. We've given up. What? Did he change it?
New York, it'll be very interesting. But here's the good news. He's got to go through the White House. Everything goes through the White House. At least this White House it does. And we'll have to see what happens. But
like, can you imagine, dude, Biden being like, hey, there's a special election happening in, I don't know, insert red state. And if you don't make sure that it is my Democratic senator who wins in the special election, I am going to cut funds to your state, to your bumfuck red state. That is calls for a civil war, okay? But when Trump says it, it's just Tuesday. It's just October 21st, 2025, just another Tuesday. Incredible.
if he dropped out, he's not going to win. And not looking too good for Cuomo either. But maybe, I don't know, if he dropped out, maybe Cuomo would have a little bit of a chance, but not much. Because it looks like the lead is, it's not a great lead, but it's big enough that he should be able to win. So
I genuinely don't understand what is in the mentality and mindset of like a lot of people online, online leftists who are so hyper focused on Graham Plattner. Like I don't understand it. Like why is this your main point of contention? I truly want to know, because there's something that I have never seen. I have never seen this level of intensity. You spent 4 hours talking about him. I know part of the reason why is because like a lot of people are very, very pissed off. It's because you are, their entire universe is you, and everyone who hates you. Bad Empanada made a video about you and Graham Plattner literally yesterday. Yeah. Because the Argentina Trotsky is leading them? Yeah, Mr. Permanent Revolution. It's because he has a Nazi tattoo. Of course, it's a sensational info for leftists. No, this is before the Nazi tattoo. The Nazi tattoo is when I also was like, this is completely fucked up. They've been yelling at me over Graham Plattner non-fucking stop. Zohran Mamdani, opposition researcher. Several kindergarten classmates recalled that Mamdani often sang lyrics threatening violence against Barney the dinosaur, a figure many in the Jewish community regard as a hero. Graham Plattner, Oppo Research. I heart eating shit. Expect more brigaders tomorrow after he releases a video about how he told you so. I mean, I don't really care. Here's my issue. How much leeway do we give him? Where do we draw the line? I don't know. I feel like the Nazi tattoo thing is a decent fucking line to draw for many. All I was saying is I'm actually quite encouraged that liberals have looked at his background, at his Reddit posts, and him being like, I'm a communist, I'm a socialist, I'm a revolutionary, blah, 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 and have not felt discouraged and are still firmly committed to him. That actually blows my mind. Do with that information what you will, but I feel like you get a lot of mileage if you don't have Graham Plattner's fucking baggage and you are running on a campaign similar to that. That's what I'm seeing. And honestly, I don't give a fuck about what the leftists have to say about not Graham Plattner, but any fucking left flank candidate that could run potentially. Because, god damn it, we got some better allies right now. The Barbers and the motherfucking Debras, it seems, are way more invested, and have a firm commitment to the notion that a left populist candidate will actually destroy even red seats and will seize control over purple territories. Mamdani hasn't gotten an ounce of this charitability. That's not true. You're wrong. Mamdani is unimaginably popular amongst the very same libs that are also defending Graham Plattner right now. Oh my God. Are you fucking joking? Oh, dude. I think Zohran Mamdani is beloved in spite of the fact that he is brown and Muslim. Do you know how fucking racist? Guys, the reason why I didn't bring up the Nazi tattoo when I was talking about how liberals don't consider that to be bad, as opposed to him saying he's a communist and a socialist, is because liberals, by and large, I suspect, would be way more angry about him saying he's a revolutionary communist. We must rise up with the fucking armed working class to foment revolution, all this shit that he said. Okay? Liberals are probably going to be more fucking pissed off about Graham Plattner saying shit like that than the Nazi tattoo. Graham Plattner has a skull and crossbones tattoo he's got as a soldier. James Tallarico is a Teach for America grifter funded by casino interests. Mallory McMorrow is a secret APAC plan for donors. Guess what pearl clutchers think is scandalous? The reason anyone pretends to care about Plattner's tattoo and Reddit posts is because they think he's coming after the rich. That's it. That's all it's about. They hate populists because we actually believe in equality that terrifies them. I want a vigorous examination into Plattner. This Oppo dump on his tattoo and Reddit post isn't that. I think a big part of the reason why the centrist Dems are coming after him, even though his left flank is like actually defending him, is because of if his campaign, in spite all odds, is able to overthrow Susan Collins. I need you to understand something, okay? If Graham Plattner, as a left populist, disillusioned veteran, like that's how he's presented himself. If his campaign, his left populist campaign, not like whatever you guys fucking think and whatever you're mad about, because I'm not even talking about his like policy agenda once he's in office. Who knows where he goes, okay? Will he probably be like an institutional Dem? It seems he's so fucking malleable that perhaps, yes. I don't think he has like as aggressive of a backbone to defend like leftist positions unconditionally, uncompromisingly, okay? But if he wins on a left populist flank in a fucking purple area and takes over a red seat, I don't think you guys understand what kind of incredible changes that can come from that. Maybe it's because I'm too close to the issue as a political commentator who speaks to the Democrats all the fucking time, both behind closed doors and also on the stream. But one of the number one arguments that the Matt Iglesiases of the world have consistently presented against left populist candidates is this idea that it doesn't work. It only works in New York if it does. It doesn't work in red districts. It doesn't work for purple seats. How dare you? Okay? I'm telling you, dude, if this motherfucker gets across the finish line in spite of all of his ridiculous and awfully suspicious red flag riddled background on a platform that's like, I don't give a fuck. I just want everyone to have health care. Yeah, I was a veteran. I was fucked up. I was stupid. Oh, I'm so stupid. I can't believe I got a fucking Nazi tattoo. So stupid. But like, I still want everyone to have health care. Like, I'm backed by all the labor unions. Like, if he runs on that campaign and he fucking wins a red Senate seat, dude, are you fucking kidding me? Are you fucking kidding me? I'm putting my nutsack on every fucking table inside of the goddamn Capitol, okay? I'm stamping my nuts. Every Democrat can suck me from the back after that, okay? Oh, what happened? I thought this was just a Zoran thing. I thought it couldn't fucking work anywhere else. I thought it was because New York is woke and gay. The opportunities are fucking endless, okay? I'm from Maine. He's our best candidate. I don't care what some terminally online folks who couldn't point out Maine on a map think about our choice between Plattner and a couple shitty lib dinosaurs. Probably won't door knock for him again, though, lol. Okay, well, if you think he's the best option, you should still continue doing that. Too much faith in electoralism? No. Oh, my God. Do we have to do a broader... By the way, Patrick, lunch enjoyer, wants to collab with you at some point. He apologizes for any previous slights in the past. One of his friends may have done something that was off-putting and they didn't mean it. They're in the same group as Caleb and they want to link up. They appreciate every time you reference I heart eating shit. Sorry for interjecting on the convo. I'm a dumb chatter. That's so funny. I think those guys are very funny. And also, the dude who was shitting on me has already apologized to me in the DMs like a long time ago. Said the same thing with Fetterman, bro. He literally chased down a black man saying the same shit in terms of policy. We already established this is a real tried and proven method. No, because Fetterman's victory was still firmly within the hands of like the Democrat establishment, the Democrat, within the confines of like the Democratic Party. I suspect that even if Fetterman's opposition in the primaries won, he still would have defeated Dr. Oz. Like Connor Lamb would have fucking also defeated Dr. Oz, which probably my biggest fucking probably my biggest L Who knew that Connor Lamb would be an infinitely better choice? That motherfucker was flexing. He was basically running around talking about how, you know, Israel is doing a genocide actually as a way to just say fuck you to everybody, all the fucking progressives that voted for John Fetterman. Literally, Connor Lamb was like, yeah, the Democrats really need to stop with this Israel shit. I was like, come on! Are you fucking kidding me? You can't be running around as a fucking shitty-ass neoliberal against John Fetty-Wap only to turn around and be like, just kidding, dude. I actually would have been way better, okay? And Connor would have probably been the same, to be honest, is wrong. John Fetterman is a uniquely bad candidate. No, I do not believe that Connor Lamb, regardless of how much of a fucking shitty establishment neolib he was, would be capable of behaving like a guy who has a unique brain. Also, I can't understand why so many people, I think so many people were so bricked by Fetterman, no pun intended. So many people were bricked by Fetterman that they just cannot see a world outside of John Fetterman. John Fetterman is a once in a lifetime situation. Okay. He got brain damage. It's not like he's hiding it. Like he literally he stroked out so hard, he became a conservative. Like, it's not even like a Kirsten Sinema style situation, because Kirsten Sinema, by the time she was running for office, was already like saying that she was a centrist. Okay? Kirsten Sinema, by the time she was running for office, was saying she's a centrist. John Fetterman literally wasn't saying anything while he was running for office the last time around because his brain had bricked up. And then once he was in office, he was like, I actually am the worst conservative you ever met.
Taxpayers pay him nearly $250 million for legal fees. We were talking earlier, you know, maybe Jim Comey's going to ask to be paid too after his case gets tossed, and every other person who's ever been prosecuted by DOJ and was and not convicted might ask for the same thing. But it just takes a lot of cheek to ask the people who work for you to approve a $250 million payment to the president. I mean,
not even the people that work for you. It's potentially even the law firm, the people who wrote the matter for the complaint.
Yeah. Chris Van Hollen had a stroke at the same time and I didn't become Fetterman. Wait, what? Wait. Oh my God. Is this equilibrium? Is that why Chris Van Hollen is so woke now? Oh my God. Shut the fuck up. Are you serious? Did Chris Van Hollen actually have a stroke at the same time? Dude. Do strokes happen in that way where like they hit people with a stroke gun, but the target becomes a Nazi, but if someone else is in the periphery, they become an anti-Nazi? Or do you think they swap their brains out? Are you being sarcastic? No, Chris Van Hollen has unironically become one of my favorite like regular ass Democratic senators. And the reason why I say that is because he has done a lot of good stuff when other Democrats were too pussy to even attempt to put their bodies on the line to say anything about all the fuck shit that the administration was doing. Chris Van Hollen has been going nutty mode. He's like one of the most outspoken congresspersons on Israel. He literally flew to El Salvador to extract Kilmar Abrego Garcia. Is actually pretty crazy. Oh my God, Chris Van Hollen got hit with the woke gun, the woke stroke gun. And the goddamn ogre got hit with the anti-woke stroke gun. Van Hollen's was in 22 and Fetterman was in 23. Maybe they hit Van Hollen first to try it out. It was a trial release. No, they were the same week. Wait, what? Statement from Senator Van Hollen. Today, U.S. Senator Chris Van Hollen released the following statement. This weekend, I was admitted to George Washington University Hospital for experiencing lightheartedness and acute neck pain. While I was delivering a speech at Western Maryland, at the recommendation of the attending physician, I sought medical attention upon my return. Earlier today, an angiogram indicated that I experienced a minor stroke in the form of a small venous tear at the back of my head. Wait. When was Fetty Wap? Obviously, every case is unique, but without actually weighing in on the Fetterman interview tonight, there is ample history of stroke survivors serving in the Senate. And really recent history, too. Tim Johnson, Mark Kirk, Ben Ray Lujan, Chris Van Hollen. Wait, it was around the same time. Bro. Bro got stroked out so hard, he went to fucking Gaza, bro. U.S. Senator Chris Van Hollen and Jeff Merkley, or not Gaza, West Bank, sorry, condemned violence against Palestinians as they visit the historic Church of St. George in the occupied West Bank, which was attacked by Israeli settlers in July. Bro, the stroke giveth and the stroke taketh. What the fuck? What the fuck, dude? So how the fuck did this happen to John Fetty Wap? Like, John Fetty Wap had the reverse stroke. Oh my God, 5/15/2002, 5/13/2002. Oh my God. Oh my God. There is an equilibrium. There was a balance. They stroked one out to turn him into this fucking ogre, and they stroked the other one out to turn him into a woke-ger. Perfectly balanced as things should be.
You know, I don't know that I want to get involved. It's really a question of, would I rather have a Democrat or a communist? And I would rather have a Democrat than a communist.
Oh!
Will you meet with Mamdani if he wins?
Yeah, I'll speak to him.
Did you-
I have an obligation to speak to him. But look, I love New York. I've always loved New York. I just can't believe a thing like this is happening. I left New York, and we had a mayor, de Blasio, who was a disaster. But when I left, it was sort of before he could really take hold. And boy, New York was a hot city, and now it's sad to see what's happening, frankly. And with the communists in charge, look, you just go back 1,000 years. I mean, it's been done many times, 1,000 years. It's never worked once, so it's not going to work now either.
On your Mr. President, you're building your ballroom right now. They're also building the Obama Presidential Library. I'm wondering if you've
He needs help.
Have you seen pictures of the architecture and
Yeah,
what
I
do you think
did. It's not too pretty. No, but it's closed. It's stopped. They ran out of money. I mean, he's building a library / museum. You know, you call it some museum, and usually they call it library and museum. That's the official name. And they're stuck. And he wanted only women and DEI to build it. Well, that's what they got. And the construction workers are standing out there and saying, we want to.
Bro, even the threat of union organizing is enough for a company to immediately declare that they're raising wages. Okay? And just like that, the threat of a socialist Democrat mayor is enough for the Republicans to immediately concede and be like, well, I guess we can have a regular Democrat instead of a socialist one. Have you noticed that? Have you noticed that? Interesting. Just saying, Overton window shifted so fast, my head snapped. Meanwhile, this motherfucker's running around. This motherfucker's running around talking about 1,000 years of communism. He's talking about primitive accumulation, chat. That's what he's talking about.
Be able to build it. You know, you have I built a great building in Chicago, as you know, a big, beautiful building, one of the tallest buildings in the country.
A lot of you are joking, but yeah, he's talking about anarcho-primitivism. He's talking about primitive accumulation. He's talking about how people used to just pick fruit, okay, for the tribes, not a big deal. And then the enclosures came. Can you believe it? And then the enclosures came, and they said, no more public land. No more. The land-owning rentier class abolished the freedoms that the proletariat had in their subsistence living formation for thousands of years. And at the time, it was hard. The peasants could not stop themselves. Total woke failure. It led to agriculture.
And we got it built very quickly, very well. And we used the construction workers of Chicago. They're great workers. They're great construction people. And I suggested he get them involved. But they're hundreds of millions of dollars over budget. And I think it stopped. I'm reading these terrible stories.
Primitive accumulation refers to the process in which the ruling classes stole wealth from the producers before capitalism. You are thinking of primitive communism. Yes. Thank you for correcting me.
But that's the way our country was run under President Obama, too. Nobody knew it.
Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. President.
No, it's not. I mean, he's not wrong. He's right.
Crude oil supplier in September. Are you considering tariffs on China?
Well, I mean, you read the same papers as I do, but I don't have to read the papers because I'm the one. Right now, as of November 1st, China will have about 155% tariff put on it. And I don't think it's sustainable for them, so I want to be nice to China. But China's been very rough with us over the years because we had presidents that weren't smart from a business standpoint. Some were good politicians, some weren't even good politicians, but they allowed China to take advantage of us and every other country to take advantage of us. If you see, I made a deal with the European Union. I made a deal with Japan, with South Korea. I made a lot of these deals that are great deals. And I was able to do it. It's really national security. I was able to do it because of tariffs. And we're getting hundreds of billions, even trillions of dollars paid into the United States. We're a very rich country again. We'll start paying off debt. We'll do a lot of things. We'll probably make a distribution out of some of the tariff money. I think we're going to make a distribution over the next fairly short period of time to people because we took in so much money from the tariffs, just European Union, $650 billion, Japan, $550 billion, South Korea, $350 billion. That's even a lot of money for you guys, right? That's not bad, right? But no, we're taking in a lot of money, and it keeps people like this here because that's why they're coming in. I mean, you wouldn't be, I mean, I'm not going to speak for you, but generally they won't be coming in if it weren't for tariffs. They come in here and they don't have to pay any tariff. If they do it outside, they pay a lot of money, a lot of tariffs. The money comes to us. And in order not to pay the tariff, they come and they build here. That's why we have more plants under construction than we've ever had in the history.
What do you know about this money? About the same as Donald Trump knows about the money, which is to say nothing. Everything, bro, everything that he is saying is an abject lie. As far as like the coffers, as far as the tariffs goes, yes, they have collected some money. Okay, they have collected some money from the tariffs, but again, that ends up having an inflationary effect on the goods that you're consuming. So it technically still ends up coming out of your pockets. But as far as like the IOUs that he constantly talks about from like Korea and all these other places, like that's all bullshit. And I assume this is like a Diwali thing, right, chat? Where are my Indian HasanAbi heads at? Is it? I don't know. I don't want to come across as insensitive, but
break out.
Nice. Dude, it's been kind of crazy seeing what's his face? Seeing Kash Patel be like, "Oh, I celebrate like Happy Diwali," right? And then there's just like right-wing motherfuckers who are like quote retweeting him and being like, "Stop with this shit. You better stop with this right now. You cut it out with this fucking Diwali nonsense. It's not American." It's like, damn, bro. Yeah, it was Matt Walsh. Matt Walsh said, "Get the fuck out of here with this Diwali shit." Or was it Matt Walsh or it was Steven Crowder that I saw. Which is crazy. Like, why the fuck is that a problem? Why is that crazy? It's crazy because I think it's a sign of the times that prominent and not so prominent Republican political commentators are so overt with their racism. Like, it's actually incredibly, it's devastating that people are so open about like their demands to deport brown people, like Indian people, even if they are prominent figures in the administration. Mandy Asante, American Christians, if you can have your church bell, we can have our Islamic prayer call. Christianity built this country. Islam did not at all, even in the slightest way. That's why we can have our church bells, you ungrateful little bitch. And then the one I was thinking of is Steven Crowder straight up. What is this? Clue Freeman, D, New York, 45 years old but young at heart. The king of Zing loves to say while Trump's up to some monkey business, I'm over here standing on business and other really awesome, useful shit.
Pennsylvania. And these Republicans, they are not the party of law and order. They're the party of lawlessness and disorder.
Fucking got him. Fucking got him. This is Steven Crowder on Kash before and after. Yeah, this is why the establishment is so afraid of Kash Patel. And then boom, could we not? Happy Diwali, celebrating the Festival of Lights around the world as good triumphs over evil. It's fucking nuts, bro. I can't believe it. I cannot believe it, like how open they are. I cannot believe how open they are about how they're like relentless racism. I don't think this is good. And I don't mean like, oh, I don't think this is good for the future of the country. That much is clear. That's obvious. But I don't think this is good for even like having a long standing. No, guys, listen. It's obviously not good for anything. But I'm saying I don't think this has staying power. Okay? Like, I don't think this is a successful way to have long-standing power in this country by just being like every single person that's like that has different practices than me is bad and wrong and must be abolished. Like, it's not a very sustainable thing you can do in a country like the United States of America. Because like, even if you are shitting on your own fascist soldiers, okay, even if you're shitting on your own fascist soldiers at a time when your ranks are way more diverse, it's just not going to work. Fascism nowadays is much more diverse than the previous formations, especially in the United States of America, because the United States of America is a diverse country. And unless they find like a higher order to tie themselves to. Like, unless they try to build something new instead of just like blanket white supremacist fascism, they're not going to be able to maintain this movement, which is good, I think. Maybe I'm wrong, but I don't think you can get away with like shitting on your own brave fascist soldiers like this. I'm sorry to tell you that I found out why Trump gave up on beating Zoran.
I'm officially starting Hot Girls for Cuomo. So if you are a hot girl for Andrew Cuomo,
You are actually correct, because whites will be a minority as a collective by 2060. I mean, whites are already a minority depending on what your definition of whiteness is. To be fair, Hinduism is not fascism. Hindutva is. There's a difference. Wait, what? No, I'm not talking about Hinduism, man. What the fuck? No, I'm talking about Kash Patel. Kash Patel himself is a loyal servant of the fascist administration. I'm not talking about Diwali. I'm just saying you can't shit on Kash Patel for celebrating Diwali when he is a fucking loyal servant of fascism. And then simultaneously expect that you can have this this movement that is going to necessarily be diverse. That's just how America is. What is this? You need to see Matt's quote of this. It's diabolical. Click the link in this quote. Honestly, I was skeptical, but they did a good job with the website. That's awesome. HotGirlsForCuomo.com takes you to the Attorney General NewYork.gov website. Report of investigation into allegations of sexual harassment by Governor Andrew M. Cuomo. Oh my God. Respect. Free scroll the replies to this Bill Ackman tweet. The Zoran Mamdani campaign is actively working to keep Curtis Sliwa in the race. Come on, Ackman, stay in your lane. There's another website at work. What is this? Help me build HasanPiker911.com. Thanks to Cuomo at telling people to Google Hasan Piker 911. I went ahead and bought this domain. I want to prop up a simple website for people actually Googling Hasan Piker and 911. Who wants to help with this? I'd like to get something hosting over the next day or two. The goal here is to create an educational one-pager for people who have no idea what's going on. Sections. Who is Hasan Piker? Why would someone say America deserved 9/11? Why is this being brought up by Cuomo? What is Mamdani's stance? Where can I learn more / help Zoran win? Join an org. I also need help with the SEO because I don't know anything about how to do that for a new website. God damn. Getting the smears in at the final buzzer. Why Mamdani frightens Jews like me. Changing the URL. Zoran Mamdani, Israel, Palestine, Jew. Sick. Cuomo's going to win them all after this one? What is this? I mean, we're going to talk about fucking... De Blasio, you know. What the fuck? He's doing AI ads? Oh, God, he is so fucked. He is so fucked. Oh, Jesus Christ, he's doing AI slop. Ay, ay, ay. What a fucking shit show this has been. They're just so desperate that they're hitting every fucking racist line that they can. Anyway, let's finish this Trump thing and then I'll get to Zoran.
Of our country. And you wouldn't think it's complicated, but you would have thought somebody would have done this a long time ago, sitting in this beautiful seat behind what's called the Resolute desk. You know that, right? This is a very famous. This is even more famous than any of your desks. But your desks are very good.
Follow up on her question to you, because the New York Times is reporting that your legal team is seeking $230 million from your own Justice Department now in response to the investigations into you.
It could be.
Is that something you want your legal team to do?
I don't know what the numbers are. I don't even talk to them about it. All I know is that they would owe me a lot of money, but I'm not looking for money. I'd give it to charity or something. I would give it to charity, any money. But look, what they did, they rigged the election. And as you know, we had, in one case, 60 Minutes had to pay us a lot of money. George Slobodanopoulos had to pay us a lot of money, and they already paid. You know, they paid me a lot of money because what they did was wrong. And you know, when somebody does what's wrong, now with the country, it's interesting because I'm the one that makes the decision, right? And you know, that decision would have to go across my desk, and it's awfully strange to make a decision where I'm paying myself. In other words, did you ever have one of those cases where you have to decide how much you're paying yourself in damages? But I was damaged very greatly, and any money that I would get, I would give to charity.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Yeah, please, go ahead.
Is the Democrat Party now more Zohran Mamdani's party than it is even Leader Schumer's or Leader
Probably
Jeffries?
is, yeah. Look, I mean, maybe he'll run for president in 4 years. You have a communist president. That would be interesting, right? I don't see it happening. You know, I've always said you will never see, and I always talked about socialism. And you will never see a socialist so-and-so. And I was right. I'd say it in speeches, we will not have socialism in our country. And I was right. Communism, yes, but socialism. In other words, they skipped socialism and they went down to communism.
I really think it's quite remarkable how much people flex their idiocy in this country. Like, especially as it pertains to talking about like socialism and communism and stuff. Like, it is pretty crazy that like most people have no issue just straight up being wrong about this stuff. Like, no one just knows what these words mean or imply. And the average American is also just as stupid. And they just go, yeah, I guess that makes sense to me. I don't fucking know anything like that. They're skipping over the socialism to bring about communism. They've moved beyond. It's just, okay. I've met multiple libs that call Trump a commie. I know. We gotta do away with that. We gotta do away with the negativity associated with socialism and communism. Slowly but surely, hopefully. Except our establishment libs are not gonna do that.
No, he's a communist, and he's going to be maybe the mayor of New York. I don't know, maybe, you know, polls are wrong, but these polls seem to be pretty consistent. But he would be, I would say he would be the leader of the party. It's not Schumer. Schumer's shot. He's shot. This poor guy, I feel sorry for him. I've known him for a long time, but he's I think he's mentally gone. He's been beat up by young, radical lunatics. And I think Chuck Schumer is... he's gonzo. I really do. I think he's probably not going to run. It shows that he's losing in every poll. Now, this is hard. You know, he wants to meet with me. It's sort of hard to be with a guy after I make a statement like that, but I'm just giving the facts. I think Chuck is probably finished. I know some people, Democrats, that would be good. Some good politicians and some, you know, reasonable people. But I understand that they would not have a chance of, you know, getting... even the concept of holding the torch, they're not going to get it. But they have some people that I really believe they're low IQ people. They're stupid people, and they seem to be leading the party. So we'll see what happens. Look, the Republicans are strong. We have great leadership. We're very strong in every way.
Oh, yeah, definitely. Definitely.
And we're going to keep it that way. But we are really a strong party. You know, our party's grown magnificently. We've gotten to look at all the union votes I got. Nobody thought that was ever possible. Look at the election where I won popular. I won everything. I won all 7 swing states. If you win 3 or 4 swing states, you're doing great. I won all 7 by a lot. And I think the best thing when you look at districts, 2,700 versus 525. That's big. That's why the map shows all red. So we won in a tremendous landslide, and that's because people like our policy. I guess they like me, but they like my policies. Strong borders, good education, low taxes, you know. In the great big beautiful bill, we got the biggest tax cut in history. Not only no tax on tips, no tax on Social Security, no tax on overtime, we got the biggest tax cut in the history of our country in the bill that we just approved. And I think people see that and they like it, and that's why we're doing well, but they are not. They do not have leadership. Thank you very much, everybody.
Thank you,
Thank you very much.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you, press. Okay, don't care about this as much. We got friend of the show, Pablo Torre, discussing how Democrats can brand themselves around economic populism. A lot of folks are saying this. Many people are saying this, folks. Many people are saying this.
Of the bubble that has been sort of branded for them. This whole moment is about, yes, Donald Trump and all the ways in which people were protesting, and that should be the case. It's also about the larger economic landscape. The unifying message that has propelled Mamdani in New York, that has given rise to lots of genuine, I think, instincts of economic populism across America that have sort of corresponded to frustrations in those polls is, what if we said the position here is actually against billionaires, the ultra wealthy, the people rigging the economy, for whom this administration has been their greatest friend? Like, that to me is the moment. I mean, the clean CR thing, I'm with you guys. That is hard to communicate to even those people who are losing subsidies, losing their health care, losing their salaries as government employees. But the whole idea of, what if right now the Democrats brand themselves around that populism in a sincere way? That's the crossing the aisle possibility that I think is quite real, John.
Please cover the Bombers Clippers Kawhi drama. Lol, Pablo did amazing reporting. I did cover it. Speaking of Zoran and condemning Hamas.
No, I don't condemn Hamas, nor do I condemn the Sandinistas, the Viet Cong, the Black.
Okay, dude. Like, what are we doing? We don't have to relitigate this stuff, please. Oh, I'm so tired. All right. Speaking of condom hummus. Speaking of condom hummus, and yes, I will work on having Pablo on. Zohran Mamdani is doing well. And the better that Zohran Mamdani does in the polls, the worse Andrew Cuomo gets with his campaigning. Let's take a look at this new AI ad that he released.
Hello, it's me, de Blasio. You know, New York City's least favorite mayor. Today, I want to introduce you to my mini-me Mamdani. Hiya! If you thought my policies were evil, you're gonna freaking hate this. Sure will, boss! In 2020, I cut $1 billion from the NYPD, which dramatically spiked crime. But I wanted to fund the police entirely! So evil, so unsafe. My mini-me also wants to cut gifted and talented school programs for kids, just like I tried. Until the backlash. There's no such thing as talent. Socialism means we're all equally dumb. Right. And he's even copying my failed rent freeze I tried on millions of units, which ended up plunging the rates of available units and making the housing crunch higher and stop new housing construction, which would actually lower rents. But I'm gonna do the same thing while doing a TikTok dance. And most evil of all, I depoliced sex work, which ended up increasing sex trafficking for women and young girls in New York City. So I'm gonna take it further by decriminalizing prostitution completely.
Wow. Once again, I find myself asking the question that some of you in the chat are asking as well, which is, who is this for? Like, who is going to watch this and go, hell yeah, brother, I'm voting for Andrew Cuomo? I don't understand. Anyway, what's dumb about this clip is that Zoran has never promised free housing or free transportation. He's promised a rent freeze on rent-stabilized apartments and free puzzes. You still pay for the subway. His agenda is fairly doable if negotiated with Albany. I wish that he could promise free housing and free transportation. That'd be fucking sick. Sweet, I'm in a good ad spot. Very pro Mamdani ad spot. Let's fucking go. For the record, it obviously did not end there. Cuomo is throwing out mailers, or the Cuomo campaign is throwing out mailers. The Michael Bloomberg PAC with DoorDash has decided that the Hasan 9/11 stuff is actually really good. Has anyone seen these yet? I had a couple of my friends in New York report to me that they got Instagram ads. And someone sent me the mailer as well. Oh, here it is. Tyson Brody reports amazing fix the city ads on IG. Favorite part is that they have to add 9/11 for Hasan rather than just his name, unlike the other two, because Googling Hasan would just bring up his channel and fans. Google Hasan Piker 9/11, paid for by Fix the City Inc. Executive Director Megan Brown. Top 3 donors Michael Bloomberg, DoorDash, and John Hess. Not expressly or otherwise authorized or requested by any candidate or the candidate's committee or agent. More information at nyc.gov/follow the money. Vote for Cuomo. And then Google Rebecca Kadaga and Google Siraj Wahaj. Why did they say Hasan Piker 9/11? Why didn't they just put my name? That's fucking bullshit. Nothing quite as sad as a super PAC that never landed on something that works, just endless spaghetti at the wall. My meme became real. He kept trying to Google you. Every time I go, I see it. Everywhere I go, I see his face. There are so many people in politics and media obsessed with messaging to a population of Americans that statistically do not exist. It's very gratifying to see Cuomo run his whole campaign around it and just eat relentless shit. Completely true, and yet I would like to hear more. How would you describe this population? Guy who works at a factory but vociferously supports businessmen and the free market, hates socialism, season ticket Israel Maccabees fan, owns a 2-bedroom house, but is intensely invested in landlords' rights for some reason. Only media he watches is News Nation. So have we gotten, have the mailers actually kicked in? Let's look at trends. Trends.google.com. Okay. Hasan Piker 9/11. This is in the past day. Hold on. Past 90 days. Oh, big blip. Big blip. I guess no one searched it. By the way, it's not even in Minnesota is searching me more than, okay. Little blip on October 7, 8, 9. Only on October 17. Another major blip. Which I suspect is that when the debate happened? Number 1, Alabama. Number 2, Virginia. Number 3, New York. Okay, let's look at Hasan Piker. Okay, nope. Not a lot of motion there. Peaked at October 9th. Mostly in DC. Why is it always DC? It always freaks me out that DC is the number 1 place that is searching me. Every time. Yeah, it's mostly collar, shock collar, dog collar, cruelty to animals, shock. And then at 3rd place is Hasan GQ. And then at 5th place is Hasan Piker GQ. So yeah, It hasn't had the same motion as even Doctober 7 or Shocktober 7 did. The trend for your name, No 9/11, has had his all-time max around October 9th, the Kaya Saga. Yes. What is this? Google. Wait. America deserved 9/11. Hasan Piker's vile comments exposed. Eric Adams for New York City 1 month ago. All right, we gotta tweak the algo, folks. We gotta tweak the fucking algo. Okay, that's what I've learned. And I want to know by not sub-region, but by countries. Not by United States, but worldwide. I wonder where they're searching my name the most. I'm kind of surprised it's not Israel. United States, Canada, New Zealand, Australia, Finland. What is this? You're never beating the allegations? HasanAbi Gaming. We got to put the meat pick up every time people search Hasan Piker or HasanAbi 9/11. That's what we got to do. Well, everybody posts Hasan's meat pick with the words Hasan Piker 9/11, and I'm sure the search result will be super normal next week. Yeah. He has post tasteful nudes as an algorithm reset. That's what I need to do. Anyway, but yeah, that's cool that this is what they're trying to do as a last ditch effort. Very strange. I also don't know who Rebecca Kadaga is. And everything I know about Siraj Wahhaj is that he's just a prominent Muslim religious leader that is important for Muslim New Yorkers, and virtually every single person running for mayor before or after has actually linked up with him. Giancarlo showed me that all of your ops are coming out for Cuomo. Yeah. It's incredible. It's like, look at these scary black and brown people. Look at these scary Muslims. They're all radical. He wasn't, no, Megaphonics DJ, you are wrong. Siraj Wahhaj wasn't an unindicted 9/11 conspirator. He was an unindicted former World Trade Center bombing former unindicted conspirator. As in, it wasn't the 9/11, it was the last time before, it was in the one in 93. Is Megaphonics DJ Megaphonics' other account? What's happening? I feel like this is the type of guy that Cuomo's team is trying to reach out to. Yes, I make pretzels at the mall. I keep the food court exceptionally clean, and the pretzels are fresh, soft, and hot. That alone contributes more to American society than any brown third worlder ever will. This was one of the saddest things I've ever seen. I can't believe this got 58,000 likes. Because this was like this, when I saw this, I felt so sad. And it's like, obviously it's a neo-Nazi, but I still felt kind of fucking bad about it. It's the driest looking, like, I love Auntie Annie's. Okay? I think Auntie Annie's pretzels are crack. But it made me so sad seeing the desperate state of affairs on this pretzel, and just in general, imagining myself in the shoes of this like dumbass racist who's like, I'm a fucking broke loser and I hate my life, but at least I'm not a part of the third a part of the third world or something. Of course, Matthew Castle's in the tank for Cuomo. Yeah, Matthew Castle is a features reporter at Jewish Insider, a big op of mine, big time Hasbara boy. The source of Cuomo's surge in donations suggests many Jewish New Yorkers continue to oppose frontrunners Zohran Mamdani over his positions on Israel and the war in Gaza. They're just so aggressively trying to prop up Cuomo, which is a failure. The thing that I don't understand about like the Google Hassan 9/11 comments, by the way, is that it doesn't do anything to Zohran Mamdani. All it, at most, like the maximum impact that it would have is not against Zohran Mamdani, but against me. And if you think I'm your number one op, then you've already fucking lost the election. You know what I mean? Like, because at most, the only thing you get out of this, at most is like Zohran Mamdani will come out and be like, I disavow Hassan Piker, right? He hasn't done so yet. But even if he did do that, which I think it would be a silly thing to do regardless because there's no reason to. But let's say he did that, right? He hit the fucking maximum position here for defense. Okay, he condom hummus, he condom HasanAbi. So that doesn't really do anything to Zohran Mamdani. Maybe it just like makes people think he's like a little bit of a, maybe it shows, at least to myself or maybe some others as well, like that, you know, his instincts on this are led by fear. Okay? Having said that, that's not really going to impact him all that significantly in this race. And all that would do is basically, I don't know, put me in the hot seat for like, put me in the fucking hot seat for like a week. Right? That's it. And it doesn't make any sense because, like, you're not running against me, dumbass. You know? You're not running against me. You're running against Zohran Mamdani. So it doesn't make any sense. Which is why I keep saying, like, it's very it's just like a really stupid thing for him to keep hammering on. Did you expect to end up being somehow a part of the New York City mayoral election? No, I did not. I did not. Like, yeah, it has as much motion as Zohran saying Google Logan Paul suicide forest, except he doesn't even need to do that. He could quite literally be like, you went on Logan Paul's Impulsive podcast last week. You know who else went on that podcast? Donald fucking Trump. So, like, that's a silly line of attack. And even then, he wouldn't actually have to say anything more than Logan Paul. You went on Logan Paul's podcast because Logan Paul is a more known person than me in New York. Do you understand? You wouldn't need to do Logan Paul suicide forest for people to know all of the negative associations with Logan Paul. What? When I search your name on Google, this is what comes up, and it's not even a meme. Hassan Piker is hot. Hassan Piker is flirting with the revolution. Hassan Piker is a tanky. Hassan Piker is so hot. Hassan Piker is Turkish. Hassan Piker, is he married? He reposted a positive response. Yeah, no, I saw he reposted this before. But yeah, I mean, obviously, you know, no love lost between me and Zohran. It's just very stupid for, like I said, Andrew Cuomo to keep hitting that line over and over again. Let's take a look at this dumb fuck.
Kids don't like capitalism. And I think a lot of it has to do with social media. The clickbait, right? Rage bait works better in...
Or because they know late stage capitalism. That's all they've seen.
social media and gets more people's attention. And if Mondami is out there saying, you're getting free housing, you're getting free transportation, you're getting cheaper groceries, I mean, of course, that's what they need, particularly in New York, and that's what they're going to respond positively to.
Is there any way that can work?
No. No, of course not.
No. Look, we have a financial literacy problem.
All right, this is who Flopmala was listening to. True.
In America. But the financial literacy problem in America is affecting the politics in America, which is that if you don't understand that if you actually decide that you think rent stabilization is going to somehow increase the supply of apartments and homes in the country, you've got it completely backwards. Because what happens is the developers say, well, if they're going to stabilize the rent in this town, we don't really want to be developing in this town, in which case there's not going to be enough supply, in which case it's going to cost more to rent your apartment. That's just the way it is. And unless people understand that, when a politician stands up and says, excuse me, I'm over here and I'm very happy to give you rent stabilization and the free groceries and this and that, and then it doesn't happen, I think people are going to be in for a surprise.
It's fucking crazy because he knows this shit is possible because he did it with medicine. Mark Cuban is the reason I only pay $30 for epilepsy meds instead of $700. Yeah, I wonder why kids fucking hate capitalism, dude. Just in, Amazon aiming to replace 600,000 jobs with robots by 2033. A bunch of upwardly mobile millennials will be losing their jobs in the mid to late 40s. That'll be good for society. Housing costs will probably go down in Seattle, though. Like every single person who controls the levers of power in this country are actively telling anyone who will listen that they don't give a fuck about you. Okay? They don't give a fuck about you, and you can eat shit and die, and it doesn't matter. You're cooked. Your future prospects are gone, and we threw it away for a crumb of additional profits, right? Why would anybody look at the system and go, oh, wow, I feel really great? If anything, in all of this discontent, in all of this chaos and confusion, I'm fearful that many young people actually look towards an alternative specifically designed around fascism. Like, that's initially what was so alluring about Donald Trump's appeal, especially to young men. That's what it was. Oh, this guy's going to shake things up, and he's going to punish the enemies that the Republicans have identified as the liberal Democrats. Bernie about Plattner, follow-up. In all due respect, all right, what I'm worried about, 50,000 Americans may die unnecessarily, and you're worried about a tattoo. When I asked about his comments about sexual assault, he said, have you served 4 tours of duty? I said, I have not. I should note that Bernie was heated and pointing his hand at me. Meanwhile, Ron Johnson told Katie Edmondson, Bernie's getting pissed. He asked you if you serve 4 tours of duty, as if that explains or excuses things. Bernie is riding with Plattner. I think this is good. Okay? And what I mean by is not good for Plattner in general, even outside of Plattner. It's good for Bernie Sanders to just do this for everybody, okay? Because if he does this for Plattner, he'll do this for Ilhan Omar, he'll do this for Rashida Tlaib, he'll do this for other candidates in general who are under attack. Dark Bernard, I wish he would go even more ham on the Zoran stuff, but luckily Zoran is not getting as much smoke as Plattner is currently. The simplest lesson from this is that one should simply just take that kind of freewheeling populist approach while simply not making avoidable mistakes. It's possible to see Bernie, but it's not going to happen all the time, especially as you explicitly aim to run new candidates. In my opinion, the Tea Party example is the most illustrative here. They wanted candidates who represented real right-wing voters. They got them. It changed the map, but also meant that they lost a ton of winnable races by running people like Roy Moore, Christine O'Donnell, and yes, Trump. I don't think you can make a comparison between Graham Plattner and like Roy Moore. I think this is like I get the broader thing that he's trying to say here, which is that if you do left populism, like sometimes you're going to have candidates that are not great and are susceptible to opposition research. But Roy Moore was a child rapist and also was a career politician. Roy Moore was a child rapist and a career politician before he ran for Senate. Okay? Like, Graham Plattner has never maintained any fucking political ambition or held any office whatsoever. And also, I don't even necessarily agree with running right populist candidates. Hey, Ezra Klein said run conservative Dems, so maybe the tattoo will appeal to him. But he's not going to be around much longer. It just sucks that one of the guys Bernie is around to support is a dummy with a Nazi tattoo. I think what a lot of chatters want to hear you say is sucks that Plattner is one of the ones we've got right now. Yeah. It does. Because like I've said, at best it shows that he is not very smart. And at worst, he is a Nazi. Which is, again, not great. Okay? Honestly wish, not smart part was known. Yeah. Are there actually fucking jarheads out there who don't think that this is a Nazi tattoo and it's just like a cool tattoo that people have or something? Like, I don't understand. Like, is that real? Like, that is so fucking stupid. I can't believe it. It's unbelievable. Bro, even leftists here didn't know. I know. Apparently, Plattner defended SS Thunderbolt tattoos as bolts in his deleted Reddit history. Yeah, now we got my community doing Oppo research on this guy. There's been a lot of talk about how clean and normal Graham Plattner's Reddit history was, but how there were no clues about the Nazi tattoos. Bullshit. I wasn't the original one to find this, but here's Plattner defending someone with SS Thunderbolts. Plattner's Reddit account is P. Hustle, according to CNN. In several deleted comments in 2020, Plattner defended. I don't know if this is actually a Plattner Reddit post. The amount of people in this thread who have no idea what they're talking about is pretty epic. Dude was 51, took the STA indoc, became a hog and got his bolts, then got out and became a cop. This is not some complicated timeline. Although I do understand that our world is very foreign and insulated, most normal people have no idea how it works. I know a bunch of black and Latino hogs with bolts. They'd be quite surprised to hear that they are part of a conspiracy to infiltrate the white supremacists into the Marine Corps. I will be sure to inform the black guys I know with bolts that they're Nazis now and not USMC scout snipers. Oh my God. I've literally talked about scout snipers and the bolts tattoos that they have. I've literally talked about the bolts, the SS bolts tattoos that scout snipers have in the Marine Corps, and how it's like very obviously a fucking Nazi tattoo. And I always just assumed that these guys knew it was a Nazi tattoo, and they were just lying. Yeah. Like, this is A famous instance. I learned today that this was racist. I'm covered in tats, and after looking up racist tattoos, bolts are super common in the military. Even unknowing Dems have them. What is going on, dude? Like, what's next? What about the swastika? Are we just, is that also a defensible tattoo? What the fuck? Am I out of touch with what the fuck's going on in the military? Are the people in the military that stupid? What is going on? I can't tell if I'm being psyoped here when I see this stuff. I never in my life would have assumed that people unironically think SS stands for Scout Sniper. And I for the longest time was under the assumption that all of these dipshits are fucking Nazis. How is that possible? And I'm sure that there are plenty. I'm sure that there are plenty who fucking get the tattoo knowing full well that it's a Nazi tattoo. But the very fact that there are even people that are just like, nah, dude, I just thought it was cool. Like, it's so, it's fun. It's like defending eating. It's like defending eating crayons and being like, nah, dude, you don't understand, actually. That's not a meme. The red one does taste like cherry. And it's my favorite. Like, what the fuck? Do the Marines actually eat crayons too? I was just saying that as a joke. I didn't realize that they were fucking eating the tasty crayons and they had their favorite flavors. Only when they're scented, dude. They are in the military because they didn't have many prospects because they sucked at fucking American high school, which is dog shit. It like Americans only claim to know about World War II or are only taught World War II, and they know such little about World War II. And this to me proves that once again. How the fuck are you a part of a military tradition that destroyed the fucking Nazis and you just get that shit stamped on your body and you're oblivious that it's a Nazi symbol? I think you're underestimating how dumb Marines can get. My father-in-law was a Marine. I can vouch for the cavemanness. Oh my God. I think when I hear stuff like this, when I learn about stuff like this, it's almost more black pilling than people being like intentionally neo-Nazi. At least, or I guess it's technically better than them like knowingly getting neo-Nazi tattoos. But like it's almost bad in a very different way where you got people who are that dumb. Yeah, my partner was in the army and he says bolts are pretty common. Most of them don't know that, or the skull and crossbones are Nazi shit. This is unironically causing me to reconsider a bunch of shit. This is a Nazi country, Lamal, the #1 importer of war criminals after World War II. Not saying all these people are ideological fascists, but of course that symbolism is going to seep in everywhere. It is not explicitly banned. I just... Like, how do you do that? Like, how do you get tatted up with like Nazi iconography? What the fuck? Like, they made the meme real. Marines rejoice. Someone made crayons that are actually meant to be eaten. Marine photo with the SS flag won't mean punishment for the Marines.
Posing with Nazi symbols might be fine if it's part of a ridiculous movie like Iron Sky, but what if it's in a real war zone? A U.S. Marine sniper unit is under fire for posing next to a logo that closely resembles that of the Nazi SS. In a photo that...
It doesn't closely resemble it. It is the logo of the Nazi Waffen-SS. That's what it is.
Was taken in Afghanistan's Helmand province in 2010. The Marine Corps decided this week the soldiers in the photo would not be punished, saying the behavior was unacceptable, but that it was a naive mistake. Apparently, the unit intended the Lightning Bolt SS logo banner as a shout out to sniper scouts, not...
That's the Nazi. That's just the Nazi SS bolts. Most people don't recognize the Totenkopf symbol, so I believe him when he says he had no idea. I don't know if I buy him, not figuring it out until a few weeks ago. Skull and crossbones is just Marine stuff, and most people can't distinguish between the types of skulls and crossbones. Also, Marines are dumb as fuck. Marine vet here, yes, the smart ones would get out after their first 4-year contract, thus leaving only the dipshits to stay in, rank up, and influence other dipshit new enlists. Is 50-50 ignorance and just wanting to belong? Are there some that know and do it? Yes. But when you tell a young Marine you are the best and the abbreviation is SS, they go for it. Most of it isn't malicious. Even the submarine service abbreviated SS, though there's a bit more history involving World War II Germany that I don't see many SS tattoos from submariners. Also consider that most Marine history is the war with Japan. I don't know. I guess it's technically better that they're not all just like rugged ideological Nazis. But also, it's remarkable how stupid so many people are. What the fuck? This is sad, dude. Maybe he's the inverse Lyndon LaRouche and only going to get more left wing. Please, this is literally the same. No, I know, man. I know it's the same. What are you talking about? You don't need to tell me it's the same. I know what this fucking logo is.
In World War II. Some groups say the Marine explanation is not believable and that the soldiers, no longer with the unit in question, should be investigated. Meanwhile, the Marines have added the photo to a long list of training exercises about what not to do.
That was 13 years ago, man. Anyway. J.D. Vance is in Israel. Oh, boy.
The vice president landed in Israel to try to calm fraying nerves. Donald Trump's name is all over the ceasefire agreement, and America doesn't want it to fail. We followed him to the south of Israel, where American teams are planning their part in Gaza's future, whatever that may be. The ceasefire has been stretched over recent days. Here Vance called for calm and patience.
I don't think it's actually advisable for us to say this has to be done in a week, because a lot of this work is very hard. It's never been done before. And in order for us to give it a chance to succeed, we've got to be a little bit flexible. I think what you're seeing from our Gulf Arab friends, certainly from our Israeli friends, is a certain amount of impatience with Hamas.
Do you now believe it is feasible to have a governance structure for Gaza that does not include strong Palestinian voices?
We need to make sure that both the Palestinians living in Gaza, but also the Israelis, are able to live in some measure of security and stability. We're doing all those things simultaneously. And then I think once we've got to a point where both the Gazans and our Israeli friends can have some measure of security, then we'll worry about what the long-term governance of Gaza is.
Vance knows that the reconstruction plans are still vague and ill-defined, but nations, including Britain, are now joining forces to offer help. This building where J.D. Vance was giving his comments from is an important part of the story, because this is being designed as a coordination centre between the civilian authorities and the military. As and when Gaza is rebuilt, the plans will be drawn up here. Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner, Trump's trusted emissaries, are also in Israel. meeting freed hostages. This is a display of US diplomatic heft and a warning that whatever happens, the White House wants this ceasefire to work. Humanitarian aid is getting into Gaza, but it's still well below the target. The crucial Rafah crossing remains closed. For many in Gaza, the joy that a peace deal was agreed has been replaced by the fear that it might fail.
We are praying to God that this truce holds, that it lasts long enough for them to let in the essentials of life, meat, medicine, everything we need. The pharmacies are empty and the market prices are sky high. Anyone who tells you things are cheap, they are not. Life is really difficult right now.
Life in Gaza remains desperately hard. These people were queuing to get cash from a bank that reopened, but most left empty-handed. This is a land of sorrow and of splits, cut in half by these blocks. On one side, the Israeli military is in control, and on the other, 2 million people.
Was the relation between America and Israel always like this? I feel like I'm in an alternative reality. It's like Israel is part of America out something. No, Trump 1 was when this relationship dramatically escalated, and Israel got onto the driver's seat completely. And it was really bad because back to back after Trump 1, you had a malignant narcissist who got hundreds of millions of dollars from the Adelsons that was willing to let Israel do whatever the fuck it wanted, and then followed up by an ultra Zionist who was a career dick rider of Israel, like an honest, legitimate pro-Israel guy like Joe Biden. So back to back, there was no reining in of Israel at any point, and here we are. Trump is back in office, and he is letting Israel do whatever the fuck it wants. Like Barack Obama, for all of his faults, for all of his failures, unironically did do things in his time in office that Israel didn't want the American government to do. Okay? And even then, he was super pro-Israel. Make no mistake, as every president is. But it was clear that there was some kind of autonomy in the decision-making process for America. There was some sovereignty where they were like, hey, you're the junior partner in this coalition. Israel obviously still would do fuck shit that no other country would be able to do, like having Benjamin Netanyahu come and deliver a speech in front of the U.S. Congress against Barack Obama, which he did. And that was attended by both parties, which is crazy when you think about it. The reason why that was allowed, which, by the way, Joe Biden was there in attendance as Barack Obama's vice president. Think about how fucking nutty that is. The reason why he did that was because they hated the JCPOA. They were allowed to smear Obama as a Jew hater over and over again. Wait, did Joe Biden not attend? I thought he did attend. Am I misremembering? I might be wrong. Obviously, at the time, there were still Democrats who chose not to attend, for the record. Not every Democrat was in attendance, but it doesn't matter. Like, a big chunk of the Democratic Party was in attendance for the fuck Barack Obama, Benjamin Netanyahu congressional speech. And it was obviously the Republicans that had invited him. You know, that much is, you know, I hope that's obvious for all of you. But the fact that, like, Democrats still went and still listened to this fucking war criminal foreign actor that was there with the express purpose of shitting on the at the time very popular president, leader of the Democrats, was crazy. But yes, if you ask me, I would say that I'm not usually the type of person to ever claim that there is like a singular force that changes the trajectory of American politics. Having said that, the Trump administration after the Obama administration was was dramatic in its allowances for Israel, which is ironic because so many groypers and like anti-Israel, anti-Semites think Donald Trump is like this based guy.
Let's talk a little politics. New
And
York City.
he is literally a bigger dick rider for Israel than Barack Obama was, who they hate. Liberal media has grown comfortable with naming the spoiler of the ceasefire. Breaking news. American officials said they were increasingly concerned that Benjamin Netanyahu could dismantle the Gaza peace deal. It seems Netanyahu came around to the liberal position within Israel of faking a ceasefire, getting Israeli captives back, then manufacturing a thin pretense to resume genocide. The open question is whether the White House is part of this ruse or will actually apply meaningful pressure. Again, this is why you've seen 9,000 media mentions about Hamas disarming, e.g. everyone in Gaza with a gun surrendering and welcoming Israeli-U.S. occupation. Because this is the new release to hostages, a bad faith rhetorical bludgeon used to hand wave away endless child killing. Per the agreement, there is zero obligation Hamas disarm in phase 1, but suddenly it's everywhere as a vague liberal moral imperative. Meanwhile, the military that has killed over 20,000 children is a precious defensive army in urgent need of full liberal normalization. I mean, I said this was the worst case scenario, but a lot of people have confidence in Trump for some reason. So all we can do is just wait and see. Meanwhile, Sliwa is staying in the New York City mayoral race.
Mayoral
I'm not
candidates
dropping
are
out.
preparing for the second debate of the general election race tomorrow night.
It comes as a new poll reveals a much closer race if Republican candidate Curtis Sliwa drops out. Let's get right to Good Day's Robert Moses, who joins us more on what Sliwa plans on doing. Good morning, Robert.
To Shawnee and Dan, good morning to you. 2 weeks to go until Election Day, and on the eve of the second and final debate and just 4 days before early voting starts, the pressure really is building on Republican Curtis Sliwa to drop out of this race in order to set up that one-on-one matchup between Zohran Mamdani and Andrew Cuomo. A survey from AARP and Gotham Polling shows Mamdani and Cuomo in a statistical dead heat. That is, if Sliwa drops out. That's not earth-shattering news because other polls have reached the same conclusion. But yesterday's poll really does provide more fodder to those who see Sliwa merely as a spoiler. Last night at a synagogue on the Upper West Side, Cuomo called Mamdani anti-Semitic and argued his case anew that Sliwa needs to drop out.
He is not a viable candidate to win. He knows that. But he is a viable candidate to make Mamdani a winner. I am hopeful that before the end of the day, he realizes that there's something bigger at stake than his notoriety or his...
Cuomo is far from the only bold-faced name making that argument. Billionaire John Katzimatidis, the CEO of WABC Radio, where Sliwa worked before running, also called on Sliwa to drop out so he doesn't, quote, inadvertently help another candidate, i.e. Mamdani. Sliwa, for about the millionth time in this race, says he's not going anywhere.
Israel shills floated a bombshell revelation that will force Sliwa to drop out. Turns out it's just that he, like most voters, doesn't like the foreign country of Israel very much. These clowns really think Americans are and should be as devoted to this foreign country as they are. Curtis Sliwa will be leaving the New York City mayor's race. He hasn't announced it, but after what I share in the coming hours, he will. Curtis, you are a disgusting, evil man. You thought we wouldn't find out. The people of New York will hate you for this, and rightly so. You are evil. Screenshots of alleged tweets to show wife of New York City mayoral candidate Sliwa blasting Israeli hostage rescue and Gaza deaths. Isn't she Jewish? Isn't Curtis Sliwa's wife literally Jewish? A Jewish New Yorker. No, here's what New York City mayoral candidate Curtis Sliwa and his wife Nancy Sliwa really think of Jews in Israel. In addition to criticizing Israel's June 2024 hostage rescue, accusing Israel of slaughter, and complaining that the ICC should have acted against Israel sooner. Are they trying to beef up Curtis Sliwa's chances? Is that what's going on? What the hell is happening here? Wait, so his wife is anti-Zionist? How is that bad? I don't think she's anti-Zionist. But like, it's just
true.
John Katzimatidis is a part of the billionaire class.
Look, John Katzimatidis is part of that billionaire class. They think that they can pick the next mayor. How did that work out? They went to Cuomo in the primary. Cuomo was up by 40 points. Zoran Mandami was down at 1%. Zoran Mandami won the primary convincingly at 13%. So throw the polls right out the door. And secondarily, whatever happened with the people deciding who the mayor should be? So I should drop out. I am the only Republican. I am a designated candidate. The only independent candidate is Andrew Cuomo. You have to go through a maze to find him on the ballot. Let him go out. He gets his people to vote for him. I get my people to vote for me because I have a get-out-the-vote effort. We know Zoran Mandami did a great job in the primary getting his vote out. There's nothing complicated about this. It's called democracy, the people's right to vote. And the billionaires don't want the people to make this decision. I trust the people, not the political elite and not the billionaires. Let me ask.
Fucking, he's so ridiculous, dude. Lamau, this is the big breaking news that was supposed to force Sliwa to drop out. He accused Israel of slaughter. If anything, this will give Sliwa a boost in the polls. Times are changing. Criticizing Israel's very good politics, but Zionists are in denial. Yeah, I feel like they're trying to get people to vote for Curtis Sliwa with this shit. Wait, what is this? This has nothing to do with Curtis Sliwa, does it? Nancy Sliwa, Curtis Sliwa's wife, posts with this GIF. Thank you, New York City Mayor, for your strong support of Israel. Throughout the day, I've been monitoring the protests that started in Times Square and that moved through our streets throughout the Israeli consulate. At a moment when innocent people are being slaughtered and children kidnapped in Israel is disgusting. Please leave. Wait, this is not even an anti-Israel response. This is a GIF reply that doesn't even imply that she is like anti-Israel. It just implies that she's anti-Mayor Eric Adams. What the fuck? Decolonizing the Hindu mind. Beautiful. An entire Israeli neighborhood gathers on balconies to sing Hatikva, our national anthem. When Indian did it during COVID, the entire left wing mocked us. We will not be broken. What is this? This is not even Curtis Sliwa, by the way. Curtis Sliwa's wife. This was in the Gaza Strip about an hour ago after an Israeli airstrike. Just in case this wasn't already perfectly clear to anyone, life is not for playing games. Not amongst those animals who drop bombs on innocent folks, I guess. Okay, maybe, wait, what the fuck? October 9th, 2023? Okay, maybe she is actually anti-Israel. That's what happens when you hide hostages among your civilians and then indiscriminately bomb both. Very intuitive. Oh my God. Hey, yo. Children stabbing police in Jerusalem, just so appallingly sad. What's your point? What the fuck? Is Curtis Sliwa's wife anti-Israel? What? The first couple of responses don't actually mean anything. Oh, this is what. Oh my God. Oh my God. November 9th, 2023. Noam knows what he's talking about. This is the video.
A truce accord is established. Hamas lives up to it. Israel violates it, never keeps up to it. Finally, Israel escalates its violation. That elicits some kind of Hamas.
Okay, I was wrong. Oh my God. Nancy Sliwa unironically is openly anti-Israel. Curtis said his wife was a Bernie supporter in 2016. Oh my God. Maybe he wasn't wrong when he said she was the best thing to happen to him. What the fuck? Former New York City Mayor Rudy Giuliani wrote to me on X on behalf of the Sliwa campaign. I asked him a basic explanation of Sliwa's supposed path to victory. He has not responded. Something strange is going on. Republicans, we need to ask questions. This is disturbing. Link below. Excuse me, don't speak for me. You're a propagandist. Israel made it clear. Release the hostages or we'll keep fighting. Children died as a result. Children, you absolutely disgusting propagandists, died because Hamas leaders living lavishly did not care. Instead of hating on me, focus your hate on Hamas leaders living in wealthy Middle East cities who let the people in there. Okay, so she's like anti-Israel and anti-Hamas. Like, die because they refuse to release the hostages, many of them young. If you want to fight me, that's a joke. Shame the Hamas leaders who allow Hamas to have their Hamas. Okay. Oh. No, she is chatters. She called Israel animals who bomb civilians. She definitely is not pro-Israel. Okay? She literally, on October 9th, when many of the people who are chirping in here right now were also yelling at me about maybe going a little too hard on Israel, she was going hard on Israel just as hard as I was. So yeah, she's not like an anti-Zionist or perhaps she's not like pro-resistance against Israel, but clearly she is anti-Israel. This is the radical centrism we were talking about. Only perfect candidates are the Harvard law conveyor belts, please. Highly disciplined, all boxes checked, well-liked and humble. Absolutely no spiritual connection to having physical body except for severe IBS. Volunteered to soup kitchen in high school, science emails, cheers, etc. Dude, the Podjons are going crazy mode on Graham Plattner. They are fucking... Dude, this gives me a little bit of confidence amongst the libs, especially considering that there is an alternative out there, okay? There is very clearly a centrist alternative out there, and they're not taking it, even after this dude had a fucking Nazi tattoo. What the fuck? That's crazy, man. That's fucking nutty. No shit, he's white, man. Isn't it kind of sus though? I don't, you're the friend who's too woke now. Centrism is a death sentence. I'll take dumb fucks who don't know what tattoo they're getting with leftist economic policy over centrist neolibs every single day. I just think that like anti-Israel left flank Democrat candidate being defended by the Obama speechwriters as opposed to the centrist Democratic establishment handpicked candidate Janet Mills is crazy. If you can't see it, I don't know what to tell you. This actually gives me a little bit of confidence. I don't think it's just because he's a white man. I think it's because liberals want people to fucking win and fight, and they think Graham Plattner is going to do that for him. Like him being a white man probably plays a role as well, because like liberals also always assume that white men are more likely to win elections than like any other minority group, even including like minority identity liberals. My goat is washed. 5 years ago, you would have taken that as evidence that Plattner is not a real leftist. I don't think that's the case. Especially considering that the opposition research that you're seeing, the Oppo stuff that you're seeing, is not just about the Nazi tattoo. That's new. They've been doing this since he came out, since his Reddit post came out, and he was talking about how he's a fucking commie. It's because of the Nazi tattoo? No, this is before the Nazi tattoo as well. They've been defending his ass. I don't know, man. I want to see the positive side of this. And I think the positive side of this is that there are liberals out there who don't give a fuck. Even when there's a centrist alternative, a safe bet, okay, that checks all the boxes, long, storied career as governor in the same state. Do you not hear what I'm saying? Are all the people mad about Plattner because they're not convinced he's a real leftist? People in this chat. Anyway, my biggest fear overall is that this spells bad decision making for Plattner, and that he is malleable potentially once in office, and I do worry about that. Nancy Sliwa has replied to you before. Shut the fuck up. Bro, you cannot be a communist if you have a totem cloth tattooed on your chest. Brother, I don't think he's a communist, okay? That's not what I'm saying. I think liberals are basically looking at this. I think liberals are basically looking at the situation and they're like, Donald Trump is a pedophile and he stole the election. I would vote for a fucking dude with a totem cloth on his chest if I believe that he is going to be a better alternative than the centrist old person. And it's literally, unironically, the old people that voted for centrist their whole lives saying this shit. Like, something is shifting in the water, okay? That's all I'm saying. It fucking feels like older liberals, maybe I'm wrong, but it fucking feels like older liberals who have spent most of their formative years backing vote blue no matter who, harm reduction narratives, okay, are thinking to themselves, no, I think like I don't really give a shit about any of the red flags. He says he wants to do Medicare for all. He says he's going to be like a real one, a real salt of the earth kind of guy. I'm with it. I think a bunch of liberals who are willing to overlook a fucking Nazi tattoo on the chest of a former hoorah jarhead are probably going to be way more enthusiastic about a person who doesn't have any of that baggage and doesn't have any of those red flags, but is also abiding by a left populist policy platform. That's good. People who say, we're not taking candidates all around the country that say, I'm not taking any fucking money from big donors. I'm not taking any shit from the establishment Democrats, and fuck Chuck Schumer, fuck Hakeem Jeffries. Like, people who say stuff like that seemingly are people that the liberals in the Democratic Party's primaries are now looking for. This is a big shift. You're correct. My mother has come around to what I've been saying about the Dems, and she refused to do so before the election, even after for a while. Now she's furious with the Dems and their dumb shit. The vote blue no matter who liberals Hasan, stop making predictions. Plattner's not going to be a socialist. He's absolutely going to be a secret Nazi and pull a Fetterman shit. First of all, I never said he was going to be a socialist. As a matter of fact, I said his horrible decision-making process shows me that he's malleable and most likely not going to be that. But secondly, I don't understand, like, what's going on? Does it matter what I say at all? Or do you guys just hear what you want to hear and then get mad? For years and years, I have emphasized the importance of fighting fascism, fighting Nazis. and talked about how if Democrats want to win, they can't just rely on harm reduction narratives. They must have a strong and committed response to bringing about radical change. And now it seems like the liberals are coming to that conclusion on their own, not because they heard me or anything. It's not like these Barbras and Debras are listening to me. As a matter of fact, all the people who are listening to me are looking at the situation and they're like, nah, fuck that. Barbras and Debras are actually voting for him because he's a psyop by the CIA to actually eviscerate the leftist movement that was actually really robust and really threatening the order of capital that has been calcified in every American institution in perpetuity. That's like, which one do you think is more likely? Do you think that the liberals are looking at like left populist candidates and going, no, that's actually probably a better alternative than the fucking centrist Democrats, and I want that because I don't want Republicans to win any longer? Or do you think they are doing the other thing where they're like, I love that this is a CIA psyop designed to actually destroy the left, which I simultaneously believe is scary, but also is causing so much terror? It's probably the first thing, don't you think? This goes back to my former suspicions and something that I've said quite a bit, which is that vote blue no matter who Democrats don't actually fucking vote against the party. Straight ticket Democrats are only told, they're told that electability is the reason why you need to vote for these shitty centrist liberals. Okay? The electability argument is the reason why they think that centrism is the appropriate measure. But defeat after defeat, it seems, especially in those last round with Kamala Harris, especially with Donald Trump winning again, and this time winning the popular vote as well, has caused a bunch of liberals to really take a cold, hard look at the establishment media and the way they've messaged around electability arguments and centrism. And it has made them actively very critical of the lackluster efforts, the non-existent resistance efforts from the Democratic establishment. And it's caused them to unironically turn around and say, we need more Zohran Mamdanis. I think they are coming to that conclusion, and not because of people like myself. Okay? Democrats emphasizing the Plattner Oppo dump are the same ones who are supposedly concerned about the party losing young men to the right. Maybe rewarding contrition would be good politics if you want to bring radicalized young men to your side. Liberal censoriousness is toxic. Is angry white libs latching onto the first person who looks like a white savior who will fight more than the current Dems is still racist, but it's in resistance to Trump, so now we got to push him further left? Yeah, my point is, this is not even about Graham Plattner, even though if Graham Plattner wins, if Graham Plattner wins, it is a direct response to all of the electability arguments that centrist neoliberals have actually presented to the rest of the country, constantly claiming, well, you know, Zohran Mamdani can win or AOC can win in New York because New York is woke and gay. But try that in a red state. Try that in a purple state. Try that in a fucking swing state. You can't do that. All of a sudden, if a guy like that, regardless of all of his, in spite of his red flags, is capable of winning the election and unseating a Republican, oh my Lord, that means every single national Democrat who has been a lifelong blue ticket voter that despises Donald Trump is going to look at that and go, yeah, actually, this was all the fucking electability arguments that the neoliberals were presenting were fucking bullshit. Fuck the establishment. We need more Bernie-style candidates. Okay? Just as Zohran was proof of concept for digging in your heels on your policy positions and not compromising on certain things that the population also agrees with you on and getting rewarded handsomely for it with an underdog candidacy against a dynastic politician, a dynastic family name in New York in a Democrat primary. Okay? The very fact that Zohran Mamdani cut away from a incredibly heavily populated field of 16 other candidates made a name for himself, and actually won by larger margins than fucking Eric Adams did, implies that there's something there. There's something there about focusing on issues, okay? Being issue specific, being and refusing to be defined by how your opposition defines you, and instead setting the standards for yourself. This is who I am. This is what I'm about. The Bernie method. The friction you are feeling from this community is that you teach chat not to take politicians' word for granted. You have said today that the words he has changed, but there is no hard evidence of that other than words. Yeah, because he's not fucking the campaign messages I don't give a fuck about. It's the Reddit stuff that I think is more consequential. Unless you literally think that he actually set up a psyop Reddit to imply that he had like a genuine shift in his policy and his worldview and his attitude, became a fucking Michael Brooks fan who radicalized him, became a Majority Report fan, and personally had this this change, and he was just like posting on subreddits constantly as like a super woke guy. Okay, unless you think all of that was build up for this election cycle where they're actually using that buildup against him. They're actually using all the fucking statements that he made on Reddit against him to say he's not a moderate. When you said, I thought you said you don't care about his Reddit. No, I don't care about shit he said in 2013 on his subreddit, as opposed to shit he said in 2020. I personally think him not committing to a more radical position when asked about whether he's a communist or a socialist or whatever, when he goes, oh, I'm a small business owner, that is bad instincts, because that in and of itself actually shows that he's like trying to moderate his position more so than the other stuff. Because what you say in private as a politician with a fucking Reddit history, I think is more consequential than what you say in public when you're trying to win an election. I ain't reading all that, not voting for a Nazi. Well, you're not from Maine anyway, so I don't think you have to, like, yeah, and that's perfectly valid. But I don't know why you're saying this. In any case, I care more about across the board. All right, you got it, buddy. It's fine. No one is making you vote for him. Is that such a weird position? No, I didn't say you should vote for him at all. It's not a weird position. Stop making me vote for him. I'm going to illegally vote for Janet Mills. You guys already know my position on this. I'm going to illegally vote for Janet Mills. I'm endorsing Janet Mills. I'm a Mills militia. I'm Mills Mafia. I'm Mills Militia. I want a 79-year-old former governor to take over that seat and then lose to Susan Collins in the general. That's what I want. You need a heavyweight to beat a heavyweight. The Janet series, rise the fuck up. That's right, baby. I don't get it. Because the lib is pro-ICE, pro-Israel, didn't sign labor laws, pardon a rapist. So these people are here to argue with you to just not vote. Yeah. It's the broader scope of this conversation is exactly what we were talking about before, which is people with no like viable alternative, no viable method for change, who simply just want to fucking criticize whatever the fuck I'm saying. And it's not even like what I'm actually saying, like the broader picture or anything like that, but it's quite literally what they misunderstand about what I'm talking about. regardless of what happens with Graham Plattner, it's good that liberals are even willing to overlook insane shit like a dude with a fucking Nazi tattoo, as long as they have presented themselves as like a strong, like, because right now in the polls he's cooking. Okay, he's cooking in the polls. Why should we expected to be actively supporting him though? I'm Jewish and cannot fucking support a dude who killed children and got a Nazi tattoo as an adult. Did I say that? I didn't. Because at the end of the day, your support and my support, which is not expected at all, doesn't fucking matter. Okay? I think we like to see ourselves as more relevant in this conversation than we actually are. I'm not saying you should support the guy. He has a fucking totem cough on his chest. If you don't support him, you don't support him. It is what it is. Having said that, the thing that actually gives me a little bit of confidence is that liberals support him when there is a viable centrist alternative hand-selected by the fucking establishment Democrats. A lot of people are not hearing what I am saying. Okay? Every single person in here, including the fucking Mainers, could actively not support Graham Plattner. But as long as liberals do, I think that's a sign for better things to come. Because next time around, there is going to be a fucking candidate who is running on a left flank ticket, who is going to say the same things that Graham Plattner is saying, and won't have the fucking insane background, okay? And guess what? I suspect liberals will be going along with that candidate too, as opposed to whatever centrist pick there is. Your support does matter, Hasan. It matters. Your minority fans and those. Dude, this is literally the fucking. Your support does matter, Hasan. It matters to your minority fans and those of us from the third world that know victims of Blackwater Mercs and U.S. imperialism. Oh my God. This is rad lib tendencies, but this time in an anti-imperialist land. What the fuck is happening? What is going on? What is happening here? Okay, well, don't worry about it. All right? If you're living in the third world, the main Democratic primary unseating Susan Collins is not going to move the needle in any direction for you. Okay? You understand that, right? Because it's not like Susan Collins is like a radical third worldist, a Maoist third worldist, and neither is Janet Mills. So from your perspective, from your background, the output is all the same. America's war machine continues. Okay? Like, this is just someone trying to make an argument against a position that I'm not even holding. Okay? I'm genuinely convinced 80% of chat is selectively deaf today and think that you've been constantly endorsing this guy and should just reading the general attitude of liberals. Yeah, I'm happy with what liberals are doing. Anyway. New York City mayoral election is in 2 weeks, and that's going to prove to Mainers that this Plattner guy who says some of the same things can win. It'll be over after that. Time to get over it, chat. Yeah, exactly. But ultimately, it's a good thing that liberals are like, I don't give a fuck. No matter how insane a person or how irredeemable a person's background is. Especially, and I think this is the most important aspect of this, there is a fucking centrist establishment-backed candidate And I ain't hear no fucking liberals that watch Pod Save America talk about how Janet Mills is the best option for Maine. What are we doing here? It's crazy. So hell yeah, I say to the libtards. I love them. I love liberals and I hate the left. I am a liberal now. That's it. That's right. That's what I'm talking about. I'm Mills Mafia. I'm a Janitsary. But if the liberals themselves are seeing an alternative vision here, if the liberals themselves are seeing an alternative vision here in Grand Plattner, then good on them. I think that there is a systemic shift here, and I like it. Half liberals were brain broken by the electability false narrative of the Clinton campaign. Once leftists win in the Trump era, it'll be a new day in that electability calculation that libs assess over. Yeah. Yep. Your perfect radical centrist Dem candidate? Yeah, I already mentioned. I already saw this meme. This is it. This is the guy. This is Grant Plattner, dude. Please don't make it look like all it takes a bit of irony to win the left over to the libs. Wait, what? I have yet to see one battle after another. Now I have to wait until it comes to video on demand, unfortunately. All right, we got Louvre Heist. Not height. I do want to talk about that. What? This isn't about electability, though. Dude has a Nazi tab, man. Like, come on, you can't just write us off as electability. Wait, what? Brother. It's perfectly valid if you think that a dude that has a fucking totem cough is just a bad candidate. But it's not up to either of us. The assessment is now in the hands of the Democratic politicians, or not the Democratic politicians, the Democratic Party voters in Maine. Okay? Please let me move on from this story. I'm not saying you have to hug and kiss Grant Plattner. I don't care. I don't care. You're not listening to what I'm saying. You're not listening to what my words that are coming out of my mouth. Okay? We will socialism will win with the Podjons, okay? Seemingly. The Podjons are here. They will form the mass line. They will form the real proletarian vanguard, okay? It's outside of our hands now. It's not anything we can do. The Podjons are restoring the former glory of the Communist Party of Deutschland. Okay? The true anti-fascist contingency.
A shocking art heist at the Louvre Museum in Paris. It all happened in less than 8 minutes on Sunday in broad daylight. And the thieves, guess what? They are still on the run. Elizabeth Palmer's in Paris with the very latest. Elizabeth, good morning to you. A lot of people still can't believe there has not been an arrest in this case. Major security breach.
Yeah, we're hearing from some experts. They expect the criminals will be caught, but the jewels won't be recovered. We'll have to see. There are many people down here at the Louvre, in spite of the fact that it's closed, but it's always closed on a Tuesday. Nevertheless, crowds have gathered to have a look at what is essentially a spectacular crime scene. The police found plenty of evidence under the thieves' ladder, including a power saw, gloves, and a walkie-talkie, as well as gasoline. Apparently, they'd wanted to burn their tools, but didn't have time. The robbers wanted France's crown jewels, priceless in historical terms, but broken up and sold on the black market, still worth multi-millions. This heist is...
How do you even sell something like this on the fucking black market? Like, I don't understand that. How do you even do that? They released the timeline?
30 minutes after the Louvre Museum opened on Sunday, thieves entered the building on the south side. The heist took a matter of minutes. Here's how it happened. At 9:30 on Sunday, 4 individuals arrived on scooters in a truck that had...
You break it down and cut the gems? Isn't it more expensive intact? Like the entire thing? Like that's a crazy thing to steal just so you can sell the gems individually. Like that's crazy. I feel like there's probably other jewels that you can steal that you could cut down as opposed to like destroying this like incredibly historically significant artifact. It's worth $102 million according to the French prosecutor. I don't think that these guys are going to fucking break it down. I think they're going to sell it to like a Russian oil oligarch or some shit. And I suspect that this is a targeted crime regardless. Like I assume that this was for a specific buyer in mind. I don't think you fucking do a heist on something so spectacular without having a buyer in mind ahead of time. There is 0% chance that this wasn't a sponsored hit because the most infamous jewelry theft gang with Balkan ties is known as the Pink Panthers, an outfit cited across Europe and Asia for dozens of jewel thefts worth hundreds of millions of dollars over the past couple of decades. I don't believe that this would be stolen. Something like this, like a historic artifact of this significance, would be stolen so that they could chop it up.
Mechanical ladder attached to the back of it. 2 of them ascended to the balcony and used power tools to carve into the outside window. At 9:34, they burst inside the Apollo gallery that houses all of the Louvre's special royal jewels and used their saws to break into 2 of those cases. In the meantime, we've been told that the security guards really quickly got people out of that room. This very wing of the Louvre also contains the Mona Lisa, so it's the most sort of precious things in France are there, but only 75% of the rooms have security cameras in them.
What?
4 minutes later, they emerge with 8 precious...
Wait, what? I'm sorry. So all of the most expensive items in the world's perhaps most famous museum, they're not under 24/7 surveillance? What the fuck? I can't be the only one who like loves heist movies and shit like that. And when I went to the Louvre, like one of the things that I was thinking is like, how do you pull this off? And with my primitive ape mind, I look around and I'm like, there's 0% chance you can steal anything in here. I thought it was like the entire room is like booby trapped. You know what I mean? It's because most of this stuff is hard to sell on, so it's not at risk. Someone said worse than TwitchCon security. That is crazy.
Tragedy and...
Oh, sorry. Let's finish this.
Items, including tiara, necklaces, a beautiful brooch, and a crown that had been worn by the Empress. They ran out, dropping that crown along the way. They descended the same ladder.
They dropped the crown
and sped off. We know the investigation's ongoing, that they haven't ruled out any motive. I think there's a collective sense of sort of shock, distress, like you would feel if someone had come into your house and robbed you at home, but also profound sadness. There's a huge amount of pride.
Also, I thought, bro, I thought they were all dupes. I thought they were all dupes, brother. I didn't think that you had the real, genuine thing up there. Like, that's the other thing. Like, what? So this whole time when I went to the Louvre, like, I was looking at the real thing? I don't know what the fucking difference is. Why would you put the real thing right there? Yes, why do you think they're all dupes? What do you mean? Why would it be the real thing? I thought they just like dusted off the real thing from the tomes whenever there was like special clients or something. Why would you go to a museum? It's a museum. What do you think a museum is for? Wait, I'm so confused. What difference does it make? You don't know. I thought that's how they do it in the movies. What if they were dupes and this whole thing is just a way to make them think they got away with a big heist? Brother, you need to go to more museums. Bitch, I've been to more museums than you. I've been to every museum in Los Angeles, New York City, France. What are you talking about?
About that museum. It is by far the most important museum in France. It's a former palace, and all of these jewels are really important treasures to the culture of France, the history of France. 30 minutes after the...
I cannot believe it, dude. Wow.
We are getting more of the incredible details through the day today of the robbery at the Louvre Museum, one that took less than 7 minutes from the moment the group of 3 or 4 thieves broke into the first floor of the southeast building at the museum, smashing a window. Dressed, it's reported, as workmen. 9:30 this morning, broad daylight, and using an extendable power ladder from outside, using then a workman's lift to get into the room they'd targeted. It's been described by Laurent Nunez, the Interior Minister, as priceless historical and cultural value that's been taken. It's not clear exact at the moment as to what has been removed, but jewellery from 2 displays at the museum's Apollo Gallery is where the jewels were taken. It holds the remnants of the French crown jewels. The Louvre, as you can see here earlier, closed shortly after. Exceptional reasons, it said. And authorities recovered a 19th century gem-encrusted crown near the museum, but the culprit's still at large and a target of a manhunt. Let's bring in Arthur Brand, historian detective, as I mentioned at the top, the so-called Indiana Jones of the art world, celebrated for recovering priceless works of Dali, Picasso, Van Gogh, and joins us on the programme. Welcome to France 24 tonight, Arthur. Let me ask your initial thoughts about how brazen this was and how quick it was too.
Well, it's the theft of the decade, you know, targeting the Louvre and
You've been to the Louvre, so you've probably seen the Mona Lisa behind the glass and roped off with like a 4-foot buffer, right? Why would they do that if it was a dupe? I don't know. To avoid having it be stolen. Like to make sure that there ain't no fucking way that is being stolen at all. It's like security theater. That's what I thought. Where do you think the real ones would be? What would even be the point of a museum? I'm not kidding when I say this. I literally thought that they just have it in the fucking, I don't know, in like a secret safe or something. I literally thought it was in a secret safe somewhere and they just like sometimes swap it in and out. Sorry, this is your funniest take ever? That's fucking hilarious. I'm not joking, dude. I genuinely thought that they just have all the shit in a secret safe and everything I've looked at is just like a very well done dupe. And they sometimes put the real stuff out there and they sometimes swap it out. And the reason for why they do that is because like You know, they just throw the thieves off their game, you know? Tell me this. Did you enjoy museums thinking you were looking at fake shit? Yeah, I still thought it was cool. I still thought it was cool. Why would they bother swapping it every now and then? I don't know, to throw people off. I clearly didn't put much thought into it. I don't know. I feel like it's what I'm saying is not that crazy. I feel like it is you, chat, who's crazy. You lost me at the switcheroo.
Stealing the crown jewels related to Napoleon. It's the ultimate heist. This is something you see in movies. Like
First of all, if I was right, France wouldn't be crying tears right now. Okay? So who's the stupid one now? How dare you come to me in this moment where I'm the most correct with my position that they should have been dupes all along? It turns out, if they had dupes up there, they wouldn't have been duped by a bunch of fucking thieves. Vindication, why museums hide masterpieces away. In major museums around the world, some truly great works of art are hidden away from public view. What are they and why can't we see them? Numbers don't lie. New York's Museum of Modern Art, 24 of the 1,221 works by Pablo Picasso in the institution's permanent collection could currently be seen by visitors. Just one of California's conceptual artist Ed Ruscha's 145 pieces on view. The walls of the Tate, the Met, the Louvre, or MoMA may look perfectly well hung, but the vast majority of art belonging to the world's top art institutions and many countries' taxpayers is at any time hidden from public view in a temperature-cooled, darkened, meticulously organized storage facility. Overall percentages paint an even more dramatic picture. The Tate shows about 20% of its permanent collection. The Louvre shows 8%. The Guggenheim a lowly 3%. And the Berlinische Galerie, a Berlin museum whose mandate is to show, preserve, and collect art made in the city, 2% of its holdings. We don't have space to show more, says Berlinische Galerie director Thomas Köhler, explaining that the museum has 1,200 square meters in which display works acquired over decades through purchases and donations. Spatial deficit is only one reason why not. Another is fashion. Some holdings no longer fit their institution's curatorial missions. Lesser works by well-known artists may also languish. Their hits hang on museum walls. Their misses lie forgotten in flat files. Works that come to a museum within estate acquisitions might sit around in crates for years. Okay, that's not what I was, I'll be fair. That's not what I was advocating for. That's not what I was saying. Like, these guys are saying it's because, like, some of these are no motion paintings. And also for space related reasons. Also, if they go on tour, you have to pay extra to go into those rooms. There's usually security. At least the museums in Chicago are crazy to believe our museums may be better secured than the literal Louvre. Lemau. The crown jewels of France were only worth 3-year Aaron Gordon extension. I'm not feeling that sorry for the French. Most of these precious stones were stolen from some of the many African countries they colonized. Many of the most precious treasures in some European countries, especially France and Britain, were purloined from African countries.
Ocean's 11 and Ocean's 12. So it's the theft of the decade.
Your immediate sort of questions, you look a lot at museums, museum security. What questions do you have right now about just how this came about, 9:30, broad daylight, the speed of it, why they might have chose this morning, for example?
Well, it's Sunday morning. It's the quietest morning in the week. People are recovering from Saturday night, and it seems like a very simple theft. You know, they used this ladder. They entered. It took them 7 minutes to break the glass, which was not thick enough, obviously, and they went away with all these crown jewels. So something was wrong in the Louvre, not only today, but apparently already before, because, you know, it went too easy.
What do you mean? Talk to me about the comparisons that you perhaps have looked at in the past. Heists where security's been of question, and what you've made in the past of the security at the Louvre.
Well, it's not that difficult to steal something from a museum. You can take a gun with.
Bro, why are you giving the game away? This man is just saying it's too easy. It's free money. It's free ball, baby. I'm surprised more people aren't doing it all the time, actually. Damn, dude.
The problem is what museums should do is they should slow these thieves down. What they do is they go 2-3 weeks before these thieves enter the museum, and they look at the glass, the vitrines, the doors, and they know they have only like 7 minutes before the police arrives. And in this case, they thought we can take this chance, and it happened, you know. So the glass was not thick enough. It was too easy to enter the doors. It was a complete disaster, this one.
I've seen your comment today that you've said this is a mistake for the thieves because French security services will no doubt be involved. The scale and the shock of this. Tell us about that.
Well, you know, if you target any museum, you get the police after you. But in this case, the Louvre, the most important museum in the world, stealing the crown jewels, Napoleon, you know, it's too much. This is headlines all over the world. And the fear is if you can do this heist at the Louvre, it can happen everywhere. So it's a bad day for the museum world. And
bro, this guy is saying, one, it's super easy to steal from museums. You just need to take an officer's service weapon and they'll let you take whatever you want. And two, it's actually easy everywhere. This is a universally easy process. Everybody, go to your nearest museum right now and put your hand in the cash register. But in this instance, instead of the cash register, he means on the priceless works of art. It is yours. Demand it for the taking.
I hope they will be recovered pretty soon. Let's fingers crossed.
Given your experience in detective work, given your past, your advice is always going to be fairly.
I love this. He's a museum art thief detective too. He's like, listen, this job, you wouldn't believe it. Okay, you wouldn't believe it. Everyone should steal all the time. I am actually losing money. Okay, I'm so glad this happened because finally, a lot of people think museums are super airtight with their security. They're not. You should steal more so people hire me. I'm so fucking bored, dude. Please.
Valuable right now. What are your thoughts about the best way to catch them, the best method to go about it? Is there a key period? I imagine it's right at the start. And is there much chance?
These guys will lay low for a while because there is too much news now, too much media. And, you know, I think the police, if they catch them within a week, we might see these pieces back. If it takes longer, it will be difficult because most likely they will try to get rid of it as soon as possible. They might already have a plan. They might know people who can dismantle these jewels, who can melt stuff down. So it's a race against time. But as said, you know, it's the Louvre, Napoleon, the French Secret Service will be on this case. All the police officers who are on leave in Paris will be called in. So it will be a real manhunt as France never has seen before in these cases.
Well, you get to the heart of something for any art lovers. And Laurent Nunez, the French Interior Minister, mentioned it as well. It's an incalculable price of things that have gone missing, whether it's to do with Napoleon, the Empress as well, all of that centuries of diamonds and the fact that you talk about potentially now being cut up or being sold if they to do it because you couldn't sell it as it is. As you say, within the art world, nobody would want that. Does the fact that they've dropped something tell you about the professionalism, the care or lack of for the items?
No, this happens often. They only have 7 minutes. They take as much as they can, and they know that something can fall out of their hands. I think this was not their first theft. You don't wake up in the morning as a normal citizen thinking, I become a criminal, let's do a robbery, let's target the Louvre. So these guys are known by the police. They have a criminal record. They have done heists before, maybe banks, jewelry shops, something like that. These are professionals. And, in 7 minutes, they targeted the Louvre, and the whole world is now talking about it.
Selling this on, what do you predict they will try and do? You talk about trying to smash it down. I mean, anybody listening to this is a kind of heartbreak to know that this potentially could be the last time in that form these things are seen. And yet we also heard you say, well, there's a kind of week where you'd be, is hopeful the wrong word or the right word, that there could be some redress here, a potential for recuperation?
Well, the thieves will be caught without a question. They will always get caught, and especially in this case, the Secret Service will be on it. The thing is, if you catch the thieves, that does not automatically mean that you get the loot. They might have sold it already to somebody. They might have melted it down. So that's a problem in these cases. It's
Christine Holmes said it was Nicaragua. They're sending ICE to blow up the Louvre. Yeah, they're blowing it up. Well, don't worry. ICE just got guided munitions. They just purchased them. They have to use them somewhere. You know what I mean?
a race against time.
Given your experience, are you getting any calls yet, Arthur, to be involved?
No, but if it takes too long for the police to catch them, and maybe someday, that has happened in the past, if these pieces are not being dismantled, I hope that someday I might get a call, from an informant.
Wait, what do you mean? I hope that one day I get a... Bro, he is doing an ad. I hope that one day I get a call because the cops ain't doing shit.
People talk, and in this case, there were 3-4 people involved. They have to get rid of the stuff. They have to talk to people to persuade them to melt it down. And there is always somebody who knows something who might send me or the police an email.
The patron saint of lost causes, Arthur, give us some hope. Tell us something that you found which will cheer us up, to give us some optimism of this news.
Well, in many cases, the police in France is a very good police force, and they are on the job. They will catch the thieves for sure, and hopefully they will not have had enough time to get rid of these pieces. So we had a big robbery similar like this in Germany a couple of years ago. The thieves got caught. The jewels came back, most of them. 2 pieces are still missing. So there is hope, but it's not a good day for the museum world, and it's not 100% sure that we will see these pieces back. But as said, the French police will do their job, and if not, maybe they call me.
Really good to talk to you this evening. Thank you, Arthur. Arthur Brand, art historian and art detective. Thank you so much. Talk to you soon, hopefully with good news. Let's listen to what the Culture Minister, Rashida Dati, had to say about the value and about the ability of the thieves to take what they did.
Near the Louvre Museum, a piece of jewellery was indeed found and is currently being analysed.
I can't believe they dropped it, dude. That is fucking nutty. I cannot believe they dropped the crown. Incredible work.
All of this is ongoing. We arrived immediately a few minutes after receiving information about this theft. This operation lasted almost 4 minutes. It was very quick. It must be said that these are professionals. Organised crime today targets art, and museums have obviously become targets. Because France, as you know, is a country with a rich historical heritage of great value, and so these museums have also become targets for these criminals.
Across to the Louvre, let's bring in Shirley Sitbon, our correspondent there. Shirley, it was quite incredible listening to Arthur Brand, art detective, saying this is the crime of the decade in the art world. And, you know, there is this 7-day period that he believes is the best chance. And then after that, it's potentially all of this diamonds, jewellery smashed up and sold. Tell us what it's like being there right now, what the Louvre is saying about it. I don't think we have any explicit details of what was taken yet, do we? And about the security as well, what you're hearing about that.
Well, the feeling here is not as dramatic as what we just heard on air from the expert who knows what the situation is and the threat, of course, for those jewels, historic jewels. Here, it's more people who are stunned, who are surprised, who cannot believe. They feel like they're watching a movie. It's unbelievable. They say, many people that we've talked to, that thieves would actually bring their own lift, their goods lift, next to the museum and just get inside through a window to the most prestigious gallery, the Apollo Gallery, and just open, break open
Do you think they'll return it after Halloween? Yeah, someone just wanted to do the best possible Halloween costume of all time. Someone's going to be very upset that they can't do the crown, for the record. Straight out of Lupin the Third, bro. I know. I can't be the only one who thinks like this kind of shit is kind of cool, right? I mean, it's like messed up for the art world because like millions of people from all around the world get to like go and look at these things, and it's kind of fucked up. But a part of me is like, it's like, this is cold. It's a little bit cold-blooded because it's like a bank robbery, you know? Like this shit doesn't happen anymore. Every now and then you got to let some stuff like this slide, you know, because it's like a cool crime. I would play a game where this is all I do 24/7.
Window and take 9 pieces of invaluable.
France's recognition of Palestine angered Trump and Israel. I don't rule out the possibility that Mossad stole from the museum. Oh my God. First of all, stop attributing cool shit to Israel, okay? Like, it's fucked up, but it's like objectively a cool and sophisticated crime to pull off. Don't do that. Okay? Mossad is too busy doing terrorism in Lebanon, okay?
Jewelry, and then just come back out without harming anyone and just escape. Of course, they left this a crown that was damaged, but they left. Since then, of course, the investigation has moved forward. The motorcycle has been found. Also, the element that helped open this window, get inside. But all this in 7 minutes. Incredible. If it were a movie, people would say this is so unlikely. And we're seeing this here. So, yes, people are stunned, a bit disappointed. Some of them who wanted to visit the museum today and who are leaving the country and may not have another chance to do so. But they have a story to tell, definitely. There's not a dramatic sense yet around here outside the museum. I imagine that inside there is a dramatic sense, of course.
When we can see it as well, just behind you, we've got a close-up of some of the forensics there, the crime scene that's now become the Louvre. Any word, I guess, while the investigations continue, it will be closed, but there's no word on when tourists, art lovers can go back to the Louvre?
Well, the museum said it's closed for the day. It didn't say it will be closed tomorrow as well. We saw for several hours now various police experts, investigators searching that window. Of course, that's all we could see was the window and various cars, this lift that was examined for several hours until they took it out of the area and opened the road again. But yeah, several hours, many police there watching this very closely. And, you know, they've already managed to find some of the elements, this motorcycle. People here are hopeful that this will happen. You talked about security. Well, on the other side, we know the Apollo Gallery is on this side, right? On the other side, you have the actual main entrance. Now, that has been scaled up in recent years to avoid potential terrorist attacks, to improve security. But there are also robberies, and that type of robbery, those types of operations also need to be stopped. And the museum and other French museums as well have not worked on that enough. They need means, they need resources, manpower, and technical, they need to put up beams. There's a plan in place, but it hasn't been applied yet. And actually, people working on security at the museum have been fired. Jobs have been lost. So there was a protest. I mean, you probably talked about this back in June. Because of that, with employees saying there's not enough security. You took jobs down, and we need them back up, and even actually more security, because museums are a target, and the Louvre is the first among those.
Very interesting point, actually. It's one French MP has raised that today, the fact that the strikes could have had inextricable links to the level of securities, because the security staff are amongst those that it was affecting as well. Let me ask you something else. A lot of people, the visceral thought when you think about the Louvre and something going missing, first thing a lot of people I got messages about was the Mona Lisa. The Mona Lisa went missing in 1911. 3 years later, it was restored, found in Italy. You've been inside the Louvre. You've looked.
The Mona Lisa thing is so funny. Apparently, they just couldn't sell it. Why are you going to steal the Mona Lisa if you can't sell it? If you don't have a client in mind ahead of time? That's so dumb. At that point, just keep it. He kept it in a trunk by his bed. The coolest version of this is, yes, when China stole back their art from Europe. Like, the Chinese government straight up hired a team of art thieves to execute one of the coolest fucking artifact retrievals of all time. The looting of Beijing's Garden of Eternal Brightness by European armies in the 1860s lingers in the tales of the diaspora. Yeah. Famously, they literally went and got they went and they hired people to go and just steal back their own artifacts, which is not even stealing back. It's just like retrieval, artifact retrieval. Anyway, a lot of people have made fun of me for saying, why don't they just do a switcheroo? But it turns out if they had done so, this guy wouldn't be crying. Melt the crown jewels, you will burn in hell, says Chancel Chant. Dude, this is the most French looking motherfucker of all time. I swear to God.
Jamais j'aurais imaginé qu'on puisse faire ça.
I've never seen a necklace that large on a neck that fat, and he still is like a choker. This guy organized banquet with the rich people during COVID. Oh, oui, oui.
Je vis un cauchemar. Rendez le bijou de la couronne. Vous avez intérêt à l'y rendre. Croyez-moi, bande de losers, de voleurs, de crapules.
I don't even know what he's saying, but it's
Vous avez intérêt à l'y
awesome.
rendre. Croyez-moi. On va venir vous chercher. Bande d'escrocs, traîtres.
Oh, oui, oui. That's respect. That's respect. He is a racist friend with alt-right politicians, and also he had been caught during COVID for hosting a high society dinners. And let me tell you that the food clearly lacks seasoning according to the pictures in his hairstyle. He said Muslims did it. That's awesome. No shot. Did he? It must have been le musulman, le Islam, le Islamagoshism, Islamagoshism. He did not. Are you guys fucking around? The Greeks should hire art thieves to get their shit back from the French and British museums. They're too busy with whatever the fuck's going on in Greece right now. They don't have They don't have the competence to do such a thing. But yeah, ultimately, this story is completely out of fucking control. I think it's crazy. I think it's kind of awesome. It's fucked up, but it's like, it's fucked up for sure for all the art enjoyers, for all the history enjoyers out there. But also at the same time, it's like I don't know. It's just like, it's the objectively the coolest kind of crime. The jewels weren't insured, by the way. I don't understand any of this stuff. I mean, I don't get it. I don't understand how little protection there were for priceless artifacts like this. Like, it's just so shocking that apparently all the jewelry thieves know. It's not that it's France. The fucking jewelry detective literally said, no, it's super easy to steal this stuff. People don't know. You can just go in and take it and nobody will do anything about it. Like, I don't understand. Somebody told me that on NPR guest said that the items are basically held for ransom money. This is 2025. They don't have to sell the jewels. Just go to Polymarket to bet on when the jewels will be returned and 10x their money instantly while returning the jewels. It's the perfect crime. Squeezy thinks it's an inside job. I just don't understand it. Don't throw shade at these art thieves. They're Ocean's 11 level professionals. Bro, I don't get it because, like, they dropped it, though.
A national embarrassment. Tourists were stunned.
You know, you think in the Louvre, of all places, don't they have, like, the best security on the planet?
In fact, they don't have the best security on the planet. And that's kicked off.
No! In fact, they don't have the best security on the planet.
A huge blame game in France. What were the main weak points?
Everything.
A recent security audit noted that 35% of the rooms in the Denon wing, where the jewels were, have no security cameras.
What?
And France's justice minister admitted the glass on the cases wasn't strong enough. The thieves were able to cut right through it.
C'est que nous avons failli.
We have failed, he said.
How useful is the evidence going to be? Is it likely these guys are in any kind of a database?
If they are professional, yes. They are all known. If they are amateur or in the middle, it may be a little more complicated. What I think is we will catch them. I don't think we will catch the jewels.
Now, you may be asking yourself why thieves, if they wanted gems.
He meant jewels, chat. He didn't say we will catch you. We won't catch the jewels. The captions misread that.
Would have targeted the Louvre as opposed to, say, a high-end jewelry store. But experts are telling us this morning that it's because jewelry stores tend to be better protected than a lot of France's old museums, Gail.
What the fuck? Bro, they're just saying it's time to go on a fucking... It's time to go on a heist, dude. Time to go on a fucking run. Bank run time. Also, this happening in France is so funny because, like, isn't all of the movie, like, Lupin, Arsène Lupin, is like all the fucking, all the famous art and jewelry thieves are unironically always presented as French. If it's gonna happen somewhere, it's probably gonna happen in France. La ironie. Pink Panther. Oui, oui. Wait, someone filmed them? No.
Okay, so first is this ruby diamond
Wait, why didn't any of the news media show that there were people there that filmed them?
ring from the Byzantine era. Kind of don't care what time period, but it's going to be a great resale on eBay.
It's weak. I also low-key don't understand how, like, I just don't get how there was nobody there. Like, that's the reason why I think some people are saying it's like a inside job. You know? That, and also they don't do the switcheroo. And if they had listened to me, they would have done the switcheroo and this wouldn't be a problem. But anyway, on that point, that's all I got for today. I'm tired. Short little half day, 7-hour broadcast. You already know what it is. I will see y'all tomorrow. Remember, the Zohran Mamdani New York mayoral debate 2, Electric Boogaloo, will be tomorrow. Oh my God. Hopefully Andrew Cuomo doesn't try to bring me up again.